Whoa, 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 chill out. Relax, nigga, relax. Face ass. Hiya! Alright. That nigga said, hiya! Alright, bro. Yeah. Hold on. Do I have two or one? Bro, I have two. This was for my first one. And then this one. My second picture. I'd go second picture, bro. Oh boy. Damn. Put this bullshit on.
Hello.
Wow.
Hi. Salutations. Not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous right now. Okay, I feel like, as always, I feel like I know what you guys are thinking.
Omni, where the hell have you been, bro? Where? Where have you been? You left without saying nothing. The world's on fire. Every time you go somewhere, you know shit just hits the fan, bro. Where did you friggin' go?
I get it. Apologies for the abrupt absence. Okay, I can explain. You guys just hear me out. I can explain. Okay, I don't want to make this a big deal, but it's kind of a big deal as well. What I'm about to share with you, like, let's just flow. I needed to take a step back, and when I say a step back, I mean a gigantic step back. Okay, this Sabbath, this break, this me not uploading content for as long as I have, over a freaking month, might be the longest forcible me not being on YouTube that I've ever done in my freaking career. Okay, this did not feel good. Okay, I just want to let you guys know it's natural, like the air that I breathe, to upload content. So I've been suffering back here, bro. I've been missing y'all. I missed you parasocially. I'll just say it. I parasocially miss you guys. In this video, I will share with you guys 3 things. Then the reason for my sudden disappearance and what that means going forward. And if you're not subscribed to this channel for this type of content, I'm selfishly asking that you watch anyway, okay? Because what I went through, and where I've been, and what I have to bring back to you, I have things. I have gifts. I have goodies. Okay, I didn't come back empty-handed. I came back with
His said, huh? You said what?
I came back with some things that I think you guys can use and might change your world. You know, I don't want to flaunt. I don't want to say. I don't want to gas it up. Okay, but I got some good. You see, I've been on a journey of sorts. Some people call it healing, self-discovery, transformation, reflecting, a midlife crisis, a second puberty, yada yada yada. I don't really care what you call it. I don't even know what it really is. I don't really care about the name of the title. All I know is I went somewhere, and it was pretty amazing. And by the end of this video, I have a feeling that where I've been is also where some of you have been, or may be going sometime in the future. Yeah, I'm either going to equip you with what you need to know to go there, or I'm just reminding you on the current journey that you guys might have already been taking yourself. So let's talk about why I disappeared. Before I tell you where I've been, I think it's important to tell you guys, well, you know, why I disappeared. And is that I was searching for something. Have you guys ever had that unsettling feeling that you're supposed to be looking for something, but you don't know what that thing is, and you don't even know why you're kind of searching for it in the first place? Like, you know there's something that you're supposed to be looking for, but your body and your brain does not know how to tell you what it is. It's unidentifiable, but there's a pull, there's a gravitation to something somewhere, and you're completely blind and in the dark. I was looking for answers, but I couldn't even materialize what the questions were. All I knew is that something was basically off. And instead of like following that uneasiness, that anxiety, that stress that I'm feeling that I'm looking for, instead of kind of continuing down that path of looking, I smothered it. I straight up strangled it, okay? I drowned it, usually with work or video games or escapism or anything. Any kind of distraction that I could find. I was like, this doesn't feel good. I don't know what it is, and I don't know where to go. So let me just do something to take my mind off of it. Basically doing things that make me happy, you know, things of that nature. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't know what I was doing. I was completely unaware. However, my body started to tell me that something was happening. I started to feel anxiety and stress and worry and fear. And it all kind of just started to manifest on the surface. The things that I was doing that originally made me happy stopped having its usual positive effect. Video games, my bread and butter, it became less interesting. I stopped caring for anime and my other usual jobs. But even worse was YouTube. It stopped hitting. Like me making content and seeing you guys and creating stopped giving me that same impact and euphoria that I used to feel all the time. And I was just like, okay, something is really wrong here, bro. If I'm losing joy in that,
like, what the hell?
I have to sit and kind of face with what's going on. I gotta literally figure it out. I can't drown it anymore. One day, instead of drowning myself in more distractions, I basically just sat in the discomfort. I allowed myself to feel the full extent of my emotions and my feelings without any kind of suppression, and it was freaking awful. Even worse, I began questioning my feelings, which then led me to questioning my thoughts, which then led me to questioning my actions, which then led me to questioning everything. And after a lot of very uncomfortable conversations with myself over a period of time, I came to the horrific and powerful conclusion that it was me. I was drowning myself. I was suppressing myself. And I don't even know when I started it, but somewhere down the line, I think that I stopped being in line and listening to me.
Yo, I've been too.
I know that sounds weird. Let me continue. I lost myself. Literally, right now, I didn't even know it. My working theory is that my body was trying to tell me that something was off. Like my body was trying to communicate and be like,
"Hey, bro." You left your boy behind, bro.
I think my body was trying to tell me it, right? But my brain couldn't fathom what was going on or understand the logic of what was going down. I thought that whatever I was looking for was ahead of me. Because that's what society tells you to do, right? Like you create and you make and you shape your future and you just keep looking ahead and you keep grinding. Whatever you want to obtain, right? It's out there in the future, right?
It seems we share our day of birth.
No, not right. This moment of realization that I had lost myself then created a cascade of effect of many other freaking moments and like realizations. Have you guys ever felt that before? This is one of those things that you at home you either completely know or you haven't felt it yet. Have you? Have you ever had dots that just started randomly connecting around concepts that you never fully grasped, or things that didn't make any sense that started making like absolute complete sense? Words that you never even thought of that you now had the full definition for. For me, it was kind of like I was watching a movie starring myself like all of this time, and in one instance I returned to first person view while still also maintaining the information and the view from the third person as well. Question mark? Does that make sense? Okay, I'm in the movie, but also I see myself, you know, playing the movie. Okay, there's two me's. Okay,
keep up. Please don't write me off. Okay, this is some real shit. Okay, just.
I mean, like, is this what cocaine does to you, bro? Like, what? Oh, wait, my fault, sorry. Like, what the fuck? I was dreaming about that girl again.
You've described her to me before. I don't think I've ever met anyone like that.
Yeah, I know
In
Jiraiya,
any
bro. I'm
case,
just, you know,
just put that out of your
maybe I'm
mind
tweaked
for
out
now.
Jiraiya. I don't know.
The battlefield is no place for idle thoughts.
What the hell?
Risking your life is part of the job for mercenaries like
Hear me
us.
out.
Letting
Hear me
your
out.
mind
From what I've
wander
learned,
a
this
sure
is
way to get
called
yourself
being
killed.
present.
Okay, time to get
I
moving.
was for the
Our
first
next
time in
job is
like
the kingdom.
years, 5, 10,
told
I
you
don't even know how
before,
long it was.
it's far from
I
here,
was
so we'll need to leave
actually
at dawn.
present. But being conscious of both being present while also observing yourself created this enormous jump of self-awareness. And that, guys, is why I disappeared and kind of what started me on my journey. Okay, pause. All right, quick reset.
Good
Okay, that was a lot. I told you guys, this was some real shit. I told you. I told you. Now, to be fair, okay, I've been trying to figure things out for way longer than like the past month and a half. Okay, I've actually been doing this for a very, very, very long time. It was just that the past month and a half or so, I think I needed to take a complete step away from like my routine because I kept doing things the same because I thought that things had to be done the same. And I really had to shake some things up in order to spend some time actually realizing that no, not everything has to be the same. In fact, things are supposed to change. You're supposed to change and accept it and grow. But yeah, this happened months ago, maybe even over a year ago as well, where I've been on this pretty cool ass journey, right? Now, let me explain to you where I've been. Imagine you're in a video game. That's right. You have video game analogies so that you guys can understand exactly what I'm saying. And you find yourself on an island. You're very familiar with this island. There's places that you've gone, there's places that you haven't gone. However, you have now unlocked both a map and a compass. Now, when you view this map, you can see that, you know, like I said, things are familiar. However, you're now starting to actually see black areas, aka the fog of war, spaces in between what you already know. And by navigating these unknown spaces, you start to reveal more of the map. I stopped doing this accidentally. I started living and moving with actual intent to uncover the fog of war. For example, the things that you thought you saw, you now see with more clarity. In fact, you start to realize what you saw wasn't the thing you felt it was in the first place. You follow me? Now, in order to navigate the map with more accuracy, I had to relearn things that affected 4 specific regions, all of which flow back and forth and in and out of each other. So yeah, there's the physical regions. I think you guys understand this. This part came pretty easy to me because this is kind of where I spent like the majority of my time. Some of you guys probably know this, but fitness has always been kind of like my anchor to my mental health. I stay in the gym. I kept up with my nutrition. However, I did start studying more about how the body affects the mind in a much more detailed way. Like how gut health changes your actual mood and how movement heals stuck energy, or how sleep and food directly affect your thoughts. Okay, I don't mean kind of like in some figurative way. I mean literally it affects your thoughts. You know how people say things and you just know it figuratively, but then you actually like learn it literally.
At 73,
Have you-
not gonna cut it out.
Is it just me, or is it not? But have you guys ever heard sayings before that you knew was a saying, and then you experienced said saying, and then you realize, wait, said saying was literally, like, it wasn't just a saying. It's literally just facts. That's kind of what I've been learning in the physical plane and all the other planes as well. Then there's the big chunky wongy, okay? The emotional plus the mental region. Guys, when I tell you that I thought that I was kind of in the know with this, like I thought that I was, you know, mentally, emotionally, I thought I was that dude. I was not that dude. Do you know how terrifying it is to believe that you are self-aware, but not actually be self-aware? It's a dangerous spot.
What?
It's a scary place. And
Yo,
I
Mania was
questioned
whooping
it,
this nigga
and
ass,
it
bro. I
came
don't
to the
know what the fuck
realization
you're
of
talking about.
recognizing,
Like,
whoa,
nigga, what are you
there is a
saying?
lot that I don't know about myself. It's a lot. I don't even think I know 1% of
you
it. I was like,
speaking in
oh my
fucking
God.
riddles like this.
I had so much confidence in who I was, but I lost myself a long time ago. I haven't been keeping up. I've been
Calm
on
down,
autopilot.
little guard.
I've been depressed or suppressed or
introduce you to
whatever the Estes is. Like I've been in certain ways thinking that this is normal. This is me, and part of it is. But I think I
Oh, Dimitri, the
left a
best
core
character in
component of
Dimitri
myself way behind, and I don't really remember when. So I began practicing radical self-awareness, not just thinking about how I feel, but then questioning everything that I believe, why I do what I do, what triggers me, What am I afraid of? Where my beliefs even came from in the first place? I question my truths, and then I question my questions, not just haphazardly, but intentionally, taking time out of my usually too busy day to quite literally learn myself. And there's a lot, but if you want the TLDR, I can't come into like the same conclusion
What the hell is that?
again when it comes to almost every aspect of my emotional and the feelings and all of that jazz is self-love. Period. You know when they say love conquers all, like the animes are all like love. You know, Naruto Jutsu. Love is quite literally
I've never.
the most powerful thing on this earth, and that's not a saying. I'm saying this literally
can I
because
heals on me?
loving
Heals on-
yourself, you should love
It's
yourself
not 14.
right
Heals
now.
on me?
Is it changes
Where the fuck
everything.
is Gerald
It's
at?
absolute life game
Jiraiya,
changer,
bitch,
and
what
I
are you
mean it
doing?
literally. I truly think
Dad, I
love is the
needed you,
most
bitch. I
powerful
needed you, bro.
thing
I
in
need
this
help.
world. So imagine how powerful
you're-
it could
you're not
be
touching my
for
bitch.
your insight.
That's my bitch.
Almost everything I kind of wanted to
Yes,
fix
bro,
or
this is
evolve in
this-
myself
yo,
kept
this is a
looping
fuck
back to the
Edelgard
same
route, bro.
freaking answer of
And no,
love
not
yourself,
fuck her
still
as
can't
in we don't
grow,
fuck with
love
her. I
yourself
mean
some
fuck her
more,
as in I'm
still
going
battling with
to.
unhealthy attachments, love yourself even more. Because to love
Damn,
yourself
ho, you
means know
take too much
yourself.
damage to
And
be
if you
like,
don't know
bro, I don't
yourself,
give a
then
fuck.
you get it?
I'm
You
getting
can
this
only
hoe
love a
confirmed
portion,
fucking
but
kills.
If you don't really know yourself, how do
Bitches
you
getting
love
confirmed
something that you
fucking
don't know?
kills.
And if you've lost yourself,
Rock out
then
with
what
your
is
cop
it that you're
out.
loving?
Oh, what?
Is it yourself? Is it the things that make you feel? Is it other things, other people?
I don't wanna put
it's a
him,
pretty
like,
complicated
out.
question. It's
He's
simple but
ridiculous.
complex at the same time. And let's be clear, I've loved
You
myself.
get you one, bro. You get
I
you
think I've
one, bro.
always
You get
loved
you
myself,
one, bro. You get you
but I don't think I've always known myself. And I also didn't realize there were things that I was doing that was the opposite of loving myself subconsciously. You know, not knowing that I was doing things that were the opposite of love to myself. So even though you might think you love yourself, you might be subconsciously working against yourself, not even realizing it. But without it, you can't break through certain walls. You either you burn out, you get stuck, you end up choosing like other people over yourself, and like me, you might accidentally or intentionally abandon yourself. In parts of your inner world, that map I was talking about, it becomes region locked. Only accessible if you've developed the emotional keys to open it. Which made me realize that self-love isn't a feeling, it's the fuel. It's what powers your ability
I ain't
to
gonna lie, bro.
face your fears. It's what lets you move through pain, loneliness, and disappointment
Shut up, Ghost,
without
you
collapsing.
fat fuck.
It's essentially what makes growth possible. And that's what I've been doing. I know it
I know you beat
sounds
women,
like
nigga.
common sense, like, nigga,
I
have you
seen the
just really
catwalks,
not been
pussy,
loving
fuck.
yourself? Yes and no. It's not that simple. Since I've been doing it every day for like the past year plus or so, more dots have connected. I see people differently. I've developed even deeper empathy. I felt emotions that I didn't even know that I had suppressed. I realized how much of my life was literally shaped by unconscious fear. You know, the fear that you can't see, trauma or need or addiction or shame. I started navigating my shadow. That's right. You guys know the very concept of almost every anime and game is to face your shadow, your demon, blah, blah, blah. And then you realize at the end is, oh, he's not really a demon after all. And you become one with it like I did that. But IRL, okay? I literally just did that instead of watching someone else do it or playing a game where someone else did it. I did that. I cried a lot, okay? I cried a lot, actually. It was a beautiful sadness.
Yo.
I honestly didn't know how beautiful sadness can be. It's a
trolling this
beautiful thing.
nigga.
I sat with grief that I didn't even know that I had. And again, for the first time in a
Oh,
while,
I
I
can't
sat
breathe.
with
Holy fuck.
myself.
Oh no, that was
discovered
Edelgard's
myself.
fucking help.
I found the homie.
I'm like,
He was
yo,
back
who the
there.
fuck? Yo, I'm like, yo,
Waiting.
I've got to
Chilling.
hit every single trade, bro. Like what?
And I brought him back up to the front seat, and we had some conversations. And
Claude,
I recognized, oh my
Claude,
God, I'm so
Claude,
sorry.
stay your ass where
I
you
did
is.
not realize
Dimitri,
I
you're
left
taking
you
a fucking
back
hit,
there,
pussy.
brother. You know what I
Very
used to
much
hate
fucking-
is
My fault.
boredom.
Good.
Hate
We're
it
in the forest.
with
We can
passion
sustain
because
attacks without losing
I don't know.
the
People
advantage.
tell you that
We
you're
can't
not
sustain
supposed to
what?
be bored. Bored equals
What?
bad, right? But
Alright, and then,
recently, I've been embracing
Edelgard,
boredom, stillness, silence. Without trying to
Fuck
chase
me,
after
man.
the
Do I
nearest
have a
distraction,
fucking heal?
dopamine, and it's been a game changer because
Daddy, I need
it
a
forces
heal.
me to sit with myself.
Dad,
right?
I need
It
a
forces me to
heal.
consume the TV
Alright, well, I'm
of
not
my
gonna leave
mind.
her here.
instead
bro.
of cutting on TV, I
fucking
watched
10 health, bitch. I
myself
need
because
that.
that was all that was there. Was to kind of just reflect.
Claude, you're gonna snipe
Either
me
think
for
about the
pussy,
future
bro.
or think about
Word
the
to
past.
my mother, you,
But
word to my mother, you gonna snipe
I had
me
to do
for pussy.
something, you know. And if I didn't think, then I just was.
Hiya.
So I would just be present.
Damn,
Smell
you
things.
slipped that
taste
shit.
things, feel things.
That shit went
hear
through
things, whatever.
Demetrius.
But
He slipped
it
that so
put
fucking
me in a
hard.
place.
Holy shit.
Put me on a channel that I did not
Weave?
want to turn to
No, weave,
for a
nigga.
long time. Unintentionally
Yo,
or
W
unintentionally,
fucking
and it
Dimitri,
forced me
bitch.
to watch the show of my life.
I would be the one nigga to get hit, bro. Like he just can't
All
do
off
no
the top
do
of
no
the dome.
cool
Okay,
shit.
this is all off the top of the dome. Okay, bars. Which now brings me to you. That's right. You know this
Wait,
was
Dad, I
going
need
on.
the experience. Wait, Dad.
I know you.
I don't need this ain't about me. This is about you.
No,
Damn it, Daddy.
I see you. What's up?
Nigga,
I
I
see
wanted
you,
that.
nigga. You ain't think I was gonna. You ain't think.
Bro,
Nah.
I've been doing that, sir.
Nah,
I
but
did
where
it.
have you been? Notice how I've taken
Sir,
you through
I
my
was
mind,
doing
right?
that shit,
Some of you
bro.
are
Like, you
resonating
not
because
saying
you've been here before yourselves. Some of you are probably feeling things stir that you kind of weren't expecting to be stirred. And some of you guys, they got lost in. I'm either
Different
crazy or I
jobs.
took one too many edibles. Whatever you believe,
Huh?
you're right. Because the beauty
Taking one too
of
many
this video
edibles.
is that it's about you. It's about
about drive.
your
It's about
experience.
power. We
This
said
video will
hungry,
stay
we
the
devour.
same.
Put in the
Nothing
work,
changes
put in
about
the
this
hours.
video
It
once
takes
I release it.
what's
It is
ours.
a thing. But you, the viewer, with your lens, might take something from this that nobody else who's watched this video has taken. You will uniquely have your own life experience and connection with this video, which is an absolute beautiful thing. Thousands of people are watching this
Don't
same
waste
video,
my time.
and none of you are experiencing it in the same way. And that, my friends, is the magic of empathy. That's right, iDubbbz. Yeah. Let me teach you a little bit what empathy actually is, brother.
a
When
long
you see
story.
someone else's world,
kill you first.
you can essentially create a new one for yourself. You understand how others move, and it equips you with tools you can.
Bro, shut the hell up for a second, please. Hiya! Move, bitch! Ah! Yo.
Honestly, what are you accomplishing with that little stunt? It's like you're trying to get me killed, you fool. Well, it's fine. After all, if you don't know the value of your own life, you're not going to. Of course not. Well then, I guess it's up to me to guide you from now on, right? You can call me Celeste, but I'm also known as the beginning.
Yo, I'm dying, yo. I'm dying.
Sosis.
Dying.
Yes,
My
that is it.
name
My
is
name
Lif.
is Sosis.
My name is Hilthif. Dumbass.
And I am also called the beginning.
The beginning.
But who wants
Shut up,
that?
Morgana. I'm also called the beginning. Alright. Sophis. I thought you were called
I was
mommy.
not able to recall my name until just
I thought
now.
you were Lolly Mommy.
And just like that, it came to me.
I thought they call you Tiki in the streets, face ass.
That look upon your face.
I need my
Did
fucking
you
modern day
think me a
fucking Tiki
child?
design.
A mere child who forgot
Fucking
her own name?
goddamn Nintendo.
Hooey.
Not
That
Nintendo. Who the
child
fuck?
just saved your
Imagine
life.
fucking Studios. I
What does that mean
don't.
to you?
Yo, who the fuck makes fucking this bullshit again? I ain't listening, child. Yeah, bro.
Correct.
I'm gooned
You
out.
understand.
Yes, mommy. Yes, mommy. Yes, mommy.
You threw yourself before that to just one more blow. Yet all is well, as I have stalled the flow of time for now. You would have died had I not intervened.
Oh shit. God damn, man. They. It's my fault. Arigato gozaimasu, master.
There now. Is gratitude so much to ask?
No.
I did deem you worth saving after all.
Yeah.
Though it is only momentary, time has stopped. However did I manage that?
Oh shit. So what happens now?
When time begins again, the axe will tear into your flesh, and you will surely meet your end.
Damn, bro, off one swing?
How rude of you to drag me into this.
Off one swing? I didn't, and it didn't. I promise. Oh my gosh, wait, damn it. Yo, Sophus is putting me through a goddamn visual novel dialogue tree. It's time to turn back the hand of time. King! Crimson!
Of course. I must turn back the hands of time.
King Crimson!
Yes, I do believe it can be done. You really are quite.
I mean, but he wasn't even turning back the hand. Do we? No. No. GER is fucking,
all is well.
turning
You are
back,
aware of
bro.
what's to
But, like,
come, which means you can
that's
protect
barely
yourself
what the
this
fuck it does, bro. Like, nigga.
Now go. Yes, you who bears the flames within.
Bro,
Drift
GR was so
through the
powerful,
flow
they
of
had to fucking
time to
nuke the
find
whole
the
JoJo
answers
verse.
that you
Like,
seek.
ugh. Sorry. I promise, and Hiya! No. Parried. Yeah, bro, you're dog shit, champ. You're shit. You might be Cheeks, my boy. My friend, you might be dog shit. Have you ever considered that? Oh, alright.
Hey, did you just...
I whooped his ass, I did. Alright, bro, I can turn this bullshit.
Can use for your own adventure. And that's when you kind of realize that life truly is what you make of it. Okay? Again, I'm not saying that saying figuratively and just like whatever. No, literally.
Hear me out.
Life is what you make of it. You have the power. You have the power. You just don't know. It's a neurological fact, not a cliche. You quite literally construct your own reality. If you don't believe it, that's because you're not there yet, okay? And that's okay. All right? If this doesn't make sense, it's all right, okay? You're not there yet. It's totally cool. We don't have to be on the same journey together, okay? Whatever. But I'm letting you know that now that I've seen it for myself, I can't go back. Right? I'm now becoming obsessed with shaping my reality. So, what does this all mean? Okay, Omni, that's great. You went on a little adventure, bro, okay? While the rest of us was burning. Okay? Did you see what's been happening out in the news, bro? Like, I'm sorry. Let me explain what's gonna happen now, okay? Let me explain what all this means. I can sit here and blow your mind all day. I've been super deep in it. I've been reading books nonstop. I've been studying the mind, understanding human behavior, trying to figure out why we do the things we do, even when we don't want to do it. And what has basically started as personal healing has turned into something bigger. A new passion, a new direction.
Goodbye, Captain.
A new channel. Editor, can you put drum rolls here, please? Introducing the Omniverse. That's right. Yay! Name pending. I don't know if I really kind of like that name. So this new channel is called the Omniverse. Name pending. It's basically the yin to this channel's yang. While the space that we're currently in is focused on what's happening around us, aka the world, the Omniverse, name pending, is about what's happening inside of us, aka our own world. Instead of just commentary on what's going on out there, I want to be talking about what's going on in here. Our fears, our growth, our stuck points, our questions, the things that we're battling, relationships, stuff, like, the things that are not happening around us, but that are happening inside of us. Does this make sense yet? I'll also be taking messages from you guys personally as the subject of many of the videos. You can think of it as advice, reflection, or therapist adjacent. Okay, I'm not a therapist, so I'm not out here about to diagnose you guys. Okay, it's just real shit. Okay, I'm going on a journey. And
Jiraiya.
I think there's a lot that I'm going to learn, and I'm saying,
down
hey,
with people like that.
do you want to get in on this? And also, I want to know what y'all journeys are. I want to know what y'all going through. I want to do that. I want to navigate together. You know what I'm saying?
Prince of Saros.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Once you're done with this video, which is almost done, okay, go over there, subscribe. I don't know if I'll have a video up and ready or not by the time you do, but go over there after this video. Not right now. Wait up. I'm almost done. All right? Don't be rude. So why am I doing this? There's a lot of reasons. To be honest, it just feels right. Okay, it feels in alignment in what I want to do in my life, and I've been kind of looking into that very deeply recently about what it is that I want to do for me and for others. Also, on a little bit more serious note, a reason why I'm doing this is because of Etika. If you guys are not aware, Etika was a YouTuber and a streamer, and genuinely one of the greatest human beings to touch the medium ever. He died a few years back. We talked about it a lot on this channel. I truly believe if Etika was still here, he would be the biggest thing ever. Landslide. There would be no competition. That guy was not of this earth. As many of you guys know or may not know, but Etika was a very good friend of mine. He was somebody that I looked up to. He was somebody that we occasionally had conversations with. He's somebody that I respected. He's somebody that I resonated with. He's somebody that I understood. I felt like that we had similar upbringings, and with the mental issues that he was going through, I saw that in a lot of people that I knew as well, including my own family. For some reason, while I've been on this self-discovery journey of taking care of my mental health, Etika has been popping in my head non-stop, just quite non-stop, just without me. He's always popping in my head non-stop when it comes to video games and stuff, but in this specific one, I just, for some reason, he keeps appearing. So I kind of want to make this channel in honor of people who are like Etika, people who give us joy while, you know, silently suffering, people who have never had the safe space to be raw or be seen or be supported, and for real, no cap, just to help niggas out, just need guidance. That's it. I honestly just want to help niggas out. I want to equip you niggas, and don't worry, all of you watching this video, you're now a nigga, with the things that I wasn't properly equipped with. I think I've been subconsciously doing this with this channel for a very
Wait, say it again?
help niggas out, just need guidance. That's it. I honestly just want to help niggas out. I want to equip you niggas, and don't worry, all of you watching this video, you're now a nigga, with the thing.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait.
It showed me I still have much to learn.
Your skill is precisely why I must ask you to consider lending your services to the Empire. I might as well tell you now, I am no mere student. I am also the Adrestian Empire's...
Halt, Edelgard. Please allow me to finish my own proposition. The Holy Kingdom of Fargus is in dire need of exceptional individuals like yourself. Please, do consider returning to the kingdom with me.
Whoa there, you two sure are hasty. Trying to recruit someone you just met. Tactless, really. I was personally planning to develop a deep and lasting friendship on our journey back to the monastery before begging for favors. But it seems there's no time for niceties in this world. So, capable stranger, let's get right to it. Where does your allegiance lie?
It seems one's place of birth is quite significant to them. Yet they are so impressed by you that you may take your pick. Well?
Right, give me 1 second.
things that I wasn't properly equipped with. I think I've been subconsciously doing this with this channel for a very long time. I've taken on a kind of a big bro, daddy, whatever you want to call me, type of thing, where I naturally gravitate toward wanting to make people feel better and help them. I think because I didn't have that growing up.
It's time to
I
head back
had to
the
kind of do it
monastery.
myself.
Looks like we'll have to pick
There
this
were
up another
things
time.
that kind of helped me along the way. Certain people, certain friends,
My,
anime,
they're in
other
such a
mediums.
hurry.
But I do
You
think
know,
that I took a
each of
pretty
these
long
is
detour
most unique.
when it came to figuring these things out. And I'm here so that you don't have to do that.
Oh my
To kind of make it a
There's
little
no
bit
fucking.
easier. That's what I think my purpose is
All right, bro.
on this earth. And you know,
Fine
sometimes
young
like
woman.
a simple realization.
I feel as
one
though
thing
she's always evaluating.
can be like that one domino that changes
seems quite
your
sincere.
life in
Why
a
is his darkness lurking
completely
beneath?
and positive direction. It
If you
usually
sound
is that one
striking,
thing, you know.
that
So
smile
yeah,
doesn't
that's
reach
it.
his
Now
eyes.
back to your regularly
Yes, I got
scheduled
the same.
program. Business as usual. Nothing here will be changing. That's right. You guys are probably like, Omni, does this mean you're going to stop? Nope, I'm not. In fact, I'm going to go harder. You thought my self-discovery was going to correct my drama heathen ways? Abso-freaking-lutely not, brother. I'm going harder than ever. Okay, I'm going to be more racist than ever. All right. I now have pinpoint accuracy with my pettiness. That's what empathy and self-discovery has done for me. I can now hone in with laser precision, focus, and really hate another person for exactly not for what they support, you know, for who they are. For who they are. Truthfully, you guys probably watching this video, you might feel something different from me. If you feel something different, it's me tapping into my old self. I feel like my old self, but I also feel like a combination of my new self, which makes me feel like I've kind of evolved. So now what this allows me to do is dip in and out. All right, we can sip the tea, right? Boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. We can joke about people being whatever they are. That's our thing. They ain't going nowhere. It's fun. It's a great way to get news in a way that's not toxic, okay? Like, I feel like we can talk about the news in a way that doesn't make us feel like it's the news. That's what I like about this here, right? But then when it's time to unplug and unwind at the end of the day, you know, or whatever the time is going to be, and we need to come in and check in and lock in and look in and tap in, that's where we're going to go next. And I feel like that completes me. I feel good. I feel like this was the other piece that has been missing for a very long time on this YouTube journey, and now I'm ready to go. This is what I've been looking for. So yeah, guys, that's the whole story. You know, that's where I've been. It's been a pretty cool chapter. I think I'm opening a new one. I'm excited. I feel good. I feel really good. And when I say I feel good, I think I genuinely feel it. I feel like I'm in alignment with what I want, how to live. I feel like I have found new purpose. I feel like I'm in the lane where my body and my brain and my soul has been, you know, kind of guiding me towards.
My body and my
I think
brain
I'm
and
here
my
for a
soul.
purpose.
What the fuck is
I
this
think you
nigga
guys have
talking about,
watched
bro?
this video. It is not a coincidence. Okay? Energy
This
attracts
will be your
energy.
first time
So if you
in the
subscribe to my craziness,
I'd be
there's
happy
probably
to
some
show you
craziness in
around.
you. We probably
really
have
is
the same
Fodlan in a
vibrations. We probably have the same
Good and
patterns.
bad.
There's something.
Like it
You know,
or
we're
not,
different
we'll be
people,
there
different
soon.
color, different upbringings, different everything. But something brought us here. Something brought you to this. Something brought you to the end of this video. That's for sure. Okay? If you made it this whole thing and listened to this whole thing and you don't even know who I am, bro, we got a lot in common. We got a wrap.
There it is.
All right? So forgive me again for my absence. I promise I'll make it up to you with the new and improved version of me. And yes, I love you guys. All parasocial. I'm no matter what happens today, tomorrow, next week, next year, whether I'm here or not. This has been one of the most exciting journeys of my life of creating content with you guys. I'm exactly where I need to be.
Jesus, Manuela.
And I love you
Put them
guys and
Johns
appreciate
up.
you guys for
NPC
being
child,
here
number
and
45.
supporting me. You have no idea how it means that you guys are still
All
here.
because Manuela is
Okay.
a little fucking.
All right. Can I
He's a
go
little
now?
alcoholic,
We
bro.
cool?
Don't know
We
what
wrapping
the
up?
fuck. That
All
is
right.
so,
I'm gonna
like,
end the
come on.
video. Go
What?
to the other channel. Go subscribe. Go do it. Okay? Okay? And also, okay, quick plug. Patreon. Patreon.com/Omni. I lost a lot of money. I ain't make no money for a whole month. I need some money. Please. Okay? Please. Go hit me. Patreon.com/InfernoOmni. And you can join the Omniverse, which is kind of like the channel, but it's the Discord. I'll talk to you one-on-one. You get 24/7 access. Okay, that's the plug. Okay, help a brother out. I love y'all. I catch y'all soon in some future videos. Hopefully, you know, I'm gonna make the best that I can. No expectations, and we're gonna keep riding. All right, 2025 should be pretty interesting. I love you guys. Y'all take it easy. Brush your freaking teeth, because I know you haven't been brushing it since I have been reminding y'all. And I'll catch y'all soon. All right, gang. Peace.
Who the hell is her? Yeah, bro, who is her?
You saw her in the courtyard earlier, didn't you? The Archbishop, Lady Rhea.
The Archbishop? I don't know that bitch.
As you know, the majority of folks in Fodlan are devout followers of the teachings of Seros. The leader of that ridiculously large religious organization is the Archbishop, Lady Rhea.
Thank you for your patience, Gerald. My name is Setik. I am an advisor to the Archbishop.
Right. Hello.
Right, hello.
It has been a long time, Gerald. I wonder, was it the will of the goddess that we have another chance meeting like this?
Forgive my silence all these years. Much has happened since we last spoke.
So I see. The miracle of fatherhood has blessed you.
Yeah.
That is your child, is it not?
Yes. Born many years after I left this place. I wish I could introduce you to the mother of my child, but I'm afraid we lost her to illness.
I see. My condolences. As for you, I heard of your valiant efforts from Alois. What is your name?
Ooh, I mean, I would rather not, you know, but, I mean, if you're asking.
A fine name indeed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mommy. I'm
From
sorry,
the
church
bottom
mommy. I
of
gotta fucking
I
betray you.
thank
Sorry
you
about that.
for saving those students
Why
of
you
the
like support?
Officers Academy.
What the fuck? But that nigga still makes content? Can't touch Yosuke.
You already know what it is I wish to say, do you not?
You want me to rejoin the Knights of Seros? I won't say no, but
the deserved
Your
downfall.
apprehension stings.
Yeah.
I had expected that Alois would have already asked this of you. I must step away for now, but I expect there will be another word with you
Yo.
soon. Please listen
I wouldn't be
carefully
this
to
happy,
what
bro,
I
with a
have
fucking
to say. Until tomorrow.
with that fucking
Farewell.
steel press against me, bro. Why is he so fat? Sorry. That's rude.
I can't believe it. Forced back into the Knights of Seros.
Forced back, like damn.
I'm sorry
bitch.
I dragged
like,
you
yo,
into
can
this.
I like leave?
Looks like I'll be stuck here.
I would have been like, yo, can I get the fuck
No,
on,
I'm
bro?
afraid
Like, come
your
on,
services
G. I'm
are
not really trying to
requested
do
as
this
well.
shit. Rado remastered, first impressions and post con debrief / rant. Damn, who is this ugly ass nigga? Yo, he got it, bro. He got it. Yo, why did he? Yo. Please chill on my nigga outfit, bro. Please chill. Please. I must work here as a mercenary?
Nothing like that. They want you to teach, by the sound of it.
I ain't gotta teach him on my body, be dog.
Earlier, talking about the office.
Ma. What is this fucking
the
picture?
academy just happens to be short a professor.
What the fuck?
And apparently that damned Alois.
What the hell is
right
this
under
shit?
Lady Rhea.
What is this, bro?
So, you must be the new professor.
Stand up and fight for the
My, how
Snyderverse.
stern and handsome.
No. I'm not the one you're looking for. You can handle things from here. Good luck.
Oh shit.
And
Sorry.
watch out for Lady Rhea.
Oh, what the hell? What the
I
fuck
don't know
is
what
it?
she's thinking,
Oh, shit.
making you a
What?
professor
I was
like
watching
this.
the video. What the hell?
She may be
Is it
up to
muted?
something. Stay on your guard.
I'm confused. Yeah, I'm
it's
genuinely-
In 2017, Justice League was released in a compromised state after Zack Snyder stepped away from the project and Joss Whedon was brought in to finish it. What followed was some of the most organized and persistent fan campaigns in modern internet history. The #Release the Snyder Cut movement began as a grassroots effort to restore Snyder's original vision, what many believed was a darker, more coherent version of the film that had been buried by studio interference. The subreddit r/Snyder Cut became the central hub for that push, uniting fans around a clear and simple goal: let Zack finish what he started. Against all odds, it worked. In 2021, Zack Snyder's Justice League premiered on HBO Max, running 4 hours long and fully embracing the tone and structure that Snyder had envisioned from the beginning. It was an unprecedented win for the online fandom. The campaign had delivered real results, proving that organized digital pressure could sway a major studio. But in 2025, 4 years later, with James Gunn preparing to launch an entirely new DC universe and Superman just days from release, the subreddit still hasn't moved on. What was once a space for rallying around a cause has turned into something else, a forum suspended in time, clinging to a version of the franchise that is dead and no longer exists. The posts now aren't about celebration or appreciation. They're about sabotage, conspiracies, and control. To me, this is the saddest subreddit on the entire internet, and that's saying a lot. The current state of r/Snyder Cut is best summed up by a recent post calling for an organized sabotage of Superman 2025. What makes this post most notable isn't the strategy being proposed, but the fact that James Gunn actually took the time to respond to it. His reply didn't defend the movie or challenge the post directly, instead he just mocked it. That shift in tone from public pressure to open dismissal really shows how far the subreddit has fallen from its peak influence. The title of this post is "Stand Up and Fight for the Snyderverse on July 11th, and it's by a user named TrickyFood5757. It says, "Fight for our Snyderverse on the Imposter Superman release day. Here's what we can do to make a difference. 1. Post spoilers everywhere. People are less likely to see or enjoy the movie if it's already spoiled. 2. Leave bad ratings on review sites. We know for sure gun bots will post fake positive reviews, so we must let people know the truth and balance the bias out with realistic scores. 3. Reserve tickets online but don't complete the purchase. By selecting and reserving tickets, it gets taken out of the pool for a period of time, which means this has a chance of stopping gun bots from buying tickets. Gunn fired the first shot and killed the Snyderverse, and here's our chance to take the fight back to him. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Hashtag if we can't have our Superman, no one can." James Gunn responded to this by saying, "Lol, I think we'll survive. I'm not sure the 8 people that listen to that guy, I'm going out on a limb and guess it's a guy, are going to impact the course of events." The tactics listed in this subreddit post reflect a complete misunderstanding of how audiences engage with blockbuster films. Spoilers and review bombs don't derail a release. Like, there are so many dog shit movies that make a ton of money at the box office. Like, that's just how it is. Even if the reviews are negative, like, people really don't care that much. Coordinated ticket hoarding doesn't create financial damage in any meaningful way. Like that's just not how buying tickets online work. I have to assume a caveman wrote this because any normal person just knows that that's not how online ticket sales work. These are attempts to feel in control of a situation that moved on without them. They're a symptom of a group that no longer has any clear goals or things to strive for beyond the very big blanket goal of restore the Snyderverse. It's also funny to me how, like, the tone of the post frames Gunn as this hostile figure, as if directing a reboot amounts to personal sabotage and a personal attack on this guy. He refers to him as someone who fired the first shot and recasts a business decision as an act of war. This level of dramatization suggests that some of these users aren't defending a creative vision anymore, they're defending an identity that has no place in the current direction of DC.
But wait, there's more!
Now, this post actually got the attention of the mods on r/Snyder Cut, and I have my own issues with the mods on here, and I will talk about that later in the video, but for now, I just wanted to read out the statement that they put out just to kind of show how they reacted to this entire situation. Here's the post. It says, "Statement from our staff about the recent post getting social media attention. Over the weekend, someone made a post on this subreddit suggesting that people do dishonest and questionable things with respect to an upcoming movie's release. The post was made early on the morning of Saturday, June 14th at 2:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time by an infrequent poster to the sub. It was seen and removed by one of our moderators about 2 hours later, before 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The post had garnered few replies and 0 upvotes, with no one else endorsing what it said. We later learned this post was screenshotted and shown on other social media platforms. We deleted it long before we knew that had happened. Our staff never approved that post and does not endorse what it said. This is a public sub, where posts do not have to be pre-approved. The mere appearance of a post on our sub does not represent any endorsement by us. Our moderators delete posts after they are made if they violate any of our policies or Reddit's policies. There was never any question that this post violated our policies, both explicitly and needed to be immediately removed. This post wasn't so much controversial as it was universally disapproved of. We support everyone's right to vote with their wallets by choosing not to see a movie, but we do not support any dishonesty or manipulation aimed at stopping someone else from choosing to see a movie. The link to the original removed post is here, where anyone can confirm that we removed it, as well as the time it was removed. Using the mouse to hover over the date timestamp on the desktop version of Reddit shows the exact time our comment confirming the removal was made. Here's a post by a user named The Drama King 04, and the post goes as follows. Is James Gunn sabotaging Matt Reeves' Batman? So he has to choose between merging both universes or having his projects canceled? To me, this post reads like fanfiction mixed with corporate espionage. It suggests that James Gunn is playing 4D chess to force Matt Reeves, who is a critically acclaimed filmmaker who's made one of the most successful recent Batman films, into submission. And it's not framed as like speculation, but instead suspicion. It's the perfect example of how parts of the Snyder fandom have drifted away from just liking a filmmaker's vision and into QAnon-style logic where every delay or creative decision is part of a sabotage plot. Instead of just confronting and dealing with the fact that WB has no plans whatsoever to restore the Snyderverse, they invent narratives where James Gunn is actively destroying rival projects like he's a James Bond villain. But to me, what's more interesting than this post is how revealing the comment section is. Nearly every single reply is deleted, and the mod team swoops in repeatedly. Removed for trolling or mocking the sub. Removed for being off topic. Removed for being a meta post. This is a place where even questioning the narrative is treated like heresy. Any outside commentary, even if it is respectful or satirical, is scrubbed immediately. At this point, not even a discussion forum, it's a purity test. Another post by user Dark Atheris is titled Wake Up, and it's a meme where the top panel is Superman and Crypto, and it says they feed us poison, the middle is the Fantastic Four, and it says, so we buy their cures, and the bottom panel shows Zack Snyder's Justice League villains, and it says, while they suppress our medicine. The meme is unintentionally hilarious, and part of me thinks it's very much satire, but if it isn't, it's still hilarious. It repurposes classic Big Pharma conspiracy rhetoric, the kind of stuff you'd see on a Facebook anti-vax group, and it applies to superhero movies. The message is clear. Zack Snyder's work is the medicine, and everything else is a lie. Marvel is poison. Gunn's Superman is poison. Reeves' Batman, I think poison. Like, Snyder fans have started to kind of like adopt the Batman into their like whole Snyderverse thing for some reason. I don't know. It's really confusing, but they're shifting the goalposts. And the Snyder Cut is the cure that they don't want you to have.
Look at
it's the kind of post that you would expect to see in a satire subreddit like r/DC Comics Circle Jerk or something. But here it's pinned as a semi-ironic warning, I think. And once again, when users try to push back, the mods have to step in. Removed for being negative about Zack Snyder. Not off topic, not abusive, just not sufficiently reverent. This is a subreddit where objectivity is a bannable offense, and if you don't worship the altar of Snyder, you're not welcome. And that, to me, is exactly why this community has become culturally irrelevant. They're not here to talk about film anymore, they're here to preserve a myth. Here's a post by user DarkTower41, and it says, why a weaker Superman? Emasculating Superman for political correctness? Pandering to toxic nostalgia fandom gone wrong? Or a torture porn of Superman by James Gunn? Love it or hate it, but from all the new trailers of Superman, one can't deny that this Superman seemed to be getting a good beating from everyone, including his own dog. This Superman seems to be most laughably weakest Superman we have ever seen. Has Gunn nerfed him to Kingdom Come in a desperate act to humanize him? Physically and emotionally to please the nitpicky fans who used to complain about Superman being too much godlike in the Snyder movies? Has pandering to these hypocritical, toxic, and nostalgic-driven fans and the blind bandwagoning, unimaginative fans that follow him compromised James Gunn's Superman into Superman? Or is this another Hollywood's attempt in emasculating and ruining another strong heterosexual masculine male character like Superman for present political correction movement? Or is this James Gunn being James Gunn and making a PG-13 softcore torture porn of Superman?
Like,
Who the
all these
fuck
niggas are
starts a
cool if,
conversation like that? I
if
just
you're,
sat
like, their
down.
nigga,
In a
bro.
follow-up
Like, that's what
post
I'm
with
saying.
even more broken English,
This nigga
Dark Tower
Ferdinand.
41 again
Yeah,
posted about this
Ferdinand
bizarre
Von
complaint
Ayer.
stating, why are James Gunn and WB Studios
Yo.
deliberately emasculating the new
His house is
Superman
that of
visually,
T'Challa,
physically, and
which
emotionally?
produces a
It's
dress to
crazy
his
that
prime
David
minister.
Cornsweet is 6'4", but
That
James
family
Gunn has made him look physically
perhaps
smaller and
too
weaker than
pleased with
Henry
his own
Cavill, who is
Yeah, I
6'1".
just spoiled his fucking-
Even his
his
character
fucking-
Superman, known for
Hey,
his cool
Ferdinand
and
Von
calm
Ayer.
mannerisms, seems emotionally, mentally weak, and immature when facing
This
basic
nigga is
questions
the
from
only-
his lover, Lois Lane. Visually, his costume
Yeah,
comes
I-
off as
this
cheap
nigga's the
and
only
almost as a
gay,
half-decent
romance
cosplay
option
costume
in
that
that
needs
game.
work. Even his posture when he crashes on the ground, his body posture is silly and comical compared to Henry's Superman. But why?
I don't
Silly
know.
laughs?
I don't-
Is he
I-
Superman
I've-
or the silly plastic man? For a new Superman that's supposed to be brighter and hopefully, he hardly smiles, an endless criticism which Henry's Superman faced till today. But when in reality and fact-checked, it appears that even Gunn's
I
Superman fails to
suppose.
crack a smile in certain scenes. Is Hollywood emasculating the symbol of
Caspar.
male masculinity, strong alpha male characters to please the ever-changing woke social culture, woke culture? Or is James Gunn inability to write a mature, sensible movie without his usual silly and goofy writing on a masculine character like Superman being reflected here and is coming off as beta male Superman?
You're a stupid dumbass.
These posts frame James Gunn's Superman not as creative reinterpretation, but as political and cultural offense. The user treats the character as a fixed standard of masculine strength and reacts strongly to any signs of vulnerability, humor, or emotional openness. Because, you know, men aren't allowed to be vulnerable or funny or be emotionally open. The focus is not on story direction or cinematic choices, but on the idea that Superman, in a movie that hasn't been released yet, has been downgraded from an ideal into something less powerful and less serious. The tone is accusatory, with Gunn portrayed as someone who deliberately weakened the character to please outside groups. The fixation on David Cornsweet's height compared to Henry Cavill's just shows how superficial these concerns really are. The idea that Gunn somehow made a taller actor
This is the
look
fucking
smaller is
Marie
not based on
character,
visual
bro.
reality,
Like, they knew what the
but
fuck they were
just
doing.
how it
Now,
works
Petra
in the movie.
slept on, bro.
Like, do you want
Petra slept
Lois
on.
Lane to be like at his like chest
Especially
when they're talking
post-time.
face to face? Like they did this with
Post-time.
Thor and Natalie Portman. You don't see this guy complaining. The fact that posture and costume details are used to support the argument shows how much of the concern is rooted in surface level presentation rather than the actual material present in the film. What really drives the outrage is the fear that Superman
Any
is being
Black Eagles
humanized
playthrough
at the
is-
cost
I mean,
of traditional
any-
masculinity.
Any Three Houses
Because
playthrough
again,
is made instantly
Superman
better
never
if you're
acts like
playing
a
Black
human.
Eagles
He
by
acts
the fact that you
stoic
can
at
hear
all
Petra's
times. The poster
broken
repeatedly
fucking
describes the
English.
character as being weak, mentally
In,
immature,
like,
and
in
emasculated,
dialogue,
particularly in the emotional scenes with Lois Lane.
Like, nah,
Any
it's
sign
fucking
of
easy.
self-doubt or emotional vulnerability is
pity.
treated as evidence that the character has been corrupted. Because again, Henry Cavill was never emotional or vulnerable around Lois Lane. Surely that's never been a thing that ever happened in his movies, or even in the comics. Superman has never been comforted by Wonder Woman and break down sobbing. Like that's never happened before, guys. This is only a James Gunn thing. The user just assumes that it reflects a wider political agenda from James Gunn, who's accused of appeasing the woke culture and betraying what the poster sees as Superman's rightful
I
identity
can't see
as
the
an
fucking
Andrew
thing
Tate
anymore.
alpha male
What the
figure.
hell?
I like your Andrew Tate costume.
Don't fucking talk, you idiot.
The underlying flaw,
Damn.
of course, in this line of thinking is the belief that masculinity and emotional depth
It is
cannot
the
coexist. This is contradicted by not just James Gunn's upcoming portrayal, but by decades of Superman canon. Superman has had moments where
my
he
God.
expresses grief, frustration, love, and self-doubt. He mourns,
Hell
he fails,
nah.
and he questions himself. These emotional moments do not diminish his
my
strength.
God.
They give it
doing today?
context. The idea that a Superman who cries or
Hell
takes a
nah.
beating is somehow less
Cute ass.
masculine
Damn.
ignores what the character has always been
You
about.
can't go past here.
Superman's
Nigga, I'll fuck
power
you
is
up.
not
Sorry.
defined by how invincible he is, but it's by how he chooses to carry the weight of that power. He uses it for good,
Sorry about that.
for the good of humanity. In order to understand humanity, you have to be human. And I would go as far as to argue that Superman
need
is
to tweak off.
very
God,
human.
that's
In
just
fact,
so
that's
much
what makes Superman so great. These posts don't function as film
would be
criticism.
fucking cool,
Instead,
wouldn't
they use the language of cultural grievance and culture war bullshit to
See,
push
that's
the
right.
idea that the new Superman fails because
Hey,
he doesn't
Gaspar
conform
Linhart.
to a rigid, outdated ideal
Gaspar,
of
stop being a
strength.
bitch ass nigga.
In place of
I don't
nuance,
know about
the
that, man.
poster builds a conspiracy where studio decisions are guided entirely by ideology. Has that happened in the past? Of course, I'm not denying that. But The result is
I don't know
not
about that,
an
man.
analysis of Superman's role in
Like,
storytelling,
fuck,
but
yeah, I don't
a
know,
personal
man.
reaction
Cool.
to the loss of a character who once served as a symbolic protector of a worldview. What emerges is less about the film itself and more about how this audience's processes change, softness, and difference. Recently, James Gunn made some comments addressing these concerns. He stated, quote, "I see the online things, who would beat whom? Homelander or Superman or fucking whatever." And I'm like, this is the fucking stupidest fucking conversation. So then, whoever would win this fight means they're the best? Because I'll go out and write Godman, who can destroy you with a wink. But I didn't want a Superman who could punch planets.
I wonder
so
how it must
he's a little
be,
less
though.
powerful. As someone who hates power scaling and even recently made a video about how it's
I wonder how it
art,
must be
shameless
to,
plug, go and check that out.
like,
I think this is
I
the
don't know,
best
bro,
way
like,
to
be
address
like
Superman
medieval
as a
times
character
and,
from a
like,
writer's perspective.
and, like,
Gunn's
the
response
crown
cuts through a
prince or, like, the
conversation
crown
that has
princess is,
unfortunately
like,
dominated
joining your
fandoms for
class,
years.
like,
One
nigga,
that
like,
treats
whoa.
characters less like people and more like statistics on a trading
Blaze
card.
Batman,
The idea that a
you know what I
character's
mean?
value hinges on how powerful they are in combat strips away everything that makes stories matter. Superman's appeal has never been rooted in how many planets he can punch. It's in the choices he makes, the responsibility he carries,
Nah,
and the
this
emotional
nigga's literally
cost
the best
of his
character,
role.
bro. Like,
Gunn's decision to scale back Superman's
if I didn't have the
power
idea
is
of
not
just
a
going,
downgrade,
like, in
but an
order,
narrative
bro,
tool
like,
that
nah,
upgrades
I
the
would definitely
character.
run his shit,
It allows
bro.
Superman
His
to
shit's, like,
struggle and to
his
grow
route
and
is
to
the
face
best route.
situations where
And I
strength
never
alone
played
isn't
Claw,
the
bro.
answer.
But
This
I know
approach
I
rehumanizes
know
Superman,
for
and for a character
fucking
who is often
free,
misunderstood
it
as
ain't
being
better
a
than
god
Dimitri's
or a
dad.
symbol of perfection,
Yo.
giving him room
Yo,
to be imperfect
yo,
is what
yo.
brings him back to life. Reddit
Bro,
user
one of his
Spock Yoda made
chapters
the
is
following
called,
post on the
like,
Snyder
The
Cut
Return of the
subreddit
fucking
stating,
King or some
"Can someone
shit."
just use Google VEO3
Nick-
and create
Yo.
Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 for us? Isn't that too much to ask for? Maybe give
Yo.
us the Batfleck movie in
I was
VEO3 as a
screaming. I
bonus
was screaming.
so I can die happy." In my opinion, this shows how far some fans are willing to go to revive the Snyderverse, even if it means using tools that were never designed for that purpose. AI video generators like VEO3 can create short clips, but they are nowhere near capable
I
of
swear
producing
to fuck,
full-length
yo, you even
feature
get a
films
fucking
with
ish
characters,
violent on this fucking
performances,
route,
and
bitch. Like,
structure
what
that
the
makes
fuck?
sense. Beyond the technical limitations, the legal issues are more than substantial. Generating entire films based on DC
bro.
characters with their likenesses and storylines without studio approval would violate copyright law. The fact that I even need to explain this is insane. Major studios are already suing companies like Midjourney and Stability AI for training on their content.
Look, man,
Using
I ain't
those
gonna
same
say
tools
they
to
was playing
recreate
favorites,
Snyder's
but-
films would fall into the same category of unauthorized
Nigga really like
use.
Dimitri on the
desire
team.
to
I'm
see
just
these
saying, bro.
stories
I just
continued
feel like
is
a nigga
understandable,
really
but
like
AI
Dimitri on
is
the
not a loophole.
squad.
It doesn't solve the rights issues, and it doesn't replace the creative labor that made these films possible in the first place. Some fans continue to hold out hope that Netflix could acquire the rights to Snyder's version of the DC universe, but this outcome is extremely unlikely. Rebel Moon, Snyder's latest project, was very poorly received and underperformed for Netflix despite a major marketing push.
If you're a,
Financial and critical
if you're a
failure of
female
that series
professor,
weakens
you
any
can get this
argument
nigga
for
like
giving
damn
Snyder
near
more
full
high-budget
like,
IP. On top of that, most of the original cast is
This
either
nigga is just
uninterested
doing
or
out of his mind,
unavailable.
bro.
Henry Cavill has
Ball,
moved
ball,
on. Ray
ball,
Fisher has
did-
publicly distanced
didn't-
himself from Warner Brothers.
didn't-
And Ben
my
Affleck
granny,
has
cause she
shown
said
no
my baby
interest in
worked there.
returning
Why
for the
that
role,
man?
as Ramiller remains a legal and PR liability, and Gal Gadot's public support for Israel has made her a controversial
granny.
figure that many studios would rather not involve in high-profile projects right now. Jason
Now,
Momoa
Mercedes.
is being Lobo, and that looks fucking awesome.
Yo,
So I'm cool with
Mercedes,
that. Even if
even-
Netflix wanted to pursue it, the cost of licensing
even with
DC's
her,
characters
like,
would be
ultra nun
enormous.
look that she gets,
Warner
bro,
Brothers has made it clear they are
you
moving
went up
forward
along
with James
there, bro.
Gunn's
Come
reboot
on, dude.
and have very little
What
incentive to let
the-
a competing studio revive a discarded
I gotta play this
continuity.
shit again.
The logistics, cast, budget, and brand alignment all point in the same direction. The Snyderverse is over, and no major platform is in a position to bring it back. The most realistic path
"What's your
forward for
fucking
fans
brother?
who still care deeply
I'm not
about
a male.
Snyder's vision would be to push
Motherfucker,
for a comic
fuck outta here.
continuation. I would love to see this. DC has precedent for this. Batman 89 picked up right where the Burton films left off, and it gave fans closure through a format that respects the original tone and direction without the financial burden of film production. A well-written comic series could allow Snyder or his collaborators to explore their planned storylines in a controlled, affordable medium. It would not require securing actors or negotiating
Look,
studio
man.
deals
Look, man.
or
These are all-
overcoming
look, man.
logistical barriers
Said
tied to
as in
live
that
action.
Ing-
Snyder
Ing-
clearly has a
Ingrid, you know,
love for
all
Alex
good, bro.
Ross, one of my all-time favorite comic artists.
Ingrid
And I
is low-key
personally would
mommy.
love to see them
Ingrid
team up
is-
to make a
Ingrid
Snyderverse
is-
continuation where
is
it's
for
Justice
Justice
League 2 and
League,
3
you know
and
what I
even a
mean?
Batfleck thing, and it's done in that style with Alex
I mean,
Ross doing either cover art
not
or
to put
doing the
anything
whole
on
like,
Ingrid,
art
because
for the
canonically
story. That would be
she has had a fiance,
incredible,
you know,
and I would
but
love that personally.
I
If
don't know.
Snyder fans
I don't know.
redirected their
I don't
efforts
know.
toward
I don't know.
advocating for a comic
I just
continuation,
figure
they
in
might
this day and
actually
age,
have a
you
tangible
probably- I
shot
would
at
figure
seeing
you
the
get
rest
more
of the
than-
story told
more
in a
than
form
one
that
same-sex
preserves
for either
what they
or, but-
loved about it in the first place, rather than just trashing the current output of DC in hopes that the film bombs
Fire Emblem.
and Gunn decides
Really
to
don't
just
give a
restore
fuck.
the Snyderverse anyways, which
They
is not
just
happening.
gonna give a fuck
People have
less,
said that
bro.
I'm a James
Like,
Gunn
bro,
fanboy
like,
and that I hate Zack Snyder, but
bro, I
that's
don't give a
not
fuck.
really true.
I don't give a
I
fuck.
love
Fuck.
DC.
Put in
and
the
I love
fucking
the
game, then,
characters
nigga.
in the comics.
Like, they just
To
don't-
me,
Scored
I
a
just
goal.
want to support whatever output
Talk about a
DC
great
decides
first
to go
impression.
with. If it sucks,
I guess that means I'd
it
better
sucks. I'll
introduce
call it out.
myself
But
properly.
I just
I'm
think that,
Claude Von
you know,
Regan. I'm
relying
from
too
the
much on the
ruling house
past
of
and,
the
and
Lesser
wishing they could
Alliance,
bring it
but
back
don't worry
Now,
too much
why
it's just a
can I-
waste of time. It really
I'm
is.
guessing you
And
don't
so
know which
I have to
class you'll be
ask then,
teaching yet, do you?
is this the
I bet you
natural
like
end
ours.
of all
We're
fan
not as
campaigns? The Snyder Cut
difficult as the
subreddit
other
began
two.
as a focused movement
Have you
with a
met the
clear
folks from the
goal.
Golden Deer
It
House
succeeded against
Care to
all
know more
odds
about
in
anyone?
getting Zack Snyder's Justice League released. But once that goal was met,
The,
the energy really just fractured and disappeared. What remains is a community that's defined
Why
less by
couldn't I have
advocacy
this
and more
nigga's,
by
like,
fixation.
skin
The
tone,
original
bro?
purpose
Like,
has
I
faded,
would've,
and
like,
now
bro,
it's
I would've
replaced by
been- I would've
conspiracy
been
and
looking nice
gatekeeping
with
and
that,
complete
you know what I'm saying?
disillusionment. To me,
Honestly,
this subreddit
bro,
shows how easily fan
I mean,
movements
my
can
shit is
shift from
clean,
collective
but
action
the-
to
hey, man, the black and
ideological
gold is-
shitholes. What began as a push for creative
hey.
recognition became a closed system where
whoa,
criticism
whoa,
is
we got a
banned,
badass, you know,
outside
don't
perspectives are
sleep on it
dismissed,
now, don't sleep
and
on it.
reality is constantly reframed
look,
to
bro.
focal live.
I don't
The
give a
language
fuck.
has
I don't give a
changed from
fuck what
support to
playthrough I'm
resentment,
doing,
and
nigga.
the conversation has
Why
drifted far from
Scythia
filmmaking
is
and
always a
personal
fucking
identity,
must,
culture
nigga.
wars,
Why
and control.
Scythia
It's fair to
is
feel some
always
sympathy
a
for these people.
fucking
They built a
must,
connection with these
okay?
characters and this director's vision, but
Marianne
it's also
is
worth
cool
asking
too,
whether
bro.
that attachment has been allowed to harden
But,
into
like,
something
and
unhealthy.
Hilda, but
When
I don't
fandom
think- I
turns
mean,
into
I think Hilda
isolation,
can't
when
do
every
it,
new
but
creative
I don't-
direction is seen as an attack, and when technology or sabotage are viewed as solutions, concern becomes the more honest
I'm not sure,
response.
actually.
The Snyderverse isn't
Why
coming
Cynthia
back,
is the daughter
but
of Count
something
Cordelia,
deeper is being
and is
held on to.
probably the youngest
And
student here.
that's what
But
this
watch out.
really
She
sad
gets
subreddit
angry if you treat her like a
reveals.
child.
And with all that out of the
As
way,
for me,
I'm Cole
I do it
McCormick.
on
You're watching
purpose.
Firewood
You have
Media.
to make
If you're
your
new
own
to the
fun in
channel,
this
I'm
place,
currently
you know?
working on a Superman retrospective series where I talk in depth about each and every live-action Superman film.
Bro,
My video on the first
double
Christopher Reeve movie is
nigga,
out now,
double
so go
skill
and check that
trees
out
earned
next.
in
I'll
battle,
include
like,
it here
come
at the end screen.
Bro,
Huge
oh
thanks to our
my
channel
God.
members for making videos
You
like
get
this
her
possible.
max rank, bro.
And as always,
Yo, she is
thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.
Piqued your interest, have I? As luck would have it, I'm pretty curious about you as well. But what's life without a bit of mystery? Let's just spend the next year or so learning about each other little by little.
What do you mean by that? What do you, Claude, you say things. I can go for seeing this again. I'm down. Ooh.
Why the long face?
I might have to fucking watch this shit too, bro.
Yes, I know I'm a bit late to the party, but I hadn't originally been planning to watch this show.
Why the long face?
Antifa.
Yes, I know I'm a bit late to the party, but I hadn't originally been planning to watch this show. Damn it. I was blissfully unaware of the horrors going on in season 4, but then I kept seeing things about it online, and there was one thing in particular that I saw that pissed me off
these
so
niggas,
much
bro.
and inspired
That's-
this video.
that's
So
all I
I
gotta say.
revisited the first 3
These
seasons
niggas.
and then finally got around to finishing the show like a month after season 4 went off. And I should be
You're
clear
being
in
coy.
saying that I do actually like
This nigga has a hairpiece.
even season 4. Season 1 is actually pretty good and has a lot of great characters.
This nigga
who go
It's fake.
well-written arcs. It's not the best thing in the world, and most of the things it does I've seen done better elsewhere, but that's not to say it isn't good. But Season 2 is a massive step down in quality. For starters, it was the season that really started to lean into the overly gratuitous nature of, let's be disgusting and gory just for the sake of one-upping ourselves and seeing how much the audience can bear to watch before they give up. Now, the revolting and violent aspect of the show was always here from the very beginning, and for a lot of people that was part of the appeal. The show promised to take traditional tropes in superhero media and flip them on their heads by satirizing massive IPs like the MCU, daring to do a concept like evil Superman, which at the time was still somewhat fresh and new, and by actually showing the more violent consequences of hero work. The death of Huey's girlfriend Robin is set right at the start of the show, and it immediately
Then why don't you hook him up with
exactly
something,
what you're
Claude?
gonna
Like,
get.
damn.
It's messy, bloody,
Fuck,
and
like, put-
frankly
like, bro,
horrific.
put the nigga
This
on.
isn't like
Fuck.
The Flash, where Barry saves the day and all his fight scenes are tame and generally not very brutal. When A-Train shows up, you know it's serious because you've just seen how easily he can violently kill you before you even have a chance to blink. And he's of course a somewhat major antagonist in the first
Oh,
season because he
man,
just
Marianne
killed the
is so
main
cute
character's
though, bro.
girlfriend. The scene also works to further emphasize
She
the
is
trauma
so
Huey
cute, man.
experienced when
That's it.
Robin
Like,
died
come on,
that'll
dude.
ultimately lead to him making the choice to follow
Stop
Butcher
beating
on
Marianne.
his guided path for revenge. What I'm getting at here is that in season 1, yeah, there was a lot of carnage, but there was always a point to it. It was there to further accentuate the current situation and to enhance plot points and themes. Huey making the choice to kill Translucent firmly solidifies him as in the game now, and that's represented
Now
by
Hilda
a
was
blood
definitely on
splattered
niggas'
his
radar
face
too,
and
bro.
clothes.
I would say,
He's made the
but
choice
I would
to
say
not
like
keep
she's
himself
like less
clean.
overt
But season
than
2 was the
Dorothea,
first one
I
that
feel like.
really started pushing it,
That's just
and
my
by
thing, though,
season
bro.
3, any notion of that aspect
And we
being
have fucking
secondary
Cheetah.
rather than the main point is just completely gone. Like when I see Ant-Man shrink down and go into someone's dick hole, sneeze and accidentally expand and kill him, I start to wonder what we're doing. What purpose did this serve that couldn't have been accomplished all the same without all the needless gratuity? And listen, I'm no pearl clutcher. I'm not even necessarily saying the show is bad for having mindless gore for the sake of it, but it's one of the many factors that turn me off of it. The show is bad because, well, there's a lot of writing issues, as per usual. The plot is oftentimes lacking, if
Sayonara,
not
nigga.
outright nonsensical. A lot of the characters either act really stupidly for no reason, or they're damaged in other ways, and the show seems to have lost sight of what it was originally about thematically in order to shove in more disgusting, gratuitous violence. It tries to be a satire of superhero media, but a lot of the time it doesn't even seem to understand the superhero it's parodying. Homelander is the obvious example, since he's meant to be what if Superman was a megalomaniacal narcissist, but the issues with his character are more to do with just how stupid they randomly made him. Just in case you don't remember season 1 all that well, Homelander was a lot of things. He was emotionally immature, thanks in large part to the fact that he was raised in a lab and experimented on throughout his childhood. He didn't have anyone to actually teach him right from wrong, and he became obsessed with his own perception. He has this deep-seated need to be loved, and it causes him to do increasingly
His ass
awful
had
things
first
to earn
pick,
the
bro,
approval of
what?
others. But never in season 1 would I have described Homelander as stupid. He's easy to manipulate at first, sure, but he's also
Like I
pretty
said,
good
bro,
at figuring
this
out that he's
fuck
being
Edo guard
manipulated
rep, bro.
fairly quickly and dealing with the person in question. A big thing about season 1 is that the main characters are operating with a sense of anonymity. None of them
Yeah,
are
these
known by
fucking
the Seven,
losers.
because even the ones who should be recognized by the people that directly wrong them get overlooked as just another fan anytime they interact with one of the suits. Huey bumps into A-Train outside of his girlfriend's apartment, and despite the
Oh,
guy
yeah,
having
we're gonna leave tomorrow,
recently
bro.
smashed through his girlfriend and having to look him directly in the eye to apologize,
Revolution
he
from
still
Happy
doesn't
House.
recognize him. The same is the case for Homelander the one time he sees Butcher before realizing who he is, and that's despite the fact that he's met this guy before and quite literally raped his wife. The Supes tend to overlook these guys in season 1, and the boys use that to their advantage to operate in plain sight right under their noses. But that's no longer the case in season 2. Homelander knows who all these guys are and can identify their faces if not their names, because again, he's a smart character who was able to figure out pretty quickly who killed Translucent and why. He figures out who Butcher is and why he wants to kill him without
How
having
old
to
are
be
you?
told. So when he
I hate-
confronts him
I-
at Stillwell's,
I-
he doesn't let
I
him
hate
take
this
the
character.
easy way out and blow himself up. He rescues him from the explosion and takes him to Becca's, revealing that she's still alive and that now she has a son. The product of the worst thing to ever happen to these people, a daily reminder of how Homelander messed up all their lives, and Homelander made sure Butcher knew about that before letting him die. That was at the end of the first season, and starting off season 2, you might be wondering why Butcher is still alive. At first I thought maybe Homelander would rather Butcher live with this knowledge and let it haunt him for the rest of his days, but even if that's the case, you'd think think he would at least keep him
Shut
locked
up,
up
Caspar.
somewhere, or take some sort of measure to keep track of him. Butcher's just walking around a free man, and because of this, he's able to go back to the boys and continue making trouble for Vought. And, well, the reason we're given by the show for why he decided to do this is because he apparently made a deal with Becca.
Nigga.
We got a deal.
Don't look at me like
Deal
that.
that
Oh,
is
and
alive and well
please
and
don't talk to me too much either.
free as a goddamn bird.
The details of which we later learn are
I'm
that she
sorry
said she
for
would
the
kill
chaos
herself
you've
in front of
walked into.
Ryan if any harm should come to
I feel
Butcher,
we
and
are
that she
rather
would tell him
close
it was
mates, Professor.
Homelander's fault.
I said if he
I
hurt
hope you do not mind if we treat you like one of
I
us.
would kill myself
In
in
our
front of
class, we try to treat each other
And
as
my last
equals,
words would be,
despite
if I
any
did
differences in age or status. Personally, I would love to
Good
include
thing
you in that
you
inner
don't
circle.
This nigga said, welcome to the inner circle, nigga.
She insists to Butcher that she wasn't bluffing about
Welcome
that, which
to the
I
inner
find
circle.
strange. It doesn't really seem in character for her to traumatize her own son like that, even if
Bro.
it's to save the man she loves. But either way, that was their deal. Only, the thing is, Becca is completely powerless in the situation. She and Ryan live in this walled-off compound built by Vought to simulate a normal suburban neighborhood for Ryan to grow up in, hoping to give him a nice, somewhat ordinary upbringing so that he won't turn out like Homelander, and neither of them are allowed to leave this place. So, if Homelander took Butcher out of there, he could do whatever he wanted to him, and Becca would have no way of ever ensuring he held up his end of the deal. Maybe she could if he held him prisoner and had him take
Nah, the
pictures
goon
for
off.
the Daily Newspaper or something. But you can't really do that if you have no idea where he fucking is. Either way, Butcher is the only one with plot armor here, so any of the other characters are still fair game, and Homelander is more than happy to kill them. He even goads Starlight into killing Huey, and this only doesn't happen because of this. He lets Starlight live after this point because she manages to convince him that she's not working with Huey, and she's still pissed off at him for lying to her, and Homelander never thinks to use the tracking chip that she still has in her neck to follow her and maybe find out if she is, in fact, still working with the boys.
I don't want to
Spoiler
trade.
alert, she is. Later on in the season, she gets captured by Vought, and this is after she's
What
removed
the
her
fuck?
chip and
Where did he
gone
go?
rogue, and Homelander still decides not to kill her. They're holding her in this prison that's apparently in Vought Tower and not in some off-the-books black site somewhere. And to be fair to Homelander, he does want to kill her, but at this point he's working with Stormfront, who wants to keep her alive because it's better publicity.
Starlight as a traitor is trending #1, and we've got a million tweets.
This nigga Hubert.
Normally this enemy rallies the rowdy.
I don't know why you can't just kill her and still tout her as a public villain, but alright. Then in the finale, the gloves are off because Becca's dead, and Butcher can't really hide behind the deal she
They
made
got
with
happy
Homelander
ass
anymore.
Caspar,
But just
boy,
as
what
he's
the
about
hell?
to kill him, Maeve shows up out of nowhere and threatens to release video footage she recovered of the time he abandoned an entire plane of people to die. And since we've already gone over how he's super
That
image
is- that would
obsessed,
be
he's not
crazy for
willing
a
to let that
professor to
footage
say,
get out.
brother.
I would ask why he doesn't simply kill
I
all
wonder
of them and
what-
destroy the
well,
phone, but
maybe
I guess
fucking not, bro. It's
Homelander's
just a-
assuming
well,
she'd
I mean,
be smart enough to
it
have
ain't old,
copies
but
of
like,
that
bro,
footage
like,
hidden
they reached
elsewhere
a whole
with
new
people
other
ready to
fucking
upload
part
it
of
should
Marty,
anything
but,
happen to her. Though it's not clear if that actually is the case. It's not a very good bit of blackmail anyway, since Homelander kinda has the ultimate trump card, which is if you
Right.
do anything to
What
defame
the
me,
fuck?
then
I'm
I'll
broke
have
as
nothing left to
shit.
lose, and I will destroy
Holy
everything on this
fuck.
planet. Which it takes him like a year to realize, apparently. But once he does, you'd think he might, you know, actually kill the people who are actively undermining his efforts and looking for ways to kill him. Now, I've heard a few people say that the reason Homelander and the other supes don't take the multiple opportunities they have to kill the boys is simply that they're overconfident. I mean, like I already said earlier, they tend to overlook normal people that they deem to be of lesser importance. But that's just it. They don't deem these guys unimportant. When Homelander finds out Translucent is missing, he raises hell trying to find him. Because if someone can so easily fuck with one of their own, that's a problem. It makes them look weak. When the gory remains of Translucent are then shipped to Homelander in a box with a message warning coming for you, he takes it seriously and quickly figures out who these people are and what they want. The same can be said about all the supes in this show. They will pay attention if they consider you a threat, and the boys have proven themselves to be one. There's this plot point in Season 2 where Black Noir randomly decides to start actually trying to find Butcher, and he does so pretty easily. Like, kinda stupidly easily. He basically just has one of the tech people search for him, and they find him on one of the cameras set up to detect if anyone's coming in and out of the compound Becca's at. I don't know what fucking good those cameras are if nobody's checking them, and the only way anyone will actually see someone sneaking in is if they're actively searching for it. But either way, the show then implies that Noir somehow tracked Butcher from Becca's.
However, just because someone carries a crest does not necessarily mean their descendants
You must
will
have tracked me
inherit
from
it as
Becca.
well.
Apparently, it wasn't that hard to find find Butcher, and when he does, he's pretty damn set on killing him, Huey, and MM, so if Homelander wanted to, he could have easily done the same. By the time of Season 4, I've kind of lost count of all the reasons Homelander can and can't kill these guys, honestly. He's no longer threatened by the plain footage because the heroes understand what'll happen if that ever gets out, and in fact, he literally threatens to brutally murder Huey if Starlight doesn't stay around, so he's clearly willing to do that.
Does it two-step
Please go ahead and close out your hand over this device.
I guess the only reason he's even bothering with this is because Starlight playing pretend as his girlfriend is good for his poll numbers, but the second she leaves the 7 and starts publicly speaking out against Homelander, you'd think that goes right out the window. And in the season finale, he has literally all of them in his sights and could easily kill them, but he doesn't because...
This guy's doing it.
I don't know, I guess he doesn't want to look mean and scary in front of Ryan. Actually, can we talk about Ryan? Because whether or not Homelander brutally murdering someone right in front of him would negatively affect him in any way is up for debate at this point. At the end of the same episode, he watches as Homelander lasers a man to death in the middle of a crowd simply for throwing something at Ryan. And then all the crowd cheers and Ryan fucking smiles. I found this moment incredibly weird because up to this point, everything we'd seen about Ryan indicated that he was, you know, a good person. Like, sure, he had a bit of an antisocial upbringing, so he's not the most well-adjusted person in the world, but his mom always tried to instill moral values within him that he really seemed to take to heart.
Sometimes it helps romanticism.
But at home,
This guy.
when I say hate, I have to put
So can I get the fuck on, or like you gonna like troll?
The first time Ryan ever does anything even remotely dark is when he kills Stormfront and subsequently Becca by mistake. But even that was only in service to trying to protect his mom, and he immediately felt really bad about it afterward. Nothing about Ryan suggests that there's any part of him who enjoys the suffering of others, but in the beginning of season 4, he seems to have bought into Homelander's whole humans are just toys for our amusement philosophy, which is really weird. But then, the second Ryan accidentally kills someone he likes, it's back to, oh my god, I can't believe I killed someone. I don't want to do this anymore, Dad. And I'm like, can we stop flip-flopping with this kid every 5 seconds? It always seemed like we were setting Ryan up as the one who will eventually kill Homelander, but at this point, I have no idea what they're gonna do with him, and I do not mean that in a good way. Sometimes Ryan really cares about people and doesn't want anything to do with Homelander, and sometimes he doesn't really give a shit and actually seems to enjoy the fact that his father brutally murdered a guy for the slightest possible offense. So I really just don't know. It seems to be whatever the writers currently want the conflict to be for Butcher and Homelander, Ryan will just toss a coin and pick a side. But because of this, it really makes it hard to figure out what they're going for with Butcher's characterization. Like, initially his whole thing was that he was on this self-destructive downward spiral where he wants to kill Homelander and get his revenge, and it doesn't really matter what happens to him. The only person he ever truly cared about is gone, and he's determined to spend the rest of his life chasing the guy who killed her. And then he finds out Becca's alive, but she doesn't want to leave with him because she knows he would never accept Ryan, and it just makes him basically suicidal, because everything he's done for the better part of a decade has basically been for nothing now. He eventually finds a new purpose when Becca dies and makes him promise to look after Ryan and make sure he doesn't turn out like Homelander, and so the two bond in their mutual grief over Becca and form something of a father-son relationship. This all seems to be setting up that Butcher's ultimately going to have to make a choice between getting revenge against Homelander or saving Ryan, and probably dying in the process, depending on how they want to go with this. But they have a falling out in season 3, and then Homelander finds him, so by the end of that season, he's back with Homelander, and as we just established, revels in watching a man die for being somewhat mean to him. And I don't know what I'm meant to make of Ryan's character, so I have no idea how to interpret Butcher's perception of him. He wants to save Ryan from Homelander, and throughout season 4, he debates with himself about whether or not it'd ultimately be better for the world at large if Ryan were to die right along with his father. By the end, it seems like he's realized Ryan has to go, and this is treated like a bad thing, but considering this kid just killed the woman who looked after him for a whole year following the death of his mother and doesn't even seem fazed by it, I think Butcher's right to come to that conclusion. You might be saying the arc they're setting up for season 5 will involve Ryan coming to his senses through Butcher appealing to his humanity and maybe sacrificing himself or something in the process, and you're probably right, but what I'm getting at is that I won't be able to buy that redemption because we've been shown time and time again that Ryan will completely flip his morals at the slightest inconvenience. So the show ending with him being Homelander but good this time isn't gonna land as well as I think the show wants it to. There are other reasons I find Homelander frustrating, but the main one is that the show doesn't seem to know what to do with his character. Every season it's the exact same thing, and after the 4th or 5th scene of him talking to himself in a mirror or drinking drinking breast milk, which has become a meme now more than an actual destructive trait that signifies his insanity, I just start to lose interest. Yes, Homelander is insecure and narcissistic and ultimately wants to be loved by the masses, but will settle for being feared if push comes to shove. I get it. Now can you please actually have him do something? Can we change the status quo even a little bit so that it's not just Homelander is being manipulated by some new supervillain character while securing more power over Vought and the people who work there, and boy, you just know everyone else is sick of his shit, but not a single one of them is gonna do anything about it because he's just so scary. By the way, something that's worth touching upon, just how powerful is Homelander exactly? Because you might hear evil version of Superman and assume their power levels are similar, if not exact. For all intents and purposes, he's this world stand-in for a Superman figure and seems to have more or less the same power set. He can fly, shoot lasers out of his eyes, he has super strength, hearing, and smell. He can see through anything except zinc.
What can't I see through?
Zinc.
Zinc, Homelander.
Zinc, Homelander.
While Superman can see through anything except lead.
Zinc,
They're very
Mr.
similar,
J.
is my point. But Homelander's powers also seem to be toned down significantly in pretty much every way. I mean, the season 3 finale kind of proves this by having him engage in a 1v1 with Maeve, and it's actually close. Maeve is nothing to scoff at herself in terms of strength, durability, and overall power, but she shouldn't be able to stab someone as strong as Superman in the ear and actually cause him to bleed, let alone make him bleed just by punching him repeatedly. So that implies he's much weaker than Superman, even if still the most powerful soup in the boys universe. It also doesn't help that they don't always apply his abilities consistently. Sometimes his super hearing allows him to hear Mallory tapping on her phone screen from several feet away, or even an entire conversation taking place miles away from where he is.
Just keep calm. Our best guess, you'll get bored and move on.
Right. Do I dare face that?
And other times, Huey can be hiding right above him in a vent without Homelander being able to hear his breathing. And actually, unless this vent is also coated in zinc, he should be able to see Huey, so I don't know how the fuck he's getting away. Makes it hard to accurately determine just how powerful he's supposed to be, but the ultimate point is, I don't really believe the notion that he could destroy the entire world if he decided to. Frankly, I think a couple of well-trained missiles from the US government would be enough to kill him, or at least significantly cripple him a la Stormfront. And if he's not powerful enough to utterly decimate the planet if he becomes angry enough, then his threatening persona that so much of the show's stakes are built on kinda loses its effect. There's a point in season 3 where Annie and Maeve are trying to get a few suits together to team up against him, and based on the way Maeve fought him in the finale, I'm pretty sure they would have won that contest easily. This is also why it's kinda hard to buy that he was able to stage a coup at the end of season 4 and effectively make himself king of the world. I guess the military doesn't have anything to say about the active treason taking place by the Speaker of the House deputizing the Supes and placing the nation under martial law. Otherwise, again, they could take him out very easily. But if you think Homelander gets it bad, let me tell you about the rest of the 7. Most of them aren't really given much to do, but they do make sure to devote plenty of time to the Deep for some reason. Like, for the life of me, I cannot figure out why this guy takes up so much screen time. He's not funny, and yet basically every scene of his is just this overly drawn out comedy scene where he does something silly like sing with his gills. Everything I hope for. Or fuck an octopus. It's weird because even when there is something meaningful to explore with him, they still turn him into a joke. Any moment of characterization is played for laughs and ultimately undercut, and he never grows from it. And it'd be one thing if these scenes were funny, but they never are. They have this plot line throughout season 2 where basically Deep is trying to redeem himself in the eyes of Vought so he can get back into the 7. And in this time of great vulnerability, he's preyed upon by a powerful and influential cult. They set him up with a wife and have him go around recruiting other Supes into this cult, and you'd think they might be setting up some really scary concept where these extremely powerful beings are beholden to the will of a prominent religious faction that seeks to dominate the culture. But Deep gets mad when they don't get him back into the 7, then he gets kicked out from the cult, and the only time we ever see anything to do with this plotline ever again is when Deep is going on this campaign about how toxic they are. And it's played for a fucking joke. Again, it's used for a shallow vanity campaign that doesn't explore his character or develop him in any way, nor does it touch upon the world-building potential of such a powerful organization. And if you think that's bad, wait until I tell you about the time he was sexually assaulted. In the first episode of the show, he whips down his pants in front of Starlight and tells her that if she doesn't give him a blowjob, he's gonna pull rank and make sure she gets kicked out of the 7. This is rightfully treated as a disgusting, horrifying thing.
I do like
that
even if
her to
you
question
even
every
well
single
at least on your
belief
first
she's
go
upheld
around,
about
even when
what
you
it
buy
means
the
to be a
levels,
superhero and a member
you're
of the
supposed
most
to get
famous
one.
group of them. She ultimately sucks it up and does it, but
can't
eventually
bypass
when
that.
she's had enough, she outs him for what he did, and the bad press
guess we're
causes
in a-
Vought to fire him from the
Crest
Seven and banish him
Islands.
to Ohio, aka the 10th Circle of Hades. This is the
Very-
first time Deep's character is ever really explored
still
in
have
any
them?
capacity, and we find out that he has gills and is
I'm
super
confused.
insecure about them. One day he brings
Didn't
home a
look like
girl
those
who
in my
asks to see the
inventory.
gills, and he's really not comfortable with it, but eventually takes off his shirt. And she starts aggressively fingering them while throwing him down onto the couch. He tells her he wants her to stop, and she calls him a freak and continues. I don't really know how she managed to keep him pinned down, considering she's just a normal human and he has, you know, super strength, but I'm not here to victim blame. The point is, he got raped, and to the show's credit, this is not depicted as anything other than traumatizing and horrific, which is more than can be said about a certain episode in season 4. What I take issue with is how the rest of this is dealt with by the show. Like I kind of touched on in passing already, the insecurity he has for his gills is eventually handled when the cult people get him high on shrooms and don't let him leave his room until he hashes things out with them. The gills now being
Jesus,
able
wait
to
a
speak
minute,
to
what
him
the
and the voice of Patton Oswalt,
Oh,
thanks to the
wait,
fact that,
wait.
again, he's high as a kite. None of the scenes with them actually take the time to explore his inner psyche,
what-
nor do
I-
they even
bro, I kept
acknowledge
on
the fact
passing
that this
Linhart, like,
deformity
I'm
of which he's
like,
so
bro.
ashamed was recently the subject of a
I'm like,
severely
wait a
traumatic
minute, like,
experience.
nah, I'm
Instead,
like,
they
yo,
talk about
somebody
finger
on this
banging a
bitch gotta
kindergarten
be a healer.
teacher behind
Like,
the
what?
bleachers,
That
and
would
they
not
say
make
you are
any
so
fucking
beautiful
sense.
until he comes to accept him as part of his body.
I was genuinely about to be tweaked.
There
out,
is
bro.
one thing
Wait,
these
wait,
scenes
wait,
touch on in
what are we talking
passing
about?
that might have actually been used
That's
to
the one I need,
facilitate an
bro.
arc for him going forward, which is that his
some
insecurity
more
about the
efficient fucking-
gills is what causes him to treat women the way that
Dude,
he
it-
does. He's afraid they'd laugh at him if they saw them, so he makes sure to humiliate them before they ever get the chance. You could have used this
Yo,
in the
Hilda, you
fact that he
tryna-
literally experienced the same
I just
thing
wanna
he did with Starlight as a means of
beat
character
it.
growth, where he becomes a better
Up that,
person who genuinely seeks redemption and forgiveness from the people he's wronged. But the show just drops this. He goes back to the Seven and immediately becomes Homelander's yes man again. He's still a womanizing piece of shit, and he hasn't learned a damn thing. Deep
Okay,
has
Hilda,
never been
thank
a
you.
good character, not even in
Hey,
season
Teach,
1.
I
And
hear there's
now
gonna be
we're
a
4
mock
seasons
battle
in,
between
and
the
not a
Bro,
single
whoop your
thing has
ass, bro.
changed. I don't
I'm
think
not
it would be
gonna
that big a
lie, I'm a
deal
bit
if he was
concerned
a
about
minor
facing an
character who
eight-man
showed up
fight.
every once in a
Spirit
while.
God.
Maybe
He's
take
one
it
of the
easy on
main
us.
villains
What
on
do you
this
say?
show, and like I said, they
Take
devote
it easy.
a lot of screen time to
Take
him
it
that just
easy,
isn't
sweetheart.
justified. I will say A-Train
Take
gets
it
it much
easy,
better, because
sweetheart.
at least in seasons 2 and
I just
3,
wanna
he's not really badly written
beat
so
it.
much as they just don't seem to know what to do with his character. But they don't want to get rid of him because, again, he's the villain who killed Huey's girlfriend. So
Like
there needs
what,
to be some
bro?
sort of resolution to that rivalry. But they wanted to wait to do that
Hey,
later on
Leon,
in the
what's-
show,
what's-
I guess.
what's-
So
what's
for
up?
these 2 seasons, he's just
Going on,
kind
Leon?
of there. He's having heart problems. That's basically it. In season
Even you,
3,
if I
his
have
brother
to.
Nate talks to
It
him
may have
about
been
how he
only
could be
for a
doing
short
more for
time,
the black
but I learned
community by
absolute
speaking out
best.
against a racist soup named
I haven't
Blue
seen him,
Hawk,
you
and when
dumbass.
A-Train
You'll never
tries to
win.
do it the corporate way and not actually get his hands dirty, nothing gets accomplished, and Blue Hawk ends up
Well,
crippling his
there's
brother for
Dorothea,
life. This
Hilda,
causes
and
A-Train to
Mercedes.
brutally murder him out
Lady
of
Ray is
revenge,
quite the
but
beauty,
obviously
too.
that isn't
And
doing
I must
anything to
admit,
address the
I
core of the
even checked out
issue, so
Professor
it doesn't make anything better.
Man,
His name
what,
is Quick
bro?
Now.
Professor,
This
I
is
think I'm going to like
something,
it if the
I guess,
opposites
but it
again.
really isn't much, and it
Beautiful
kind of
girls.
doesn't go anywhere
I
after
can
this.
see.
To be fair, this and season 4 do
I'm
touch on his
gooned
role
out.
as an African-American
I've got a small
superhero,
favor.
and what that
Yeah,
means
bro,
when
you're-
Vought only
yeah,
wants
bro,
to
you're
use
fucking
his
gooner,
race to
bro.
pander to a
I get it, bro.
demographic rather than actually
But,
bother
like,
to
you gotta,
represent them
you know,
genuinely.
like, brother,
They have
like,
A-Train
fix
being
that shit,
forced to
bro.
do this white savior movie where Will Ferrell plays a
You gotta
coach
get
who
better,
pulls
bro.
him out of the ghetto and inspires
gotta
him to
get
become a
better,
hero.
bro.
That and a multitude of other factors is what finally pushes A-Train into betraying Homelander and helping the boys take him down. Something that was pretty obviously always going to happen, but again, they wanted to wait a bit to keep that drama between him and Huey going while he sat on the fence for way longer than he probably should have. I think
I
when
just
it
wanna
became clear in season 3 that he was
beat
gonna
it.
die inevitably once Homelander had his fun
sure.
with him, that should have been when he turned. And actually, I think it would have been way stronger as a character decision to do it when he was at his weakest and most vulnerable, rather than wait for season 4 when he had a brand new heart. But they didn't do that. Credit where it's due, though. The arc they send A-Train on in season 4 is pretty neat. There's this particularly nice scene where he has to rush MM to the hospital after he has a panic attack, and when he does, a kid sees him, smiles in awe, and he rushes off. It's the first time he's ever actually done something truly heroic without any other motivation than to help someone and without all the lights and cameras focused on him. And it makes him feel really good to have done the right thing to
about
inspire
that
that young
face
boy. As for his relationship with Huey, I also think that what they did here was very mature, and my only real complaint would be that they had these characters meander in limbo
Yeah,
for
not to
2
be a downer,
seasons before
Ash, but
ultimately
I
reaching
gotta
this
fucking
point.
kill your
Enough
daddy,
time
so.
has passed and enough things have happened now that Huey is finally
man,
at a
you,
place where he
you
can
sit with
forgive
that big dog.
A-Train for Robin after seeing that that he's turned over a new leaf and is really trying to help. Their dynamic perfectly mirrors
still with
that of
that, bro.
Butcher and Homelander, who seem forever locked in this rivalry that can only end one way.
Well, what if we share a different destiny? Scorched earth.
Still with that, bro.
But where Butcher
You still
is
with that
ultimately
nigga.
going down a destructive path that'll get him
You
killed
sit with
and
that nigga.
accomplish nothing,
That's not all me to sit with, bro. That's all you, bro.
It's similar
You
to
sit
the
with
arc he
that
went
shit,
on in
bro.
season 1, but I don't think he can ever truly let go
my
unless he's
God.
forgiven A-Train.
What the
and
hell?
now he has. Also, I say again, I don't know
dying.
exactly what they plan to do with Butcher, so it
Oh,
might be
shit.
Butcher also
Oh,
breaks free of
shit.
this cycle like Huey does. But like I said,
Welcome
I
to the
really just have
stream,
no
Mr.
idea what they're
King
going for on
James.
that front
Welcome to the
anymore.
stream.
Black Noir was
Why
a
are
big
we oh
disappointment.
shitting?
I know in the comics they do some crazy storyline where it turns out Noir was actually a Homelander clone.
I want
all
the fucking
along,
special.
who was made as a
I'm gonna
contingency for if
invite
Homelander became too much to
invite
handle.
mommy
and then he
and
ended up actually being
Bernadette.
far
Gotta get
more
Bernadette
unhinged and was actually
out
the
of
one
show.
who raped Becca. And I'm not
Damn,
suggesting
that just
they should have
spent
adapted that
my
faithfully.
fucking
That's
shit. I forgot
fucking
about that.
stupid, and it would never have worked. But I do really dig the idea that of all the other superheroes in the show, Noir is the only one who can physically stand against Homelander. He's sort of shrouded in
got great
mystery for the
taste.
first couple of seasons, which only adds to the intrigue, because you have no idea how powerful he is. For all we know, he's the only one strong
Nice
enough to
cock.
meaningfully hurt Homelander, and one of the only ones durable enough to take the brunt of his attacks without immediately dying. We don't know exactly how strong he is, but we know he took Kimiko down in like 5 seconds flat.
Hello there,
and we
Professor.
know that other than Homelander,
Deep ass
the other
bow,
major
Flame.
players
Calm
like
down.
Soldier Boy and Stormfront, Noir is the only soup that the boys
Stop.
absolutely do
Wait a
not
minute.
want to fuck with. Translucent is attacking Huey at work? No problem. I'll
What?
just hit the fucker with my
Diddy
car and
ass
be
fucking
one with nothing but a
response,
crow.
man.
Black Noir is
Diddy
trapped
ass
in my house and
response.
is waiting outside to
Like,
kill
what are
us.
we
Better
doing?
call the fire department
Who's
and
writing this
falsely report
shit?
a gas leak in the neighborhood just to buy ourselves a few hours to figure out what the fuck
That is
we're gonna
not
do
Riz,
about it. There
bro.
are also
You're gonna get the
strong
cops fucking
implications
called
that
on
at
you,
least
bro.
some
Like, what?
aspects of his comic book counterpart are true here.
What?
It's hinted at and then directly confirmed by a spin-off show
I've never
in an
heard no.
episode
Where
that
can I
is
visit you
considered
then?
canon, that Noir's entire purpose is to closely monitor Homelander to make sure he
Bro,
doesn't
you're
step
fucking
out of
insane,
line.
bro. I
Mr.
think
Edgar
something's
believes
wrong.
Blackmore can teach me.
Noir is not there to teach you. He is there to watch you.
I think you have a fucking
Make sure
issue,
you
bro.
follow the script. Make sure you don't screw up and embarrass the company. And bring you in if you do.
He's the only one of the soups who answers directly to Edgar. To the point where he
Xenoblade
wears a
ass
body
fucking
cam and Edgar watches him every time he goes out
mini
and does
game,
it.
bro.
So
Like,
you'd
what?
think if any of the soups on this show stands even a
That shit is
chance
straight
of
out of
beating
fucking 2.
Homelander, it'd be this guy,
the
right?
fucking
Nope.
jumping minigame, bro.
The
Damn
thing
my
I just
ears,
mentioned
bro.
about him being specifically
Fat
loyal
ass
to
fucking
Edgar
cat.
makes it weird that he would just stand by while Homelander ousts Edgar as CEO of
Pet,
Vought
pet,
and gets him
pet,
sent
pet,
to
pet,
prison.
pet,
So
pet.
already with just that move, anything I thought I understood about his character just went out the window. We find out he used to be part of Soldier Boy's team back in the 80s, and that Soldier Boy violently abused him at several points. So when he finds out Soldier
What do
Boy
you
is
mean
alive
violently,
and out to kill
face
all of
ass?
his old team for selling him out to the Russians, he freaks out and goes into hiding. Makes sense, he's having a natural response to his trauma by
Speak to
not
your house
wanting to
leader.
face Soldier
Where the
Boy.
fuck is
I hope they
Edelgard
give that
at?
some kind of resolution. They do this thing where, in order to show
Damn,
us his
bitch, I
inner
can't
thoughts,
teleport.
we see what he always sees. A bunch
Hello,
of talking
Petra.
cartoon animals egging him on to face up against
I am
Soldier
having
Boy.
great
And it's
feelings
abundantly
for
clear
leading
from the
a
side
rebel.
of this just how damaged his
sadness.
psyche really
We still
is.
have
I
struggles
actually
with
like this a lot.
It's
But then,
okay,
after they
Petra,
talk
don't
him
worry
into
about
it, he
If my
goes
ways
back to the
exceed
tower, and Homelander confronts
of
him about the fact that Soldier
speech
Boy
are
just revealed
causing a
himself to be
burden.
his father, making
I
him no
hope you will
longer
have
sure if he wants to
forgiveness.
kill him. He asks Noir if he knew,
It's alright,
and
bro.
apparently
It's
taking
alright.
his silence as
Right,
confirmation, even though Noir is literally always quiet, he kills him. That's it. He never
He
faces
kills him.
Soldier Boy. There's no resolution to his
He kills
trauma
him.
or any kind of arc. He's just dead. And to add insult to injury, the cartoon animals show back up and say this.
I'm Ferdinand von Ayer.
Let me tell you the provenance of our class name. The eagle. That refers to the twin-headed eagle on the address.
Like,
I didn't really
guess
ask for
this
it,
is
actually.
supposed to be
My
funny,
boy.
because
Is the
if it's
traditional
supposed to be
color
sad,
of
boy.
like you'd
Empire's
naturally
army.
expect,
My boy.
I don't know what to
Black
make of that
eagles.
line.
Keep on
It
talking.
seemed intentionally
Thank you.
written and delivered that way for the sake of comedy, but that completely undermines not only the impact of his death, but also the sadness of the fact that these cutesy little
Ferdinand,
animals only
I'm
exist
trying to
because of how
find that
deeply
Edelgard.
alone
You
and
seen the
scared
bitch?
Noir must always feel. They're a testament to how mentally broken he is, and
Like,
they show
no,
up in his
like, what,
final
bro?
moments of life to make a funny joke for the audience. I don't understand the show's obsession
Antifa.
with all these characters being nothing but jokes.
Hello,
Speaking
my
of which,
friend.
this is
How
what
are
they
you doing?
decide to do with him in season 4. Since his whole persona was
Some
just
believe
the
the dignity of
mysterious
the
silent
Empire rests
ninja
on
in the
the
first
results
3
of the mock
seasons,
trial.
Vought decides to
That's
just
an
have an actor
overstatement,
sit in
of
on all the
course.
7 meetings
Still,
and just pretend
we
to be
must do our
him.
best
For the
to
first
protect
little bit, he just sits there silently
take
like
the
you'd
time to
expect,
learn
making
each
it feel like
student's
nothing's
abilities.
really changed and
Perhaps
that his
some
presence
extra
is still
lessons and
felt. But
training
then they
sessions
decide to
are in
do
order.
the big reveal.
You look as if you have no idea
That
what's
was
going
so
on. I know
fucked
my
up,
way
you guys.
around.
The dead
so I'm happy
speak.
to help
His
you find
whole
your footing.
deal
Why did
is
you
that
shit
he's an
on
actor
that?
trying to figure out the character,
I'm
and
good,
all
bro,
he does
actually.
across
Thank
the
you.
entire season is vent his
All right, have fun
frustration
in-
that
in
Noir is so
hell.
hard to act
See ya.
for because
What
he
the
was so
fuck?
enigmatic.
I'm on an island here. Okay, I have questions, but I'm not allowed to speak. I hate Saki. But I'm supposed to follow some stupid black ninja
It's
bullshit,
Ferdinand's
which makes
birthday.
no goddamn
Oh,
sense.
brother.
You
Here,
ever meet
bro.
a black ninja? Like, Noir lives in a ninja dojo apartment. But best I can tell, he didn't know karate. I need some intentionality here.
I need some intentionality here, man. I'm black, man. I hate
some
season
direction.
4, bro. Season 4 is such a dog shit season,
I just
bro.
feel like I'm not
television.
getting clear direction for this role.
Somebody definitely should have got shot for this shit, but
And this is just
it
it's the
wouldn't
only
be
joke
me. I'm just saying.
for the whole season. They also have this really
Dog shit
weird
ass
thing
show.
where Deep
Trash
tells him
ass
the
show,
reason
bro.
Noir loved killing so much was because
Letting
it
Black
made him
Noir
horny.
speak
So
was
if he wants
literally
to
the
channel
most
his energy,
retarded
he needs
thing
to
they
let
could
himself
ever
get
done,
turned
bro.
on anytime
Like
he
making a nigga
commits
speak
murder.
is like
The
literally
resolution
like
to
some
this is
some Amazon
he kills
shit, bro.
someone
Like the nigga does not
and
need to speak.
He gets a
bro.
boner.
Like, why are we
and
trolling?
he and the Deep are like, bro. This is a real show that exists. By the way, is now a good time to talk about the show's obsession with making all the villain characters
I almost
fucking
dropped the
freaks in the
F-bomb. I
sheets?
almost
Because
did
they
it.
do
I
that with
almost
like
did it, bro.
every single one of them. Obviously, there's the Homelander drinking breast milk thing and his general mommy issues
I almost
vibe
dropped
that's been a
it.
thing since season 1.
No
Like
lie
I
to
said,
you,
they've
no lie
amped
to
that
you.
up to the point of cartoonish insanity the longer the show has gone on. Last season, he was drinking a bucket of milk straight from a cow. This season,
drinking
they
a bucket of
introduce
what?
a big-breasted right-wing nut job who's slavishly
what?
devoted to him, and so she's taken medication
Big-breasted.
that allows her to produce.
Yo, if that's what's considered big fucking breasted, bitch, yo, I got the 12-incher, man. Like, come on, bro. Like,
breast
what we
milk,
talking
even
about,
though
man?
she's not pregnant. It's,
Like, come on, bro.
But
Them bees
Homelander
ain't-
isn't the only
them
one.
bees
Like
ain't
I
holding me
said,
down
Deep
for
likes
more
to
than a
fuck
week.
fish.
Like, what?
This is again something that's been a thing since season 1.
I like you too. You know that. Let's not, rush into anything too fast. Okay, okay. If I just touch it, will you shut up?
If I touch it, will you shut up?
And in this season, they gave him an
If I touch it,
octopus
will you
girlfriend
shut up?
played by
Finally
Tilda
time to
Swinton.
move on.
Yes, really. Ashley and the news
This is
reporter
my
have
chance to
just
measure your
way
worth as
too
an
much to
instructor.
unpack. And don't even get me
Do you think
started
you
on
can
her
rise to the
dynamic with
challenge?
Tech Knight. We're not ready to get into that episode quite yet. All the main good guy characters have normal,
So
vanilla sex
confident.
lives with the
This
exception
will
of
be
Frenchie,
interesting.
but even then, his
So
more
confident.
out there
It's on
kinks
strict
are mainly
tape.
linked to
We're
his time
prepared for
working for the
anything that
bad
comes our
guys.
way.
So it still kind of feels
That
like
means there's
only the
no need
villains
to
are
hold
allowed
back.
to be sexually deviant.
Show us what you're
Them
capable of.
fucking ocean purples you got.
It's like the people behind the show think the best way to signify that someone isn't right in the head is if
Simply
they are
tell
even
me your
slightly
weaknesses and you're welcome
kinky,
to
and
stay.
I'm
What
not
were your
sure
thoughts
what they're
on the
trying to
video?
imply.
Niggas
And
like, fool, you.
put it off long enough. I guess that was as good a segue as any to talk about.
I have to re-upload this on the gaming channel. I cannot drop the gamer word.
Me? I have no idea what you're talking about. I plan to fight fair and
He needs to go ahead and check himself into a mental institution, because what he's talking about is like some fucking manic fucking state he's been disassociating for fucking 5-10 years. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about, bro. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. He need to go ahead and take his ass back onto break, bro. What the fuck? Nigga was talking in circles. What the hell? What the fuck, bro? Like, no, dude. Fucking inane ramblings. Like, the nigga was talking in circles, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, what? I don't intend to fucking lose.
If that is how you feel, then I will not hold back.
Oh, how precious. Looks like you and the
Manuela,
students
get your
have become
tits out of here.
fast
Thank you.
friends.
While I am pleased that you are taking the initiative to
About it.
acquaint
There's an
yourself
episode in
with the
season
students,
4 where some really
I'm
bad
afraid it's
shit
about
happens
time
to
for
you,
the
and
faculty
I'm gonna give the same
strategy
forewarning I put in the
Why the
disclaimer.
fuck is the
Listening
fucking-
brain informs the
Oh.
gang that Homelander's
What?
calling
I'm
a
like,
bunch of
what?
suits together for a meeting, and they want to know what
I'm
it's
thinking
about.
I'm
It's
thinking the
taking
video
place
was
at a party
fucked up.
being
Like,
thrown
what
by
the hell is
billionaire
that?
Tech Knight. This show is a parody of Batman. Look, he even has his own Alfred.
Is this guy supposed to be Alfred?
And they decide to
Nigga
have
scare
Healy
me
go
with that
undercover
fucking
as
black
a
screen.
superhero
What the
named
fuck
Web
going
Weaver,
on?
Who, as you can probably guess, is supposed to be the
Nigga
version
looking
of
like
Spider-Man in
what's-
this
what's-
world.
what's-
Apparently, Webweaver was invited to this party
fuck am I
personally by
staring into
Tech
the
Knight
void?
to apply
Like,
for
what's-
the role of
what's-
sidekick, and as Huey is about to find out, is being considered
Like,
for that
I'm
role.
hitting the
because he's a
Nico
fucking
Harris and
freak.
everything, bro.
Tech
I'm
Knight
like,
takes
yo,
him down to
what's-
his
what's
Batcave, and it turns out to
fuck
be a
going on,
BDSM
man?
sex dungeon. Trying to keep
Fuck
up
we talking
appearances,
about?
Huey has to do all sorts of weird sex things that Webweaver's apparently into.
I don't
which
know if
involves
it's
him
drugs
getting
mixed with
locked
that
down and
spiritual
having his
BS or
feet
he ran
tickled
into
by
a cult.
Ashley.
Bite your dick off and cook it.
I don't
I'm
know,
100%
man. The nigga might be smoking DMT.
But eventually, Tech Knight figures out
I
who
don't
he
know.
really is, and then
He sounded, I mean, like, not to
and
be
then
funny,
he
but
decides
like,
to
he,
keep
I mean,
him
like, the,
strapped
I mean, like, the
down with
nigga sound like
intent of
Etika,
cutting
bro.
new
Like, come
holes
on,
in
bro.
him for him to fuck. But Huey is thankfully saved by his team before
And I'm pretty
any
sure he brought
decisions
him
can
up,
be
or
made.
somebody brought him
It
up
is, of
recently,
course, worth
actually,
keeping in mind
in a
that
video.
he did still have
Funny
to do a
enough,
bunch of
but
weird
yeah, like, the
sexual
nigga's
stuff that
unironically
he only
sounded like
consented
Etika,
to
bro, and
because
that's
he
not
would
a
have
good
been
thing.
killed otherwise. And
You
even
know,
though he wasn't
Rest
technically
in power to
being
my
threatened
goat,
at the
but
time
like, that's
because
not,
Tech Knight didn't
that's
know
not
who
something
he
you want on
was,
your
that's
fucking
obviously
resume,
going to exact
bitch.
a heavy
Like, what,
toll
bro?
on him mentally. Also, I wouldn't
Oh
accept
my
that as an argument
gosh, what?
anyway because Huey
Fucking-
asked them to stop several times and Tech Knight refused
hot
because
topic,
he didn't know the safe
bitch.
word. Like Huey's
I'm
literally
sorry.
saying, "I want you to
I'm-
stop."
you
and
know
they're
what, bro?
continuing anyway.
I'm
And
really
the messed up
sorry,
thing is, these scenes are played
Dorothea,
for comedy.
but,
like, yes, at the end of the episode, Huey breaks down
bro.
crying, and that seems to have
Dorothea's
been
not
spurred
a
on
bad.
by what he
Dorothea's
just went
actually
through.
pretty good
But that's
when
not
she
what
gets
it's
meatier.
actually about. He's really broken up because his dad just died, and he's been trying to keep it together and pretend everything's fine, but then this caused him to just lose any of that composure.
Do
The
you
scenes
even have a
themselves
fucking
where
link
Huey
with
is
her?
assaulted are meant to be comedic,
You
like
two
that clip
hoes
I
even
played
talk
for
to
you
each other?
earlier. Despite the fact that
Barely.
Huey is going through something
Alright, bro,
truly
fuck it.
terrible, something which, as I've touched on already, was actually handled with weight and severity when it
The
happened
two
to
white
other
hairs have
characters
a
in the
A rank?
past.
Okay,
People
okay.
are quick to play the
That's
whole
lit,
male
that's lit.
sexual assault isn't taken as seriously as it is with women card, and that is
Said white
absolutely
hairs like they
true
fucking-
and something that needs to be
like
discussed
that's a
more
brand of a-
broadly.
of a
People
race or
just don't
something.
take male victims of rape
fuck?
nearly as seriously and will often
Yeah, those
downplay
fucking
the
white
trauma
hairs,
they
man, you know what I'm
experienced.
saying?
But again, when it happened
Excuse
to the Deep in season 1, that episode absolutely did not treat it like a joke. Sure, they never bothered to mention it again or use it for
He's a
its
drama
development,
channel, we
which
didn't need
was
to
a
know all
massive
that.
and frankly gross oversight on their parts. But at least
I
in the
don't-
moment, they
mania,
recognized
bro.
how
I
bad
don't- I don't-
it was.
I don't
so
know,
I don't
bro.
necessarily know if
it's
it's due to any
mania,
kind of
I guess.
social
Like, I don't-
disparity between men and women.
I don't know what
I
the
think
fuck
it
to tell
literally
you.
is just that the writing in season 1 was better than it is now. But I frankly
Like,
don't
I
understand
don't-
how this
yeah,
could have
he was
happened
tweaking.
because these seasons were made by the
He coulda
same
kept that
exact
in-
people.
in
You
the
think if they
drafts, bro,
understood
bro,
then,
like,
they
just
would
stayed
understand
gone,
now,
bro.
but I guess not.
Who the
The
fuck was
creator
that?
of this show is Eric Kripke, who also created
Oh
Supernatural,
Jesus
who
Christ!
I think shows
I
even though
I
I
really
didn't
don't think
the
niggas
show
were
was
asking
very
about.
good, I still always had a lot of
That's all I'm
respect for the
saying.
guy behind
I'm
it.
just
But
gonna say
that
I
all
don't think
changed
niggas were
with this episode,
were asking
because
about where
right
the
after
fuck
it first
he
came
was
out,
at.
a lot of people
So
recognized what I've already pointed out
that's
here
I'm
and
just leave it at
rightfully
that,
called the show
bro.
out on it. And Kripke's response was to call it hilarious. He then went on to demonstrate how little he actually understands about Batman by using the same Reddit argument that's been debunked for years at this point. And it makes you question why he's at the helm of a show that's meant to satirize superheroes again. That's beside the point, so I won't harp on it too much, but it is really weird and worth pointing out. Eric, I don't think you were ever watching Batman the same way as the rest of the world if you think the Batcave even remotely resembles a sex dungeon. But if you still have your faith in humanity, hold your horses because there's more. This isn't something nearly as many people are talking about, but believe it or not, this was not the only instance of Huey being raped this season. It's just that this time it's a little more subtle, and as we've come to learn from things like The Acolyte,
A lot of
or
rape
Wonder
play
Woman
going on
84,
for
a lot of
a,
people don't even seem to notice
children's
stuff
show,
like this unless
honestly.
it's directly spelled out to them. In the next episode, the boys are trying to stop a plot to assassinate the president, and they eventually find out that the suit who's
A
been
lot of
hired to do
rape
the
going
job
on,
is a
man.
shapeshifter.
Can we-
There's this really odd
can we
moment where they
cool-
try to
can we
do
cool
that
with
trope
the,
where the shifter gets
anti-Semitic
lost in a
remarks?
crowd, even though they just got finished
Can we-
showing us how
can we
long
cool
it
with all
takes
the
for
rape
them to
guys? Like,
transform. Like it has to
it's
rip
not cool,
off its
guys.
own skin and it leaves a trail in the
fuck?
process.
The
So
mock
surely
battle
there's
is
only
finally
one
here.
person the
Will you
shifter
lead
could
us to
possibly
victory?
look like right now. This
Bitch,
old
pull your
lady
weight.
that it had
How about that?
transformed into right
I'm
before
sure you
leaving the
already
building.
understand,
I don't know
but the
where
house
she
that
is in this
defeats the
crowd of
other
people
two is
though, so
declared
either
the
the show
winner.
is telling me it somehow
Incidentally,
shifted
I'll be
again and
overseeing
didn't leave
this
pile of flesh in its
So
wake,
listen
where it
well if you want to
jetpacked into the sky before the heroes could get outside. This is a small moment, but I found it really funny, and it's what allowed the shifter to escape so that later in this episode it could capture Annie and take over her form. Now, the show goes out of its way to establish a few things about this shifter's powers. Whoever's form it takes, it can also absorb all their memories and perfectly copy their mannerisms.
I will prevail.
Why the fuck would I kill your mother?
So when it impersonates Annie, it would be really hard for Huey to realize she's not the real deal. He does eventually figure it out, but not before fake Annie has sex with him and then proposes. And if you have even a decent grasp on the concept of consent, you've probably already gathered where I'm going with this. Because Huey did not know the person he was sleeping with wasn't really his girlfriend, he could not have meaningfully consented to having sex with her. Therefore, he was raped, how many times was it?
Had to be less than 20.
Jesus Christ. Not only does the show never actually acknowledge this fact or what it would do to Huey mentally, it actually takes it a step further and does something really heinous.
Now I'm thinking about
Basically,
it.
Annie
That
does
might be
eventually
in
get
the next
free
game.
and somehow manages to get all the way
kinda
to
miss
this
that.
highly
I kinda miss,
secure bunker that's 4 stories below ground.
Just hop on and you can see like their stats and everything.
In order to stop the shapeshifter from killing the president and her friends. She kills the shapeshifter, the day is saved, and they all go home. But uh-oh, Huey's in trouble. Annie gets really mad at Huey for the fact that he slept with this imposter and that he proposed to her.
Why, bro, why?
I know because I pried it off her.
Ferdinand,
fucking
you're pissing me the fuck off.
She accuses him
bro.
of being
Bro, you're gonna be
shallow
slave
and
bait,
not
bro. Here
looking
you go.
too close because
Have
the
fun,
person
bro.
pretending to be her was giving him everything he wanted without any of the
You
emotional
guess where you're
baggage.
going.
Even though
That's
I
right.
cannot
The
stress enough
Goon
that
Bush.
she had every single detail of
None
Annie's
of your
physiology
shallow
and memories
tactics are
locked
required,
down,
Roy.
and he still
If not
figured
tonight,
out
you
it wasn't
dismantle the
her. So not only is what Huey went through not even being acknowledged, but now he's being blamed for something that he couldn't possibly have done any differently. But the thing is, I can hear all of you right now screaming the same thing at me that I thought when I first saw this clip being shared around on Twitter, which is that obviously Annie just
I'd
went
rather
through
not.
something extremely
Got it,
traumatic
Your
and
Highness.
harrowing.
Leave
So
it
of
to me.
course she's gonna lash out irrationally at the
Once you
person
finish
who's supposed to
preparing,
always
make your
be
move.
there for her and
You do?
quite literally
Mercedes?
wasn't. Deep
Keep
down
our
she
enemy
obviously
occupied until
understands that it's not his fault, but she's
I'm on
upset and she's taking it out on him unfairly. The problem is, I think you're giving the show a little too much credit, because while that's definitely true, what you would then expect is some sort of moment where she realizes she was being unfair and
Alright, bro.
apologizes to Huey. Yes, she went through something
I'm
really
whooping your
fucked
ass for
up,
that,
but
bitch.
the amount of mental damage
you
this
wait.
will cause for Huey
Hi-ya!
cannot be overstated. He's gonna have intimacy and trust issues for the rest of his life because someone was able to so convincingly portray the person he loved for 10 whole days without him noticing. This is something that's gonna psychologically damage both of them for the rest of their lives. And all it would take is one scene where Annie acknowledges
What
that
the
it's not his
fuck?
fault and that she was too hard on him. But that never happens.
How is
the
your
only
resistance
follow-up
that
this
high?
argument
You
gets for the
fucking
rest of the
cheater!
episode is this exchange.
You're cheating!
And then they're just buddy-buddy again. The way the show frames it is that Huey did indeed fuck up, even if unintentionally. But it's okay, because Annie forgives him for it. It's just disgusting. Season 4 is so fucking bad. Like, they introduced this new villain called Sister Sage, whose only superpower is that she's apparently the smartest person in the world.
And
so
she's black,
Homelander
and she's
wants her
black, and
advice
she's
on
black,
how to
and she's black,
basically
she's
take it
black.
over.
Also,
And
she's
I know
black,
the show
she's black.
wants me to believe she's really
Yo,
smart, but
it's
I always
crazy.
say that a
They
smart
found a
character
black
can only
woman
be as
with-
clever as the one
with-
writing them, and I
with
don't understand
such a
single one of her
non-ass, bro,
plans or
that
why
it's-
she's even
it's
doing
actually
this at all.
crazy.
She kind of has that Thrawn
Like,
from
she has
Ahsoka
no
effect
ass,
where
bro.
something
Like,
will
she got
happen
that-
you
she
think
got that
she doesn't
fucking-
want, but then she just goes,
she
oh,
got
it's all
that
part of my
assistant
plan, don't
principal
worry
deal,
about it.
and,
Only
like,
the
that's not a
difference is that her
compliment,
plans
bro.
actually
Like-
somehow work, and for the life of me, I can't figure out how. Like, throughout the whole season, Homelander wants to find out
Hi,
who
guy.
she is, and she seems to figure out pretty quickly that it's A-Train. But for some reason, she doesn't go to Homelander with this information, and even throws a different guy under the bus. When it's eventually revealed to
should be
Homelander that
honored.
it's A-Train, he accuses
Got to
Sage
face
of
me
being
after all.
stupid because she couldn't figure it out. But she
Yeah,
said she
you're about to
did
get
always
shit on, my
know,
boy.
and that she kept it a secret
Okay.
so that he would continue feeding the heroes bad information. Which is a really weird excuse, considering all the info A-Train gives the boys is true. He told them that Homelander was gathering all the suits at Tech Night so they could discuss plans for world domination, and the
Okay, I'm
boys
not good.
acted on that intel to listen
Oh,
in
yeah,
and
you're
gain
fucking dead.
valuable
Sorry, pussy.
information.
Oh, I
A-Train
want
was
this
the one who
support.
told him about the assassin that was hired to kill the president and where to find him, and that's how
So
they found
strong.
out said assassin was a shapeshifter. If they hadn't known that, then Huey probably wouldn't have ever figured out that the person in the room with them and the
One step at a
president
time.
wasn't Annie. Because the fact that they all knew that a shapeshifter was involved would have made it so that that information was on his mind, even if vaguely. I'm not sure what Sage and Homelander would have to gain by letting them know that, unless they wanted the assassination to fail. But frankly, they're lucky it did, since the only reason the president survived was because Starlight happened to show up right at the last minute, and we already went over how that was extremely contrived. I really have no idea why Sage didn't tell Homelander who the mole was, but I guess it doesn't matter, because events she couldn't possibly have predicted or controlled caused Newman to be killed and President Singer to take the fall for it, making the Speaker of the House the next in line to be President pro tempore.
You might have to
I
take it
guess Sage
seriously.
somehow knew that his first act would be to deputize the Supes and put the country under martial law. It's all very nice and convenient when things just kind of happen like that. And when Homelander finally asks her why she decided to help him establish a racist ethno-state of Supes who would not be welcoming or kind to her, this is the only answer she gives.
How would you do this?
To see if I could.
To give a little backstory, she
If I
explained in a
could.
previous
Shut the
episode
fuck
that when
up,
she was a
Sage,
little
you
girl,
stupid
her
bitch.
grandmother died of leukemia. She had come up with a cure within like 3 days,
Shut
but
that
because she was a
shit
little
up,
black
bro.
girl, all the doctors laughed her off and her grandma died. Because of this, she's decided that she
Nigga,
doesn't
what?
care about anything or anyone, and that the world can burn for
It's
all
like,
she
please
cares.
shut that
She
shit
can come up with all sorts of things to fix the world's problems. She has the intellect for it, but she doesn't do it because of that one time when she was a kid and she couldn't save her grandma. The same grandma who, by the way, was a Black Panther. I'm sure she would love to see her granddaughter not using her intelligence for the good of mankind. Maybe that's something we could even explore.
Not scared of these fucking
There's always
pussies.
next season. There's a lot more I could say about the show that I'm just gonna let lie for the sake of this video not being any longer than it already is. But there's one last thing I wanted to go over that I'd just be remiss if it got left
What'd you
out.
feel?
And this is because
How
the
do you
last
feel
person
about
I want to talk about was, at one
shy,
point, my favorite character on this show, and
free
that
throw
is
merchant?
Huey Campbell.
Guinness
I already went over
being,
pretty much everything to do with him
your
in
new
season
NBA
4,
champion.
the good and
How you
the
feel about that,
monstrously
man?
bad, and I think my overall conclusion
That
there
piss
is
you
that
off?
he's actually handled fine there. Again, the stuff with A-Train is really good, and they also have a lot of great moments between him and his dad that I haven't really touched on yet. Season 4 handles Huey pretty well, but it doesn't matter because Season 3 already completely assassinated him. This is actually the reason I gave up on the show after the 3rd season. Because, again, I really liked Huey, and seeing what he'd become filled me with so much rage. They took a character who was compassionate, caring, and understanding, and turned him into an insecure man-child who's mad his girlfriend is stronger than him. And that just doesn't sit right with me. Okay, so to add a bit of context, this is what Huey does in Season 3. He starts off at pretty much the happiest point of his life. He has a really nice, well-paying job, working with someone he considers a really close
What the
friend to take
fuck?
down Supes and undermine Vought in a much more above-board way than he's used to. He and Annie are really happy together. They share a nice apartment. Things are looking up for old Huey. And then he finds out that Newman is not only a suit, which she kept from him the entire year they were working together, but specifically the suit who'd been behind the head explosions last season that significantly undermined
Yo,
the boys'
get
efforts
away
at
from
one
my
point,
bitch.
and could have easily killed Huey at one point, which caused him extreme panic at
This
the
has
time.
gone
And
on
he finds out about this
far
in the
enough.
worst possible
Uh-oh.
way by following her into an alley and witnessing her brutally murder someone
How
with
the
her powers.
fuck?
This is the first domino that leads toward a downward spiral where Huey feels powerless. Everything he thought he knew about Newman was a lie. All the work they've been doing together was a lie, and it was ultimately for
Okay,
nothing.
what kind of
And
meme
on top
potential
all
did you
that,
get
his
out of this?
girlfriend is constantly putting her
Like,
own
what?
life in danger by continuing to work at Vought, and there's not a single thing he can do to protect her if Homelander decides to go
Well
apeshit.
done.
All these things compound and make Huey decide he needs to level the playing field. So, when Butcher reveals that he's gotten a hold of multiple vials of temporary
Yeah, sorry,
B,
bro.
which can give the user superpowers for a short period of time, Huey steals himself some and is given the power of
Yes,
teleportation, as well as enhanced strength, durability, and the power to heal his broken arm, which implies speed healing. Now, for some reason, when the other characters find out
so
about this,
God
they treat it as a
fucking
bad
damn,
thing,
bro.
and I find
Yeah,
that
you're
kind of weird.
tweaked
Because,
out of your
yes,
mind,
as we
and I can't
eventually
even get
find
this
out
pussy
toward the
like
end of the
this.
season, Temp V is very bad for you. And if you take multiple doses like Butcher and Huey are doing, it is absolutely guaranteed to kill you over time. Which is how Butcher ends up with a brain tumor by the end of the season, which manifests itself into its own shitty plotline in season 4 that we're not even gonna get into. So yeah, Temp V is bad for you, but the characters don't
No.
know that at the time.
Fuck you.
MM is upset with Butcher about it because,
You know that
as
was
he
a
puts
joke,
it,
right? Jeez, not so much as a smile.
which is actually an interesting topic that I wish the characters on this show would discuss more, because it brings to light how they might have come into this suit fighting business for completely different reasons that could conflict with each other. That might be MM's position, but I could just as easily see someone like Huey or Annie arguing that it's not the power that makes them evil, it's the culture that created them. And in fact, the very existence of people like Annie or Kamiko are living proof that that kind of power in the right hands can be used for good. Like, say, Huey and Butcher using it to go up against Homelander. Keep that in mind. We're going to circle back to it in a moment. The reason Annie is against it initially just seems to be that the drug was untested at the time Huey first shot it up.
You shut up.
Becoming devil worship.
From Vi.
Nah, bro. Halliburton had to be
Which is a fair
sacrificed in
reason,
fucking
but, you know,
85
once
Snow
Huey
Bunnies a game,
used it
bro.
and
There's no way,
worked
bro.
and
There's no way.
Didn't seem to have any
There's just no
negative side
fucking
effects.
way.
I think he could easily
Like,
argue
come
that
on,
was
like,
ultimately worth the risk. He
be
saved
fucking
Emmen's
for real.
life because
Like,
of his
like,
superpowers.
let's be
And like
for
we
real.
just went over, them continuing to use the temp V could ultimately end up being for the greater good.
I mean, who do you guys want? You guys want gawky,
I'm
weak,
not setting a very good
freaking the
example.
fuck out here,
Oh,
or do you
God.
want strong, confident, handling your shit? With it, I can actually help.
It seems I'm exhausted this time.
Probably dead.
No, yeah, he's right.
Katie's
Not
on
only
the
can
rock.
he use his
What?
powers to save others,
You're-
but they'd
you're
really come in
fucking
handy
lying.
for protecting
He's on the-
himself
there's
on
no
field
way.
missions, which he's gonna be a part of either way.
being for
Much
real?
better to have super durability while getting shot at and the power to relocate quickly, I think. So I think Huey and Butcher using the temp V is fine, and I'm actually a bit put off by the show's insistence that it's not. What I take issue with is what Huey does next. So Butcher
I don't know about
basically
that one,
realizes Soldier Boy is the best possible chance they have of killing Homelander, since he's one of the strongest superheroes to ever live and has a handy-dandy new explosion power that can decimate city blocks. He knows MM would never go along with a team up with the guy who murdered his entire family, so he drugs him, and Huey and Butcher leave with Soldier Boy. And I'm not necessarily against the plan on its face,
That's
because
some
between
bullshit,
him and
bro.
Homelander, Soldier Boy is easily the lesser of two
This nigga
evils.
might as
And
well
at least
retire.
with him,
If
they
we
know
gonna
he
be
can
doing
be
shit like
sedated
that,
and
bro,
properly
we can
imprisoned
just go ahead
since
and
it's been
retire,
done
honestly.
before. But where I draw the
Fucking
line
cool,
is that
actually.
Huey would never agree to Soldier Boy's terms. In exchange for killing Homelander, he
still
wants
get
them to
the
help him
bone.
find his old teammates so he can murder them. And I can see Butcher absolutely being fine with this plan, but Huey's not the kind of guy to just serve people up on a platter and be slaughtered. Especially Innocents, that Soldier Boy isn't even specifically targeting, but who will be caught up in the crossfire. I get that they're soups, and most of them are probably bad people, but all the same, Huey only kills people when he absolutely has to. He's also one of the the boys who was willing to humor the idea that soups can actually be good people, even when MM and especially Butcher were skeptical initially. And yes, I already highlighted that Huey's at a desperate point of powerlessness, which is driving a lot of his decision making, but I don't think that necessarily accounts for something this extreme.
Make them
All this
tremble.
finally comes to a head in the episode Hero Gasm, where Huey and Annie get into a heated argument about all the decisions he's made recently. And this scene is where I lose all respect for this character. Now, like I hinted at a minute ago, part of what's made him feel so powerless as of late is the fact that Annie is in constant danger and he has no way of saving her. But this scene recontextualizes that concern in a way that's unbecoming, to say the least.
I saved you, Annie. Jesus Christ, all I want is to save you. God forbid I help you, because I always have to be the weak one. You always have to be the strong one. You always have to be so much stronger than me.
You're so much stronger than me.
This was set up in previous episodes, but that doesn't even begin to justify this bizarre character shift. There's a couple of great little moments in Season 1 where Huey and Annie are going on their first date, and Huey realizes Annie is intentionally bowling really badly so as not to show him up and make him feel emasculated.
I think you're holding back for some weird, not gonna show me up on a first date reason. You want to quit stroking my ego and show me what you really got?
She talks about a boy she liked in high school who was being picked on, and so she stepped in and saved him, and he felt really humiliated, so he never spoke to her again. The lesson she learned from that was that she should never show her strength to a boy she likes, but Huey breaking down that barrier instantly makes her feel more comfortable with him.
Doesn't bother
Well
you that I
done.
could
I
whip
nearly
grass
wound
and
up a
bowling
patient in my own
and-
infirmary.
and everything?
This was beneath me. Will you?
It makes her see him as different from a lot of other guys she's been with, and it's one of the reasons she continues going out with him. This scene in Season 3 actually acknowledges these moments, and this is what it has to say about them.
So, you've made it past
date.
Manuela, eh?
You said
I
that
see
it didn't
now
bother
I
you.
must
No,
focus
it does.
and then make my
Sometimes.
move.
A little.
Oh, you can fuck right off with that. This retcons those scenes to mean that their relationship is built on a pretty big lie. Well, I mean, it already was because of the whole, I'm secretly working with a group of terrorists out to destroy the company you work for and I'm not telling you part. But this is different because that was meant to be a genuine moment that built up the love these two characters share with each other. The man that Annie knows Huey to be, despite the lies he's he told her is what makes her realize he's a good person, and it's why she gives him a second chance in the end. But apparently that was false too, and it's all in service to taking what could have been an actually compelling motive for Huey and turning it into he feels insecure because a girl can beat him up. Are we in first grade? It just feels like they wanted to give Huey and Annie relationship drama and couldn't be bothered to come up with any actual reason why they might be at odds. So they decided to pretend the Temp V was bad without ever justifying that claim at the time it was made and retcon one of the better moments of this god-awful show, thus taking away a piece of what made Huey such a good character in the first season. Fuck the boys. I can fucking rock for all I care. I'm ending this video here. But before I go, I'm gonna do the obvious thing that everybody does and say that if the main appeal of The Boys for you is that it's a more violent and bloody depiction of a superhero world that's not afraid to touch on certain adult topics, Invincible is a much better show. You've probably already seen it if you're watching this, but if not, give it a watch. I highly recommend. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I have no idea how to end this video. I did not write an outro, so I'm just gonna kind of ramble indecisively until eventually editing Sheev cuts off this.
Apologies, Your Highness. I can go no further. You fought well.
You fought well.
You're a tough opponent, but I refuse to yield. Do not fool yourself into believing I will hold back.
Alright, what am I watching next? I'm watching this next. This critical drinker video. Or critical drinker critique video, excuse me. Hiya! Ow. Youch. How in the fuck did you miss that, bitch? You're shooting fucking triple doubles, and we're doing that in the fourth quarter. Man, what the fuck? Nah, choose something else. Why I gotta choose something else, man?
This over yet?
Why? I'm not doing shit to this bitch. I am trying to give you a level, bro. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, you gotta face me, pussy.
I could have been sleeping this whole time. Practice.
The unkillable fucking Mercedes, bro. What the hell? Damn.
We must all do our part.
I can improve too, you know.
That dude only complains. Who only complains?
My training was insufficient. I am so sorry, everyone. The rest is up to you.
my god!
No. This is as far as I can go. Witness my power.
Witness my power, bitch.
It's a long road yet.
My understanding has completion.
But it's a critique video about Critical Drinker. That's not even that. Even that's some bullshit.
Well done.
Bro, oh my gosh, I'm trolling you, bro. I can find something different. Should have wanted to hear the reasoning. Oh my gosh. Ow, bitch.
I can fight through anything.
I can fight through anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Ferdinand von Ayer.
I fucking said the bullshit. I'm Ferdinand von Ayer. I will whoop your ass. Damn, why'd you retract that?
The leadership of someone with actual battle experience is, well, I was as good as useless.
I wouldn't say
Only
that,
a
bro.
fool
You
challenges
put a better
me.
fight than Manuela, bro. Play one of your vids? Oh, you're fucking trolling, bro. Ew. Oh my gosh. Why the fuck would I do that? Like, actually, and nobody's been fucking watching these, bro. So, but no, I'm not doing that actually. That's a terrible idea. You were just the only one.
I love you like a broken pot. One last kiss.
I love you like a pack of dogs.
One last kiss. I need you like I need a gaping head.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Back to another video. It's your boy Nino, aka Daily Content Nino. Yeah, guys, the rumors are true. Unfortunately, the rumors are true. Ian and Anissa are certified frog people. They are certified frog people, you know. I am sorry, you know.
All right, that's that. The winner. This mock battle is
it's fucked up what they be doing to y'all. I
the
be
Black
trying
Eagle
to,
House.
Even though it was just a mock battle, we defeated both houses masterfully.
Ian and Anissa,
Take
man,
pride
literally
in this
nobody
victory,
told you
everyone.
the biggest snakes on the fucking planet. But I mean, every other week you seem to, you know, one up yourself. So good job. Big Coach Mike and his beautiful Asian wife. They made a little expose, basically detailing the fact that, well, they went on, they had a big old conversation, revealed a whole lot of bullshit, a whole lot of fuck shit that Ian and Nissa were doing, you know? And I mean, guys, I mean, are we surprised anymore? Are we surprised? Are you surprised that weekly, it seems like, since the content cop, this has been fucking consistent. It is
Excellent work today,
retarded,
Professor.
bro. It's
Though our
retarded. It is
victory should come as
retarded
no
how
surprise.
it's retarded how often these like this information is coming out like so steady. Like niggas, like bro, like CC2 era, bro. Like bro, niggas couldn't find nothing else to talk about besides a fucking OnlyFans, bro, and a botched documentary with fucking Sam High. That's it, bro. That's it. And nigga being weird, two niggas even tangentially related. What's the name? Let's go ahead and these are the bullets. Let me read off a little fucking bit by bit. Rented out a whole hotel for 300 people for flying in, many of them on her own dime, and then said she didn't have enough money to fly in Ian's dad. RIP that old ass nigga. He didn't have enough clout, bitch ass nigga. Michael has to train Anissa every half of the session. Ian said she needs to train. This is when Anissa had already dropped out. She related Will Smith slapping Chris Rock to Ian having to defend her online. She was so dramatic that day that Ian couldn't even be trained. Will was Ian, and Ian had to slap people. I didn't understand this one at all. They flew in Getty fucking Images. Why? They thought it'd be that big. Wait, Getty Images is a person? What the fuck? You flew in a team of niggas for a fucking PNG? I guess. Anissa told Michael and Kate that they didn't have to go to the event. Of course, Michael and Kate wanted to go to the event since those were people they helped train. Other coaches were invited, just not them. They felt pretty damn insulted when they weren't formally invited to this. A month prior to CC2, they knew they were 500K in the negative. That's incredible. That's incredible. Imagine on Mother's Day, right? You looking over the finances, and then you look to fucking Anissa like, baby, red fucking alert, bitch. We are in the fucking red. We are in the fucking red. My question to you is, in that month, you know, leading up to Creator Clash, how much money did they spend, you know, and how low did the red get before we got the answer of they were 250 in the red? That's what they said. That's the number that iDubbbz gave out. Did CC2 make it overall? But how much of that had to be put towards this bullshit because you're spending money like you make good content. Like he has Ian to do 2 boxing sessions a day to a certain point because his brand was on the line. He did none of the needed cardio for the first event, which is why Michael thinks they cut out tons of training sessions to go look for a new house, and he moved into a new house the week before they flew to Florida for CC. For CC2, he told Ian to do a two times a day training again, saying his brand was at stake. The next day, Anissa comes super mad, saying her brand's at stake. 500K in the hole. The Flyers did not know about the 500K loss at the time. The gal decisions were made while they were in the red. Of course, Anissa wanted to be the MC and the one who was given the award. Michael says he gave more clout working with Ethan than anyone else because Ian would never show the work he did. Bitch, if I did this for clout, what? Bitch, if I did this for clout, what? Bitch, if I did this for clout, if I did it for clout, my nigga, then why is it that you ain't give me not a fucking dime? Can't even give me a fucking link in a damn description. Yeah, my nigga Ethan over here platform my shit, nigga, platform my girl shit, you know what I'm saying, man? Being real niggas about it, you know what I'm saying? You fake as hell, Ian. You fake as bitch. You are a fake as bitch. Michael says how everyone involved in the mess of CC gets shit on and called, and how he gets called a fraud coach. Correct. Ian will not release the footage of training, so Michael and Kate can't easily prove how much work they did training. Kate flat out calls what Anissa is doing as it. They say Sam is right. Anissa ruined his life. Ian said that Michael had toxic masculine qualities. No, I hear toxic masculine qualities, but then I hear Anissa getting blacked, and that's not really ringing the bell, you know what I'm saying? I mean, are we as a black society maybe a bad influence on the nigger faggot known as iDubbbz? Perhaps. Definitely a possibility. One time, the owner of the gym said he believes women shouldn't fight. Vanessa got so offended that she said Ian needed to spar today, basically forcing him into it. In the fight, Ian freezed up. Like, this not crazy? This not crazy? That's not a crazy fucking portrait? The fuck is that? Who is he? So Ian goes on a show and talks about how he's getting yelled at by his coach. Ian didn't even have a mouthpiece that day, and they bought a $20 and microwaved it to make it fit. Ian starts crying at the gym. They have a meeting at Denny's later where Ian threatened to fire him because he reminds him of his father. Ian told him to relearn how to talk to him. Anissa was screaming more than Michael during this, though. What the nigga? What? I'm assuming that these niggas got paid for this, for training these niggas, right? But bro, you're not paying me. What the fuck is we talking about? Have a fucking mental breakdown in my gym, and then, well, not my gym, but the gym that we're currently operating at. You know, the gym that's currently fucking hosting us, you bitch ass nigga. You know, regardless of the gym owner's views, bro, the gym owner ain't got nothing to do with me and you, bro. I'm training you, nigga. I got my wife right fucking here, bro. She's help training too, bro. All right, I'm not massaging the chick, obviously, my nigga. Don't worry about him. Focus on lock into the fight, my nigga. Lock in. If you wanted to be the type of bitch to put the battery pack in niggas, you needed to not marry a sniveling pussy. You like, come on, bro. Like, the nigga can't. Ebo, put your guard up. Training Anissa was easier than training Ian. Anissa was more athletic. I mean, she has to do OnlyFans model shoots. Hell no. Pussy tight and the fucking stomach. Ebo, put your guard up. Ian, Anissa got once and said she had a concussion on the spot. She told the doctor the whole list of concussion symptoms, so of course she got diagnosed with one. But Ian told Michael she was a hypochondriac on the side. Ian straight up said she self-diagnosed herself.
These Attack on Titan ass fucking portraits, bro. Yeah, I remember
Ian,
fucking season 3 when the
why
shit
you
fucking
say it on the
pushed
side,
out.
Ian? You can't be
That
going back
joint was
on your
like,
Damn. Canada? That's crazy. Ian was asked.
I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to sleep actually.
Ian was asked how he gained weight for CC, and this is said kinesiology. Someone else made that program though. Kate and Michael said this because they never wanted to shout out anyone. Kate also thinks Anissa is calling the shots. Michael agrees, but says he allows it. Used to feel bad for Ian. His tipping point is when Michael had asked.
I got me and my fucking
Anissa
+1
sent a
groupie
picture
like
of
extended
his tongue once
and
he had
toes
thought
down
once because they thought it showed that he got strep. Bro, I don't want to, nigga. If you randomly DM me at fucking after you've shown up after you're already late for our morning fucking gym session, you know, and you send this disgusting, putrid, miscolored fucking tongue like that, like what the fuck that's supposed to do for me, nigga? Get your ass to the gym.
The last time we fought bandits, you
what the
saved
fuck
me.
you talking about?
Maybe
dude?
I can return the favor
Eat a
this
bunch
time.
of shitty food for CC to gain weight, so he could barely throw punches. And Ian and this go to Denny's very
The Knights
regularly.
are well aware of
What is
our
so good
enemy's
about
strength.
fucking
We can count on
Denny's,
them to
nigga?
keep the battlefield
Jesus
under
Christ,
control.
bro. Oh my god.
It seems
Brother,
unlikely that we would
brother,
lose. Still,
yo.
let's do all
Come
we
on.
can to
Kate
prepare.
instantly agreed that his body odor is not good when asked. During the 2 times a day training period, he wouldn't shower in between the sessions. It would stink so bad, the others would make faces at them. Michael had to move him away to the corner so others couldn't smell him when training. Yo, what the fuck? That's fucking disgusting, dude. Get in the fucking shower. What's wrong with you, man? When Anissa was asked about the 300 creators in CC, she said it was mostly communists and sex workers behind the scenes. Are you being funny, or is that a diss? I don't honestly support communism. I'm not really understanding why you label them for that. They confirmed that most of the fans were H3 fans at CC. How do you know that? Ian was very annoyed that Kate / Michael put out a reel of them training with someone else. He called and told them they shouldn't put out content without informing Ian and Anissa first. Either Ian or Anissa were in the video. Bitch ass nigga, shut your weak ass up, bro. Nigger, you're not my fucking manager.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck, get off my phone, pussy. Fuck is you talking about? You lost your little rabbit ass mind, boy. And this
shit just
up
scared
to
me.
Ian after training once told him that he's hungry, so they left.
That shit just scared me. What the fuck?
And without informing Ian and Anissa first, either Ian or Anissa.
Why?
Bitch ass nigga, shut your weak ass up, bro. Nigger, you're not my fucking manager, boy. Get the fuck off my goddamn phone. That's what we said, that bitch ass nigga. Fuck, get off my phone, pussy. Fuck is you talking about? You lost your little rabbit ass mind, boy. And Anissa walked up to Ian after training once and told him that he's hungry, so he left to eat. You're hungry, bitch. Right on those weak fucking dabs. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's go to fucking Denny's now. Anissa tried to put on music at the gym for an hour. A coach said she take off the gym music and she got offended. A coach said she'd take her
whose
off.
birthday?
Michael said it wasn't really gym music and it was 12-year-old emo music. This is a 4 to 5K square foot gym. They all got forced to listen to her shitty ass music. After that, she left and went to go cry in the car. Next day they came to train. They told Kate they don't know how she could date Michael since she doesn't respect women. Oh man, when asked if Anissa is anti-Semitic, after sharing that Michael's mom is half Jewish, half Italian, Anissa started distancing herself. Whoa, what the fuck? She don't like them Jews?
Just brought year 1 and 2 for Switch. DLC characters are great out. You guys still downloaded, dumbass nigga. My fault, bro. My fault. That was my fault. On the Wednesday before the fight, Anissa said that she had such bad anorexia she was gonna die.
What?
She tells Ian that if she goes to the hospital, they're gonna hold her and she'll miss the event.
85.
Kate says she has a way of downplaying Ian's big moments right before they're about to happen every time. Ian took the whole November off due to Anissa's procedure to reverse her boob job. During the foggy fallout, they were at Michael's house in the bedroom reading the Twitter comments aloud. Anissa believed that Sam Hyde would actually come and murder her, which is why she took so many precautions. The reason why they moved away from LA is because Ian had too many friends that were using Ian. Michael said that Ian had no other friends besides them. That's why Michael felt so bad. The week where Anissa was gone was the most normal Ian ever was. Anissa would interrupt and make him leave when he was talking with the guys post-training. When she was gone, Ian stayed another hour talking and hanging out. Anissa says she gifted Ian boxing. She started her speech at CC Gala with, "When I gifted Ian boxing." Anissa used to tell her mom that she was gonna be with a millionaire. She told Kate and Michael this. In fact, it was one of her expectations. It was one of her mom's expectations for her partner, for her to be somebody rich and for someone to be in the same boat. Ian claimed that his first girlfriend was a single mom and didn't even have sex with her. Anissa convinced him to move out of his parents' house and buy a house with a real man, or she'd break up with him. After CC2, Michael asked Ian if he could help open his gym by signing as an executor. Sure, man, I'll say that. Ian said, "In no world can I help you." What?
Damn it!
In no world can I help. Look, Michael,
Yeah,
I know that you trained my little weak ass up to being
I could cheat if I wanted to.
I could throw a decent combination now. I get brother, in no fucking world am I ever stepping foot in your fuck ass gym, my nigga. I will never help you out financially, nigga. I hope you burn to fucking death. Like, yo, why? This is friendship. This is friendship ending shit right here. That is friendship ending shit. Kate is a child marriage.
Do I look green to you?
What the fuck?
Do I look green to you?
12 to 23. Anissa and Ian were fully aware when last year.
You know you a bad bitch. You know you a bad bitch. You know you a bad bitch.
She reached out to Ian and Anissa, asking for them to spread the word, but they left them on red. Wow, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is bad, guys. This is real. And I mean, yeah, man. This is he said, she said. You know, like any, but like, bro,
I'm
like
sorry,
the
big fighter,
testimonials
you
keep
do all
on
that.
fucking stacking, bro. Former fighters, bro. Fucking Harley, bro. You know, now it's
Hey there.
now it's Coach,
Yeah,
fucking,
sure.
you know, Mike and Kate.
Cereal.
I mean, like, brother,
Cereal.
You're running out of fucking allies, sir. Denims ain't gonna fucking cut it for you no more, my nigga. That one bitch ass nigga Noah Sampson ain't gonna fucking cut it, bro. That faggot ass nigga, he ain't gonna cut it no more, Ian. He's not gonna cut it, sir. He's not. You need to recruit some more fucking. I don't know, bro. Hey man, you're not gonna like this, man, but it's time to reach back out to Frank, man. It is time to reach back out to Frank, man. You need somebody who is in the game but
Drake,
not in your
we
game.
need you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like the nigga, like the nigga makes good music, you know what I'm saying? But realistically, he's out the game, man. He's living his fucking life. He doing what the fuck he wants to. So I feel like, man, it's time to reconnect, man. It's time to reconnect with the old boys, man. Chad, anything for views. The Australian guy, the Pokemon Unpacker. I quite like those videos, actually.
You trying to join the squad?
Max Mofo? is that his name? Did I just conjure that up from the fucking ether? Oh yeah.
Incredible Pokemon.
Fucking Pokemon. Hell yeah, bro. That used to be my shit. Damn, I might tap back in, man. I might tap back in. No, not the unboxings, bro. The unboxings can be a little fucking addictive. I ain't gonna cap. But yeah, man, Ian, we're not even to the original date set by CC3, and your career is just it's getting fucking pissed on, bro. It's getting lit. It's getting pissed on, sir. This is not even in reference to your fucking shitty fucking video. This video's already long enough, so I'm gonna.
Now that you are a member of the church,
get out here in a second, right? But every single day, every single hour, every single minute, you are getting concerned trolls. And by your same fucking logic, what you tried to do to Ethan, would be considered concern trolling, bro. You say, niggas say Ethan needs sympathy. Ethan needs empathy. You say he don't need a fucking hug. He needs a fucking ass beating. Okay, I'm doing this to help you, man. I want to publicly shit talk you for an hour, but I'm doing it for your benefit. You know what I'm saying? I'm criticizing you for your benefit. You should be thanking me. I'm giving you the blueprint to better improve your life, and once you've improved your life to a point to where I find it socially acceptable, then I will reach out my hand to you in compassion and camaraderie. But only then. Only when I deem necessary. And my wife's boyfriend signs off on it. I gotta get their approval first, but final decision is mine. But mostly mine. It's like 40-60.
I'm bored.
Ian, Ian, you claim superior intelligence. You claim superior morality, man. You claim to be a fucking champion for all these goddamn things. Bitch ass nigga, you can't even fucking support you can't even support banning child marriage, my nigga. How the fuck am I supposed to believe anything you say, man?
Are you sure?
How do you know that story is even fucking believable? My nigga, there is literal news footage of this, my nigga, but even, bro, even aside all that, bro, you just don't lie about something like that, okay? You don't sit next to and lie. There will be no reason to lie about that. There is nothing to lie about. That is real, okay? That is terrifyingly real, okay? That a fucking Taiwanese, fucking Chinese, Japanese, whatever, bro, can look at their fucking 12-year-old daughter and say, you know what, man, we need some fucking money. So you know what, little nigga, I'm gonna sell you off to this goddamn rich family over here, and you're gonna give them 2 kids. And she did. She gave them niggas 2 kids. She got pregnant at 15, and I forget the other age. She said 15. 5th fucking teen, man. 5th fucking teen. And we sitting here bullshitting about Sam fucking Hyde. You are literal fucking troglodytes. You niggas are troglodytes. Hey, I said 3 fucking times. Troglodyte. What the fuck? And yes, I'm taking everything at face value. I don't believe a single lie has been expensed, man. I don't, bro. I don't, because everybody in your fucking corner besides Sean the fucking retarded fucking Denims, right, should not be the only niggas in your fucking corner. And fucking Hassan. Oh boy, Hassan, Mr. Free Speech all of a sudden. You say, can you see? No real I'm glad that you guys have decided not to carry on your bloodline, ER or whatever is keeping you niggas from having kids.
I'm not looking for your tampon.
You can continue to not have kids, okay? Continue to not have kids until somebody is infertile, and then cool. Yeah, man, that was some bullshit. But it needs to be said, It needed to be fucking said. But with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you guys for checking out the video. Check out Discord, like the video if you did, and I will catch you guys on the next one.
We're gonna cheat slightly, bro. I'm gonna cheat on this.
And double up. I ain't talking about Playboy.
Not sure what that was necessary, but I did put that in there nonetheless. So that was something that I plan to do. All right, one more video, I guess, for me. Then I'll switch to something else. I do have to. Sure.
I don't know how recent.
Then he just stop and then.
Like, I definitely haven't spoken to him in months.
I think Epic is like attached to my she model.
I think so too.
Cause it was like.
I think he's a pedophile and an Indian. Why I don't want to stream? Like, my fans are fucking retarded, and they're upset that I spam collabs all day. Have you ever considered it's because none of you like send me any money at all? Like, it's just crazy to me that they don't understand like the connection. And I mean, I can't blame them because they're all like underage kids and that's Niji Sanji's fan base, but why do you want to pander to those people? Those ugly fucking models that they pay nothing.
2 hours. It's not that bad, I guess.
Well, talking to an Indian sounds pretty terrible.
Okay.
Don't be rude, life. Okay.
Oh, I hate Epic and I hate his kind. They could have looked into the future and like realized that the girl who talked about wanting to be a lolly wanted to be a lolly. I don't know. And that just kind of seems weird to me.
I feel like it's pretty obvious that they knew that based on what they were talking to you about.
Okay, no, it's because they want
they
to
just-
hire you, right? But then they're like, okay,
They just
well,
fucking
we
lied to me
can't
pretty
do
much.
it.
They literally just lied to me.
No, it's because they wanted to hire you.
Yeah, so they lied.
It's fine. You can get a lolly model next time.
They're never gonna give me a fucking lolly model. Like, it makes me so mad.
Wake up, baby. Wake up, baby. New fucking railroad just dropped. What's going on, everybody? Back at with another video. It is your boy Nino, aka Consistent Nino. Yeah, we're just gonna hop right into the VTuber bullshit. Another fucking VTuber by name of Twisty Amanazako has been railroaded. You know what I'm saying? She said, I don't fuck with those blacks. I don't fuck with those Indians. And yeah, I don't know, man. The fags, man. You know, I'd take them or leave them. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know VTubers move like that unless you're a mentally ill rabbit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that the VTubers got down like that. You know. But I will remind you niggas, you know what I'm saying, man, VTubing did start over, you know, in the Asian countries, you know what I'm saying? And you know, Asian niggas really aren't really too fond of the black. They really just hopped off the porch, like I would say in the last 5 years, about letting us actually appear in, you know, the JAVs, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, like they didn't even really want us fucking, you know, like they're women low key, you know what I'm saying? High key, low key, actually, you know what I'm saying? Cause like, yeah, man, you know, you know, all I'm saying is, you know, the Ajins are just not the most, you know, open-minded sort of guys and gals, you know what I'm saying, man? You go over there looking like me, you know, you might get locked up day one. And them's the breaks, kid, them's the bakes, man. You want to go to a vacation, you can take your ass to Africa. You can go to Spain too, but you know, I don't know, man. You might look over your shoulder, man. You start trying to go to, you know what I'm saying, Tokyo, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we maybe stay away from Tokyo. You heard of Okinawa? Alright, anyway, bro, yeah, man. Yeah, what's crazy though, man? They hitting this bitch with the goddamn Chris Benoit, you know what I'm saying, man? They done wiped the bitch's YouTube, right? They done wiped their fucking Twitter and protected them motherfuckers. And I'm pretty sure they done probably booted fucking access from all them shits from her, you know what I'm saying? So she probably can't even fucking log into them bitches, you know, low key, high key, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, they not fuck with that, man. They hey, man, they said, yeah, man, that fucking Indian too. Yo, they heard that. No. Oh, hell no. No. Pull the fucking plug. I need you to pull the plug. I want you to pull the plug. You've been labeled as a brand risk. Congratulations. Your account should now mind. Fuck out of my house. I will absorb your content and all of your likeness. Fail to reach your contract. Your whole likeness belongs to us. Watch they just change the bitch hair color and then just fucking pawn her fucking. I guarantee you that's what they gonna do, man. I don't know if they've done that in the past, but I mean, shit, might as well. I mean, real talk, man. How different can these VTubers actually fucking look? You know what I'm saying? Now, if we talking a difference of what does $200 look like versus $1,000, sure, but I'm just saying the fucking design itself, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many palette swaps can we really get before? Well, I guess in that instance, and then you add the demi-humans, you know, you add the succubi, the fox girls, the cat girls, the bunny girls. Okay, you know, that's fair enough. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But yeah, man, Big Twisty Big Twisty did do a tell-all, you know. I will link that down in the description below. What was said basically was that, man, honestly, man, she was like, you know, like, I was on the journey to rediscover myself, you know, and become a better person. I understand that the call was leaked, right? The call was leaked. I understand that, you know. Real talk, I even gave my niggas a heads up. There was this call that might have been leaked, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to give you niggas a heads up, you know, so we don't blindside y'all. And, you know, she just got, you know, she didn't really get any support on that, you know. She also said that she tried to make a new account, you know what I'm saying, following getting fucked on at a Niji Soft. Promises were made, you know what I'm saying? Support was promised to be given out, but when it was time for niggas to start cashing checks, shit started bouncing. She feels like she didn't get the fucking support that she was promised, and as a result, she had to go damn near a full year, and that hurt. That hurt her on her heart. That doesn't really excuse what she said, but it adds context. Now look, man, Nino is not the fucking PC policeman. You know what I'm saying, man? I thought it was quite funny. You'll see in the clips. Hopefully Neo doesn't fucking age trick shit from what she was talking about. I might have to split it up. I don't know, man. It's just funny, man. It's just funny. It seems like every other week now. Every other week or damn near every month out of the year. We've got some pretty consistent VTuber bullshit, man. What's gonna be the next thing, man? Huh? What's the next thing? Did I tell you I got these scars? That's been your daily talk of that VTuber bullshit. I've been your host, Nino Speaks, and holla back at your boy. Bye bye. Pack drop just dropped, baby. New pack drop. Denims, your time has come. Your time has come. Oh my gosh. Don't you feel fucking stupid now? Denims, I really would have kept that goddamn GoFundMe up. I'm not gonna lie. What's going on, everybody? Back again with another video. It is your boy Nino, man. Yeah, man, we just gotta hop right into it, man. Denims TV, Frogan, and Big from down the ring. Big Casey Tron. Tell them what they've earned, Jimmy. They've earned themselves a one-way trip to New York City for a grand lawsuit. Oh my god, bitch. You stupid bitch. Did you really? I mean, really. Look. Now, Denims, you deserve to get fucking sued twice over. One, for your OnlyFans content, and two, for just being you, right? You have deserved that more and more. But not only did you threaten a lawsuit, you put one out there. You fucking, you know what I'm saying? From deep. You put that bitch on GoFundMe. And how much did you raise? How much did you raise before you ultimately, you know what I'm saying, shit canned it yourself? Because you're like, oh, son of a bitch. God damn. I mean, look, man. I may not be taking BBC on my OnlyFans, but I'll tell you one goddamn thing. I really don't want to get fucked by that Jew in court. So I'm gonna have to bow out. I decided to bow out of this game. Like Denims. I mean, is the OF really gonna support a lawsuit? I don't know, Denims. I don't know. Yeah. You might be fucked, bitch. You might be fucked. I don't know. Yeah, man. It might be. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. How do I work? Instead of lusting, we're gonna need you to get back on the BBC. If you introduce a Jason Love into your life and you allow him to stretch open your 5'9", 5'8", you allow him to do that, then I guarantee, lean to the plug, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now, man. We going Big Dick Jimmy. I mean, I look forward to seeing the second GoFundMe, because y'all really think she gonna shirk opportunity to crowdfund some more money? Now she has actual basis to do so. She's getting sued. This is the actual time to get GoFundMe. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, hopefully she can raise some up. I want to see her in a black leotard in court. That's what I want to see her show up as. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be on brand. Now, speaking of being on brand, Frogan, you fat fuck, you fat bitch, you fat Fiona fuck. You're gonna wish PTSD is all the soldiers give you by the time Ethan's done with you. Let me tell you. No glaze. Remember, man, no Star 69 glaze. No Star 69 glaze. I'm just saying, Frogan is such an unlikable fucking cunt. I mean, you just gotta hate. I mean, it's just fucking required, is it not? I mean, look at her. Look at her. 10,000. It's like 10,000 to 5,000 mean comments were enough to get you to break down on stream. Ugh, yikes. Ooh, we're talking about real life consequences now. Yikes. I'm not saying that you have to open up all the tub of lard that you have, you know what I'm saying, and just start consuming. We don't need you to turn into a Akira monster. But what I am telling you to do is please don't blow your brains out. Come on now, please don't. Come on. I need you, just like Nick Rekieta, to show up to fucking court, you know what I'm saying, with your fucking heroin, drugged out, written fucking girlfriend and fucking skin tight yoga pants, you know what I'm saying? I need you to come with that dusty, stinky fucking hijab that you always fucking wear. I need you to fucking come to that motherfucker reeking of shit, right? I need you to come to the function smelling like that. Casey Tron, we look, honey, you've been at this for 2 decades, okay? All right, now when do you know it's gonna be the final nail in the fucking coffin, or are you just gonna keep on popping living dead, bitch? Cause I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, honey, we gave up the act years ago, okay? We know what you are. Everyone knows what you are, okay? We don't gotta keep on nobody be seen, not fucking heard. Okay, you're much better as eye candy than you are as a political. So, Casey Tron, enjoy the fucking lawsuit, bitch. I don't. You get what you fucking deserve. I don't even know why you're still in this fucking race, honestly. Get out the game, retire. You should be Lisa Anning, you know what I'm saying? Just on a, I don't know, fucking podcast or some shit, bitch. Like, what? Like, are you? W. Ethan, man. W. Ethan, you know? And again, I can't wait to see the fucking degeneracy that comes out of this, man. Oh, man, you know Mr. Piggy himself, Mr. fucking Nicholas Diorio. Good content. Allow me to consume. If you've never seen a picture of Nicholas Diorio, just imagine the fucking Duke. So we're gonna go ahead and get one out of here, and catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye.
What the dude, she's staring into my goddamn soul. Dude, I'm waking up right there. I'm screaming out of my bed and I'm fucking ending myself, dude.
Surprised that some opinions need a shout, others a whisper, and YouTube has space for them all. But there's a type of reviewer in here that looks at modern media from a shallow conservative lens that I want to look at, because I think it does a disservice to criticism while pushing an audience politically to the right. And the channel doing this that I want to highlight is The Critical Drinker. If you're not one of his nearly 2 million subscribers, The Drinker is a comedy.
You fucking with this nigga's voice box or not? I'm kind of hitting the Nico Harris a little bit. I'm kind of hitting the Nico Harris. I'm asleep. This nigga's crazy. hell? I didn't. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. You know what? This is some good bait, bro. That's good bait. That's good bait.
There are a lot of cinematic universes, and they all vary wildly in quality from film to film. Think Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts. Think the Star Wars films you personally like and the Star Wars films you don't personally like. Think the Infinity Saga and Ant-Man 3. The entirety of the spum is bad, and if you don't know what that is, you need to catch up on your Weekly Planet. DC has had a rocky relationship with movie universes lately. Until they brought James Gunn in and decided to reboot everything, no one really knew what was canon, what continuities were continuing, who was involved, and what the future looked like. I don't want to talk about the entire DCEU today, though. I just want to focus on the most polarizing part of it, the part that started it all, the Snyderverse. Before we start, these are incredibly iconic characters that we're going to be talking about. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Lex Luthor. They all have decades of media behind them, not to mention dozens of movies in very recent memory already. Now, I haven't read any DC comics, nor have I watched any of the animated shows, so I don't exactly have a deep understanding of these characters. Don't get me wrong, I've seen a lot of movies about them. Chris Nolan's trilogy, Christopher Reeve's Superman, The Batman, I've played the Arkham trilogy, and most importantly, I've seen Batman and Robin. So I've seen other depictions of these characters that I imagine, and am informed, have significant crossover with their comic counterparts, but I don't know everything. That means my perspective is likely to be more similar to a typical theatre goer, give or take a few pieces of media. I won't give any judgment too early, but Snyder's interpretations of these iconic and incredibly beloved characters is contentious. He directed 3 films for his Snyderverse: Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, Dawn of Justice, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. The decisions he and the other members of the creative teams made on those films had significant influence on other DCEU projects as well. For instance, if Snyder's characters had lived beyond his involvement with them, other directors and writers would have had to continue with his character decisions or risk suffering the wrath of the internet, due to both the dreaded break in canon or continuity, and because Snyder has incredibly loyal fans. In fact, his fans are so loyal, they created a film. That's not a joke. Zack Snyder's Justice League would not exist if it weren't for hundreds of thousands of people tweeting and calling upon Warner Bros. To let Zack finish his vision. So Snyder had to step down from directing Justice League initially because of a family tragedy. It's not my place to delve too deeply into this, but obviously that is awful for everyone involved, and my heart goes out to Zack and his family. He stepped down during post-production, then Joss Whedon came in and reshot a bunch of stuff to adhere to what Warner Brothers wanted. The film released, people hated it, and Joss Whedon is a douchebag piece of shit. Damn. That same year, fans, understandably disappointed by the terrible film, called for Warner Brothers to release Snyder's version, somehow, using the hashtag #ReleaseTheSnyderCut. This continues, and the Snyder fans get louder and louder, actually rallying outside Warner Brothers Burbank offices, the dogs. So the cast and Snyder himself get involved, seeing that the movement is huge and presumably also being dissatisfied with Whedon's rubbish cut. Then Warner Bros. Throws $70 million at it. Zack reshoots some stuff, finishes a bunch of effects, redoes some CGI and editing, and they chuck it up on HBO Max. It does really well. The fans loved it, the critics thought it was at least better than Joss Whedon's. What a tremendous achievement.
Thanks for your help.
In bullying, look at how this pack of ravenous ghouls attacked and harassed these poor Warner Brothers executives. They didn't want to release it, they weren't going to until the bullying made them do it. Okay, so obviously we can all agree that Warner Brothers suck, and not all of the fans were doing that, I'm being facetious, but some of them genuinely did harass people for a movie they hadn't seen and didn't know existed for a long time. The Release the Snyder Cut movement was actually successful. Now, I'm not here to talk about the toxic superfans, I just want to set the scene for this cinematic universe of 3 films. So far, and lay down some groundwork. I'm going to be talking about each film in detail, and then about the wider universe and how it exists in the internet zeitgeist. I'm not going to nitpick every little detail just to drag it out to like 6 hours. I'm not Mauler, thank God. Okay, you twisted my arm, I'll do a little bit of nitpicking, but only because it's really easy and really fun. I only have one more thing to add before I start. I'll be very upfront. I don't like this. I don't like Zack Snyder's films, I don't like Zack Snyder's filmmaking, I think his visual and directorial style is repulsively ugly. I always say it's better to have a style, even if that style is bad, than to not have one at all. But I would happily take David Yates and his bland, unoriginal boringness over whatever Zack Snyder's filmmaking style is any day of the week. Does that make me biased? Yes. Does that make any of my criticisms any less valid or accurate? No. With that out of the way, let's do this. So this is the best of the 3, hands down. It's a coherent, cohesive story with a main character we can get emotionally invested in. It has a definable beginning, middle, and end. Henry Cavill is a fantastic Superman. His acting isn't anything to write home about in this film, but his embodiment of the character is perfect. He looks and exudes Superman whenever he's on screen. This one is also very light on Zack Snyder's signature disgusting visual style, with almost no slow-mo, no weird zoom-ins on bafflingly unimportant details, just a wash of grey across most of the shots that make it seem less realistic and more, is my monitor broken? Alright, that's the good stuff I have to say. Let's do some nitpicking, shall we? Zack begins Clark's origin in the most unimaginative place possible, his literal birth. Rusty does his best human impression. Rusty does his best acting impression. Wouldn't be a Zack Snyder action scene if I knew what the fuck was happening on screen. Krypton is ugly as fuck. Is it a product of Zack thinking comic books are inherently childish and believing adults want dark and gritty reimaginings of characters and stories every time? Who knows? Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe he has a deep respect for all of these characters. We may never know. Rusty does his best Hayden impression. It's been said before, but these are just floating cocks. How did no one notice this? Was this intentional? What is this? First ham-fisted Jesus reference.
In your new environment.
Oh my god, Lois Lane said dicks, this universe is so gritty and realistic. Jonathan Kent's death is really dumb, but everyone's already talked about it, so we'll move on. Second awful Jesus reference.
I'm glad to hear
about one of our
After all,
Nah mate, he's standing right next to you, look! He's looking down like he's guilty for not revealing himself, he's thinking about Mars or something. Zack planned him to be Martian Manhunter all along. Third Jesus reference. This mid-air fight looks terrible, as most mid-air superhero fights do. It's weightless and boring and almost entirely CGI. Okay, nitpick section over. I told you to be quick. So some of these nitpicks are more important than others, but everything I've included so far kind of falls under the moment-to-moment umbrella. Apart from the Jesus metaphors, they permeate the entire universe. So my main complaint about this film is that it's boring. Even worse than that, Superman is boring. He's bland and boring and stilted and basically a sponge for his two dads' constant advice. I know I said it's the best one and the most coherent, but that's not saying much because it's still all over the place, paced badly, a tonal roller coaster filled with telling and not showing, and plagued by awful dialogue. Alright, so the pacing. We first see Henry Cavill 19.5 minutes into this superhero movie. That's fine, I guess we all have to see his origin again, but it's definitely a sign of things to come from this universe. There are also so many flashbacks. Why didn't you spend any of that 20 minutes at the start setting up your main character? It was only exposition and showing us the villain. These flashbacks interrupt the flow quite a bit after a while, and they overstay their
Never
welcome.
settle
This
for
film
being
also
alone.
beats
Be
us
the
over the
arrow
head with its
instead.
ideas way
I
too
will
much.
take your words to
Everything
my
is
heart,
over-explained.
and you will
Why
be
not
seeing
show
my
us this
power.
villain stuff?
I give
Why
you
give
my
us 4
promise.
runs of Clark saving people, then being told he's a dumbass and humanity isn't
That'd be
ready,
better.
when we could be seeing more important
You will
shit we
be
have
seeing
to
my
have
power.
explained to us later. Many of the pacing issues here boil down to focusing on the wrong things and not trusting the audience to intuit exposition. These problems don't cripple the film, but they do make it frustrating at points in the runtime.
Ferdinand?
You had over
Our
2
professor
hours,
is wanting
and
to
we
see
waste so much time on superfluous detail.
Hmm.
The dialogue is a lot harder to
has
forgive.
much
It's so ham-fisted and
I will wait
unnatural,
for
it
him
makes
to be
me wonder
finished.
how the actors even said it without cringing.
Harry, come on, it's me we're talking about. I'm a Pulitzer Prize winning reporter.
God. I don't even have that much to say other than,
Diplomacy
are
has
these
an
writers
effect upon
allergic to
weapons
subtlety?
development.
The only dialogue that stood out to me as good
That makes
was this
sense.
section with Jonathan Kent.
Oh,
Did I hurt
Petra.
you?
How long have you been there?
That's not what I meant.
A short
Are
time.
you all right?
Every
You were
other scene
devoting
with
all of your
Park Kent should have
attention to
been
that
like
book.
this. It's quick,
Forgive me.
it shows
I
what
was
Clark
fully
can do
absorbed
and
in my
chooses
reading.
not to, it makes him
I see
human,
you have been
and it
reading as well.
emphasizes that physical
Anything
pain
interesting?
isn't the issue at stake
I'm
for him.
studying the history of Fodlan.
On my world, it means hope.
A history
On your
book.
world,
What a
mate,
keen
your
student
world
you
is
are.
Earth.
And
You've
it's about
literally
House
never
Westfeld.
left it since you got
Certainly
here
a
when you were an
stimulating topic.
infant. Stop
I'm
swinging
wishing
this
to learn all
pendulum of
about
human and
Fodlan.
alien and just fucking
What is the
choose
good?
one. Choose human.
Oh,
it's the
this?
correct choice and
This
the only
relates
one that
to a
makes
little
sense.
hobby of
He's a
mine.
human
The
dude. That
regional
brings me to
history of
Clark
weapons
and his
development
character
in
arc.
Fodlan.
Well, it's kind of a
Militaries have to
reverse
adapt their
character
weapons
arc.
according to
just wanted
terrain
to
and
help.
climate.
I know you did, but
And
we
they have to
talked
keep
about
up with
this, buddy.
technologies
You're
in
supposed to
other
use your
regions.
powers to
It's
kill,
very
Clark.
interesting.
To kill, not to
Yes, it
save.
is
With great
interesting.
power comes great
I see
murder.
why
That's
you
what
would be
I always
enjoying that
say.
kind of
What was I
reading.
supposed to do? Just let him die?
Does that excite your
Bro,
curiosity too?
what? Don't you wish
Perhaps you would
Clark
care
had
to read
landed
more
one
about it
farm
then.
over?
You were
This
sent
is
here
just
for a
one of
reason.
18
You were sent here
volumes,
for a reason,
and our library
but
has
not
the
to save
entire
lives.
collection.
If you ever save another
I
life,
give
I'll
you my
kill you
gratitude.
myself.
Research of weapons could be a good reference
Good
for
on you,
me.
Clark. You did
Oh,
Jonathan Kent
please take my
proud by
apologies.
snapping that
I
neck.
was meaning to tell
Finally,
you
you've
that our
learned to use your
professor
powers
is
for
wanting
good.
to see you.
Good
Oh.
killing. This will
not like you to
absolutely
forget
make the
something.
human race ready to see
Suppose
you
I
for
ought
the
to be
force
going
of hope and justice and goodness that you really are. So we have a
Yes,
bunch of
it is a
flashbacks
rarity
showing us
that I
that
forget
Clark
something.
wants to save people.
But it is
He
not
wants to do good, to be a hero, to use these powers the best way he can. By the end, he learns nothing from his father except that he needs a secret identity and he
But it
stops
is not
saving people as an
impossible.
adult. Seriously, he doesn't dismiss his father's advice and warnings and make the most of his heroic opportunities. He does the bare minimum. Zod and his goons come to Earth and start absolutely wrecking house, right? He and Clark fight and they completely tear up Metropolis, knocking over buildings, vaporizing entire office floors, presumably murdering thousands of innocent people. How does Clark's clearly defined and over-explained need to save people play into this terrifying situation? Well, he saves that one guy from a helicopter, then...
Regardless of
Well, I
age.
guess he...
Yes.
Oh, he saves Lois Lane. Then...
I'm actually
Yeah,
very
that's
busy
it.
right now.
I'm serious.
If you're here
He
to ask a
saves
favor.
one random guy, murders a bunch of people, saves Lois Lane,
Fair
then
enough.
goes right back to murder. You think that's unfair? It's made very clear that this fight won't end until one of them dies. Zod even says that. He wants to chase Superman and kill him. So why the fuck would Superman waste time in Metropolis when he could just fly to space? When they eventually do it, it totally works, and it's only in the train station that Zod starts killing people specifically to torture Clark. Seriously, even if his number one priority wasn't get this insanely powerful genocidal maniac away from the city, it should have probably been something closer to I should minimize civilian casualties than let's just keep punching, eh? This portrayal of Superman doesn't just contradict the original character, it contradicts heroic protagonists in general. He destroys the city while fighting Zod when we see clear evidence that he absolutely can lead him away. He saves a grand total of 2 people, one in each battle, when he
2
clearly
people
has the
is
speed and awareness to save more,
the hell are
and
these?
he inadvertently kills thousands. He spends way more time wailing on Kryptonians than he does doing anything heroic. It's cool to see powerful superhumans hit each other for a bit, but so much of this film has been Clark learning how to use his abilities to help and save people. Then Jonathan Kent telling him not to, but him ultimately deciding he wants to anyway. Then, in the 3rd act, it all gets thrown out the window. Zack is far more
Anyway,
concerned with how hard
do you
Superman
know what
can
that
punch
no-good
than he is
jerk
with how
said
much
when we
good
got
Clark
back to my
Kent can
room?
do. Obviously,
He
this is
said,
supposed to be a
"What a
very
mess.
different
I'm
Superman,
afraid
and
to
I
go
can
in
accept
there."
that. but it has
Can you
implications that
believe
Zack
it?
seems determined
You know
to
who cares
ignore.
about keeping
He's
everything
allowed to
neat
break
and
things,
tidy?
and that leads
Not
directly
me,
into the
that's
next
who.
movie, but how does he feel about it? Does he struggle with this destruction? Does he help Metropolis repair and rebuild to make this right?
Really
Does he
fucking pissed
learn
off.
anything from this film? Does he feel bad for the innocent civilians that died as well as Zod? For a film that's already over 2 hours, the ending is so rushed. We don't get to explore any character response to these catastrophic events until the next film. So there's a lot of heavy lifting to do in BVS. I guess we'll see how that goes. So here we have the first pillar of this universe, Superman. In many ways, he's the linchpin of Zack's whole plan, and he is blander than a bologna and ketchup white bread sandwich. He has so little agency. They did a fair job at making him feel empathetic, but spoiler alert, that doesn't last long, and his struggles never get more complicated than, should I kill this bad guy? Also, what does he want? Does he want to be a god to humanity? Does he want to be a normal guy and use his powers to save people? Does he want to be a hero
Lord,
and an
have mercy.
inspiration to the masses? I don't know, and neither does Zack. Superman is
Professor.
barely a character in his
Speaker, you
own
seem to
solo
hold
film.
Edelgard in highest
Now I feel like I have to say
That is my
again,
impression, at
I have
least.
no inherent loyalty to the character of Superman. I'm not an avid comic book fan,
He
and I
is
haven't had a
certainly
childhood
talented.
connection like other people
No
have,
doubt
so
about that.
when I criticize it,
But I
I
wonder,
promise I'm coming
what
from
is
a
your
place of
opinion of me?
neutrality. Well,
I am quite
neutrality
talented
about
too,
Superman.
am I not?
It's not just
Be
bad
honest.
because it's
Do
not
not hold
my
back.
Superman.
Pretend
It's
that I
bad
am
on its
just a
own
regular
merits.
person,
And
not the
boring.
scion
Did
of
I
a
mention
noble house.
boring? Well, at least this film did get one thing across. For some reason, I can tell it's very important that Clark's mother's name is Martha.
Me?
Okay, we should
With
move
her?
on. Floating clocks.
I was just being modest before. Honestly, I have always
So I
prided
watched the
myself on being
extended
superior
edition.
to Edelgard.
That was my choice, and I
Evidently,
stand
that is
by it.
not
But
your
my first
perspective.
note here is, holy fuck, this is 3 hours
Suppose
long.
there is only
Man
one
of
thing to
Steel
do.
was already long,
must
but this
demonstrate
is
my
intense.
excellence.
3 hours is an absolutely huge film, whichever way you slice it, so it better justify its exorbitant
entirely
length with some
underestimated my
engaging plot
abilities.
and character
You think
development.
I could
So,
ignore
up
such a
top, you
slight
probably all
upon
know
my
what I'm going
honor?
to say about this
Not
film.
likely.
It was hyped
Come,
to the
Professor.
nines. It was going to challenge the MCU for the superhero throne. It was going to be the biggest hero event of the decade. And then it
with
released, and it was
Edelgard's
bad.
skills in
And
combat
guess
are
what?
no match
It
for
still
mine.
is. The extended
I heard
edition
that
didn't
just the other
improve the
day,
film, it
she
just made it
defeated a
longer.
demonic beast
This
without
is a
assistance.
train wreck, and I'm not going to pretend
anything
otherwise.
Edelgard
If
can
you
do,
like this,
I can do
that's
better.
fine. I'm not going to
And
try and
in
convince
half
you
the
your
time.
opinion is wrong, but I
Professor,
would love
you
to
can
see
be
how
my
much of this
eyewitness
video
and
you agree with
timekeeper.
at the end. I guess we'll start with what I like about it.
Here we go.
First off, this intro is insanely cool. It's one of the most badass Batman scenes I've ever watched.
It will be
It's
fine.
such a showcase of what's to come, even if it's a total
Hiya.
lie. And it gives a fairly good idea of why Bruce is terrified of Superman. As everyone always says, Jeremy Irons is great as Alfred. I also agree with the praise for the Batman voice change. It sounds badass. You can understand what he's saying, and it totally makes sense in universe. I love the part where Clark can hear Alfred in Bruce's earpiece, but he has to pretend he can't. Some nice tension. Shame it comes 50 minutes into the film, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This punching sequence is sick. Okay, positivity time over. Let's get into the nitpicks. There are a lot more than last time, but I'll try to be quick. We start with Batman's origin, again, and it's slow and played out, but at least it's done in montage form. It has our first use of slow-mo, so that's exciting. Zoom in on the pearls falling down a drain in slow-mo. Also, the montage is edited like shit. Also, why is this the intro to the film and not that sick shot of Bruce running into the falling city?
Are you a terrorist, General?
Fucking Pulitzer Prize winner right here! Jesse Eisenberg is deeply terrible as Lex Luthor. Every line he delivers makes my neck want to crawl off my shoulders. Also, every line is written terribly, but we'll get to that.
Damn it.
All the biblical metaphors, of which there are so many, are way too heavy-handed already, but then Lex just starts lampshading them too. We get it! Please move on! Why is this scene here? I know you're just setting up for Justice League, but you haven't given us enough of Superman, Lois, Batman, or this world in general for anyone to be invested in this potential future yet. Also, we already know Lois is the key. Clark just said that in the other dream. Ezra Miller is a shit actor. I hate this Wilhelm scream. The Batmobile bouncing off Superman in slow-mo is kind of cool, but the slow-mo shot of Superman just walking over after is lame and ridiculous. Just two guys refusing to talk like normal humans, whose problems would probably be solved if they just talked like normal humans.
There's an ambush for Superman.
The guys in Africa were killed by bullets. Why would Superman use a gun? Are you all overdosing on stupid pills? Now, I haven't sat next to a giant jar of piss since I used to go to LAN parties, but I'm willing to bet that it would smell a little more pungent than, say, peach tea. Why does the Kryptonian ship just let Lex Luthor take control of it? Why are there so many dream sequences in this film? There are other ways to give audiences information, Zach.
Son of Krypton versus Bat of Gotham.
Oh, it's so cringe, dude. Every second he's on screen, I have to fight to keep looking at the movie.
Let's go to Gotham.
Then why didn't you? You had every opportunity. This fucking folder. This folder full of cute little graphics for the metahumans and videos of them metahumaning might be the funniest joke Zack Snyder has ever come up with. It is so contrived and lame and shoehorned that I can't even begin to explain all the ways in which I hate it, or I'll derail this video harder than Wonder Woman derails this movie. God, Aquaman looks so goofy. I hate Batman's armor. I know everyone loves it, but I hate it. It's too bulky, it's too shiny, and the eyes are goofy as hell.
You don't understand. There's no time. I understand.
Damn.
Okay, so Clark steps towards Bruce and he's like, "You don't understand." Then, instead of explaining anything, he just launches him 30 meters away? Why? You said you came here to talk, so talk to the man. Why are you just playing with him like this? Then, after he lasers the guns, when Bruce is just standing there waiting for him to come over, great strategy by the way, definitely couldn't have just snapped your neck if he actually wanted to kill you. Instead of using this period of silence to explain, like he was supposedly trying to earlier, he just picks him up and throws him again. If you're really worried about him pulling out more bullshit gadgets, just hold him in place and talk to him like that. It's so contrived. You are Superman. You can move faster than the speed of sound. You know one of those smoke grenades just messed you up real good. And you can see him reloading his launcher like 10 meters away. Just take a casual stroll over and kick it out of his hands maybe. Or you could just explain what's going on. Hey, isn't this from Titanic? Why was the spear there? How is Lois here? It's been talked to death, but this really is such a stilted line. Really? You're gonna call your mother by her first name when both her and your lives are in imminent danger? Ludicrous. Oh yeah, and this whole scene and justification and realization is dog shit and reeks of Zack Snyder's non-existent character understanding and writing abilities. Yeah man, I remember the film that I'm currently watching. I don't need a big slow-mo flashback to when your parents died. I was there.
You wanted your life for hers.
Then why didn't you say that? Wait, they just left Lois there with the spear?
That looks appetizing.
Okay.
I'm a friend of your son's.
No sir, the fuck you are not. Ooh, a big CGI monstrosity is the final boss of this film. How unique and exciting. God, this film is ugly. Lois Lane is better with a spear than any of the other three. You can throw it super easily. Like, it's basically what it's made for. Even Batman could have thrown it. All Clark had to do is take it to him if he somehow didn't want to do it himself. Oh my god, the origin of Lex Luthor's baldness. That deserves some silent dramatic close-ups. What's in that casket? Because it ain't Superman's body. We just saw that his body is with Martha and Lois. I think Jesse Eisenberg must have stored some of his very limited acting ability in his wig, because this last scene in the prison where he's bald is more cringe and painful to watch than any other scene in this miserable experience of a movie. Okay, nitpicks done. Sorry, I promise I kept it as quick as I possibly could. I left out more than you could ever know to trim that section down, and it still wound up being pretty long. So we've ended up with some very different nitpicks, and you may notice that I've criticized the visuals and aesthetic a lot. I would say that this film feels very much like classic Snyder. Man of Steel was remarkably reserved in regards to slow motion, overlong CGI close-ups, and zoom-ins, or needlessly gritty action choreography. BVS, however, is stuffed full of them. There's enough slow motion here to make Gavin Free sweat, and it's often used in the most bafflingly goofy ways that derail otherwise intense sequences. Speaking of Snyderisms, the whole film has a stylistic color grading that makes my eyeballs itch. This is a profoundly ugly film. Doomsday is hideous. The effects from his attacks are cartoonishly bad, and to make it worse, they're so chaotic that you can't even see what's happening whenever they're on screen. Another part of Zack's aesthetic I think hinders not only this film but the whole universe is his biblical imagery. It's over the top, it's overused, and its insulting lack of subtlety makes me wonder who Zack thinks his audience actually is. Does he think his fans are stupid? No one needs this theme beaten into them this much.
Never
We get
underestimate
it.
a noble.
It never stops too. This universe is obsessed with making Superman into Jesus, which I personally think has some interesting implications for the nightmare stuff down the road, but we'll get to that. Actually, no, let's get to it right now. There's a big dream sequence. Well, there's several, but I'm talking about Batman's dream of the future. It's so dramatic, much like everything else Snyder ever does, but it's also pointless. Is Batman prophetic? Is he just dreaming? None of this means anything until several movies after this one anyway, so it feels pretty self-important, but it also doesn't change anything. How has Batman been changed by this potential future? He's using guns to murder people in this dream, but is that any different to the present? Not really. This sequence contributes to the film's egregiously poor pacing, and it's choreographed like shit. They all just take turns pointing their guns at Batman without shooting so he can beat them up, but the only thing that actually means anything for our characters is Superman being evil.
He has the power to wipe out the entire human race, and if we believe there's even a 1% chance that he is our enemy, we have to take it as an absolute.
Who is this? This is such a terrible line, and any compelling version of Batman definitely wouldn't say it. He also wouldn't act on it. Plan for it? Sure, but act on it? No. Superman is clearly trying to do good. He's extremely powerful, so when he messes up, the consequences are somewhat larger, but Batman intentionally kills way more people than Superman. I know I made fun of Clark last film for accidentally 9/11ing thousands of people, but in his defense, he was the only one uniquely equipped to stop the Kryptonian invasion. They tried to destroy the Earth, Bruce. Should he have let them? Yes, it's obviously awful that Superman's stupidity and inexperience affected so many people, but Bruce didn't even try to reason with him, or understand him, or send him away, or put contingencies in place for accidents like that happening again, or turn his brain on at all. He just decided, like a caveman, to use Big Green Rock to kill Strong Man. This line also brings me to another overarching problem with this film and the universe: the dialogue. I touched on it with Man of Steel, but holy shit, if that script was scraping the bottom of the barrel for dialogue, this one is mining down into the core of the earth.
Are you a terrorist?
No, we did that one.
Laying low in the morning, low line slacks. Lois Lane.
She's the key. Next category, circles. And round they go to find Superman.
You're letting him kill Martha.
No man in the sky intervened when I was a boy to deliver me from Daddy's fist and abominations.
These lines are all delivered with the seriousness of a heart attack. Edgier than Illidan's Warglaves of Azeroth, but they are embarrassing to listen to. So much dialogue appears to have been written with either a trailer in mind or just for the singular moment in which it was said, without any thought of the wider narrative implications.
She with you? I thought she was with you.
What? No, dude, you didn't. Why would you say this?
Thankfully, the workday is over and the downtown core, it's nearly empty.
This one isn't just bad, it's also contrived as hell. Speaking of contrivance, this film is built upon it. Snyder and David S. Goyer seem incapable of writing these stories without relying on manufactured tension and unbelievable non sequiturs to get events they need to take place. It's hard to describe just how contrived this plot really feels because cause and effect so rarely come into play, and things just seem to happen according to a storyboard instead of legitimate character choices. The simple idea of a film where Batman fights Superman was taken to such an extreme that it necessitated the mutilation
That's a minor,
and
you're a
lobotomization
pedophile,
of
nigga,
both
what?
characters. They want Superman to be implicated in murders and mistrusted by the world, so instead of running with just the Metropolis stuff, they shoehorn in all of this shit about the killings in Africa, where no one could ever reasonably believe Superman had anything to do with it. They set up this whole catch-22 with Martha Kent and Superman where he can't possibly save her. He has to kill Batman instead. Okay, well, this might have been closer to believable if Lex hadn't fully explained his plan to Superman and told him he's manipulating the two of them. Dude, have you tried lying? Try something, because now Superman can just go and tell him about what you've done. But oh no, Martha's been kidnapped. I better go kill this guy who fights crime slightly differently than I do. This moves directly into the next plethora of contrivances that tie the entire Batman and Superman fight together. Clark had more than enough opportunities to stop the fight and talk to Bruce, or to do it before they even started fighting.
I never
Just
would've guessed.
send him a fucking text, and he
I'm not just
steadfastly
playing games with
refuses
you
to
boys.
do so.
This is
There
for my
is
future.
no reason for
You have
Clark
no right
not
to
to try harder to explain
I
the
very much
situation,
want to find a
except
good
that they
partner
need to
here at
fight
the
for the
Academy.
trailer, the dumb fucking
I'm
spectacle,
going to
and to
take
keep
care
this
of my
movie
life.
all dark and gritty. Then we get to the Martha scene. The biggest contrivance in the entire film,
I'm glad
and
you
possibly the
understand.
entire
Not
universe.
everyone appreciates
Batman
the
wants to kill
necessity of taking
Superman.
the
He's
initiative
standing
while you're
over
still
him
in
with
your
the
prime.
spear, and he's
Or
about
are
to
you just
deal the
saying
killing
that?
blow. Then some bloke says his mum's
Anyway,
name,
I
Lois
value
runs
your
in
opinion,
somehow, and he
Professor, but
realizes that
I won't
Superman
have
is
you
human too,
interfering with
and
my
does a
life plans.
complete 180.
Unless
So you
you
do
would
know
like
how
to
to
take
throw
care
a
of me
spear.
into my old
This
age.
is the weakest
That
character
is
decision
something,
making
eh?
I've
How
ever
about it,
seen.
Professor?
It makes no sense, it isn't grounded in anything we've previously seen, and it relies on so many conveniences to happen in the first place. First,
You
the
weren't
fight
being
has to get them
serious,
to this
are you?
exact
That
building
was
in this
just
exact
teasing.
part of the city.
Or did you really
Second,
just consider
Clark Kent
spending
has to
your
mention
whole
his
life
mother
with me?
before his death.
If you
Third,
did,
he has to call her by
that
her
actually
first
makes
fucking
me-
name before offering
makes
up
me happy.
any other information.
I had no idea
Fourth,
you might look at me
Lois
that way.
Lane has to
What
come
the-
in at that precise moment out of
Awfully
nowhere to explain the comment,
You might even
and
be
fifth,
blushing a bit.
Batman has to
Have I
have been
embarrassed you?
lobotomized before the start of
So
the
I'm
film. I
very,
feel like I'm a
very
broken
sorry.
record talking about
I
all of
should be
these plot
going
points that
anyway.
make no sense
I'll
to
see you
anyone but
later,
the writers, but
Professor.
it really kills the verisimilitude. This whole universe eventually devolves into a series of plot contrivances that make the audience ask why things are happening. Why does Superman care about Batman's actions so much? Why did Lex Luthor piss in that jar? Why did someone at LexCorp do the
Indeed.
graphic design
I will
for the
do my part.
metahumans? Why did the US Army nuke Doomsday when
Amazing,
Superman
Mel.
already flew him into space? Why did Superman fly the spear instead of throwing it? Don't think these contrivances don't exist in Man of Steel
put this to
either.
the test.
Why did Clark let
I'm a
Jonathan
quick
Kent
study.
die? Why was
I
Lois
work to
Lane even
grow.
in Man of Steel except as a plot device? These may sound like momentary nitpicks, but when you stack them up, you see that so many plot points in this series have absolutely no connective tissue. When the audience is forced to come up with their own flimsy explanations for these baffling story events, then your story has not been established well enough. Which, by the way, is insane given the amount of exposition they try to stuff into these films. Another element of the Snyderverse this film solidifies is tone. Man of Steel set a certain tone, and BVS really took it further. It's so gritty and realistic and dark. It's a very dark universe. No, not that one. Unfortunately, Zack thinks that dark means literally hard to see, and also people die. There's no nuance here.
He said
It's all aesthetic
literally
and
hard to
surface level, and a little childish. Just
Hell
like the
no, bro.
investigations in this movie. Take the Batmobile. It looks really cool, but it's a total murder machine. It has mounted guns, a big mounted gun, and Batman uses it to kill so many people. I know Batman killing gets talked about a lot, but it's completely emblematic of this universe. Why does he kill? Because Zack thinks that's dark and gritty, and therefore cool. He also thinks it's realistic, but we'll get to that later. Another great example is the warehouse scene. Everyone loves it. It's okay, and the choreography is cool, but it's so unnecessarily brutal. In fact, that sort of sums up Batman in this film. He's branding people, he's smearing their brains on walls, he's stabbing them, he's shooting them, he's blowing them up. If they'd explored this in any way, it might have been interesting, but spoiler alert, they don't mention it at all. This tone appeals to a lot of people. I understand that. Nolan's trilogy set a tone that was similar in many ways, and adult comic fans naturally want to see stories aimed at adults. Unfortunately, the contents of the story rarely deliver on the promise of the tone. Nor does the dialogue. I'm not joking about the hard to see thing either. This movie is literally so dark it makes it difficult to know what you're looking at some of the time. We'll talk about the implications of this universe's tone
So, if I
later,
crash
but for
out,
now, just know that it's jarring with the characters they're using, and it feels overdone to the point of parody. Everything drips with melodrama, robbing genuinely dramatic moments of any weight. So our second pillar of this universe, Batman, becomes a similarly bland figure to Superman, both before and after his big decision. For most of the film, we see Bruce refusing to engage his brain. We don't see him being a detective, we don't see him planning for anything other than murder, and we don't see him engage with Clark in any way whatsoever. After the Martha scene, he flips on a dime and completely changes his outlook on both Superman and the world. Again, he has no agency. What does he want? To kill Superman? Sure. He didn't though. He let him live. Okay, this section was a lot longer than the first. Let's see how the next one goes. Oh wait, this film is boring too. It's 3 hours long and that's way too long. There's another theme of this universe for you. I'm fucking bored watching this. It takes so long for anything to happen. Okay, next movie.
Billions and 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 billions
of hours of my fucking time. That's how long this movie feels. I have never felt the passage of time quite as keenly as when I was watching this film. I had to force myself to get to the halfway mark so I could pause it and watch the rest the next day. And don't you dare come at me with this watch it in parts over a week bullshit. The parts have no resolutions by themselves that would make for a painfully unsatisfying experience. So, what do I like about Zack Snyder's Justice League? Jeremy Irons is cool, still. No, but seriously, he is the best part of this 4-hour slog. Steppenwolf looks fucking sick. I'm not memeing, this is not just a huge improvement on the 2017 version, it's genuinely great. His voice is badass too, and he's an imposing presence whenever he's on screen. The underwater scenes also look really good, surprisingly so. All of the Cyborg backstory and emotional character development for him is compelling and engaging. I really like Cyborg as a character. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually love the Future Vision funeral flash forward scene, until it gets to Superman. And finally, I like when Superman shows up to rock Steppenwolf's shit. It's fun to watch, the team-ups work well, and my monkey brain enjoys the big punches and lasers. Is it nitpick time yet? Let's fucking go. I hate the aspect ratio. I know it's artistic and Snyder's vision, but that's bullshit, and it's only like this to separate it further from Justice League. This film literally starts with 2 entire minutes of slow-mo CGI bullshit. No restraint, no waiting. Also, I just watched ABS. This did not happen. I don't have any notes about this other than it's awful and takes way too long and makes me cringe the entire time. It goes for over a minute straight. Every character intro is so slow and boring. More slow-mo for Lois Lane just walking in the rain? Is there anything Zack won't slow down for dramatic effect? Oh shit, something's actually happening 18 minutes into the film. My god, that is a lot of shots for this suitcase. Do you reckon there's something important inside? This might be a cool intro shot if we didn't get this god-awful yodeling that we subsequently hear every single time she's in costume on screen. Seriously, watch through this film and try not to get unreasonably angry at her musical motif. I fucking dare you. Also, it's way too loud. Oh cool, more yodeling, but it's pitch shifted up now. There's so much slow-mo. Everyone kills so much in this film, but not only that, they kill so hard. Wonder Woman's a terrorist. Get her, boys. No, legit. I know I'm doing the funny little nitpick part here, but she just did the terrorist's job for them. He was beaten. She could have just brutally dashed his brains against the wall like the other guys, but no. She blew up the whole building instead. Zack, you are an imbecile.
You okay, princess?
No. You just killed a bunch of people, then blew up a building. I'm probably going into shock right now. This should have been the opening scene. If you're watching this film, you've seen his other ones, you know who the characters are. We should have had shorter intros even if you don't know. This is where the plot actually starts, over 30 minutes into the film.
Absolutely, 11:30, early night for you, Simon.
This dialogue is written like David Eddings writes side character intros. It's a niche reference, but it works. This is ugly as fuck. We're still introducing characters and powers 51 minutes into the film? Get on with it! I hate the music in this film. I don't dislike it, it doesn't annoy me, I actively despise it. Oh, sick, a flashback scene and Diana narrating. We've just had an hour of exposition, we don't need a double whammy here too. Also, Gal Gadot is very bad. She's just not a good actress. Darkseid is a punk-ass little bitch. He fails this hard, then forgets about the planet that beat him and the anti-life equation? What a fucking idiot loser. Oh my Christ, we're still introducing characters? Ezra Miller is awful, and their version of The Flash is awful. The fucking slow-mo poppy seed, holy shit, Zack has absolutely no shame. This is the kind of shot I would design if I was making a parody of Zack Snyder. This whole section is bafflingly terrible. Stilted acting, the awkward attempts at humor, the song choice. What is happening with this music? Nah, dude, he's dead. His brains are on the rock. You want to scan his memories? Scrape them off the rock, bro. No fucking way. We are 18 minutes into this film and we're still introducing characters? Yes, it's Cyborg and he's cool, but it's too little too late. A better film would be nearing its finale by now. At least its third act. This is part 3 and we haven't even got to act 2. What an insultingly literal portrayal of what Silas is already describing. Have some trust in your audience, Sam. Over an hour of battering us with exposition. Don't we deserve a break? Also, his powers are too strong. It's ridiculous. That might be how it is in the comics. I don't know, but it's ridiculous.
My parents died in the war.
Wait, she's English?
I just learned something very interesting.
What is this? Act 2 starts an hour and 51 minutes into this movie. Oh my god, holy shit, stop the fucking presses. Our heroes are about to actually do something, and it's only taken us nearly 2 hours. What are they gonna do? Oh, they're walking up some stairs in real time? Nice. Oh wow, that's crazy. There's a big powerful bad guy right there within sight, threatening innocent civilians, and Cyborg has perfect control over his suit. There's no malfunctions here. I hope this continues to be a consistent and important part of his power set. Bad fight scene. Poor choreography, too much slow-mo, messy CGI, and way too much yodeling. Yeah, it makes me think you're addicted to stupid pills if you're about to accuse Cyborg of working
Still raring to go.
How do we know you're not working for us?
Okay, this transition to the Nazis finding the box is actually sick.
I know you are.
Fuck off. That's just... Fuck off. I always tell people it's fine and good to like what you like regardless of what other people think. But if you like this scene, you need to get a brain scan immediately.
Put me in there.
Oh, gee, okay.
Barry, what was that? Don't do that. What's wrong with you?
It's an auto defense system. It senses danger. Gain control of.
Excuse me, my man, my good sir, but what in the goddamn goofy-ass fuck are you talking about? Your suit was perfectly fine and functional and under your control when you saw Steppenwolf. We will talk more about this later. Fucking lol. Where is the urgency? He has all 3 boxes. Why are you all just standing here? More Jesus imagery. This chase is torturous to watch.
I'm shocked.
There's
you
so
made it
much
easy.
slow-mo, and this zoom in on the CGI bullet casing is insane. That slow-mo shot of all the heroes leaping towards something in a line didn't work for Age of Ultron, and it doesn't work for you. God, I despise how the Flash runs.
Flame spirit
Let's bastard come.
For what it's worth, Mira's accent is horrendous. I don't want to talk about Jared Leto's Joker, but I will. It's a hate crime against every member of the audience. Also, I feel like he's doing Heath Ledger, right?
I'll be the bigger man.
The voice, the inflections, the little growls. Stop it. Stop. This is terrible, you're terrible, and it's cringe. I hate it, I don't like it, it makes me fucking sick. Ooh, that's a weight off my chest. Now, that was a lot of mistakes, but those of you who've seen the film will probably notice some gaps. Don't worry, I promise we'll get to them.
Another
so,
step forward.
That's the whole Snyderverse done and dusted. Or current Snyderverse, am I right? Let's take a look at some of the big complaints I had about the first film and see if they were fixed for this one, or whether they've stayed the same, or maybe got worse. Surely a visionary filmmaker with so many avid fans wouldn't make the same avoidable and heavily criticized mistakes this many times in a row. Let's talk about pacing. The pacing has got worse and worse in each film. Man of Steel bounced all over the place. BVS and ZSJL are so bloated and overstuffed that an after-dinner mint would make them explode.
It's only a wafer thing.
The pacing is so poor that it's genuinely impressive. At 3 and 4 hours respectively, they introduce so many ideas without paying them off or exploring them satisfactorily that it makes you wonder why the runtime was necessary at all. It's all in service of an MCU-style slate for innumerable future films, but always at the expense of the current one. Just focus on telling a good story with fleshed out characters, then introduce more and call forward to potential team-ups and storylines. Why introduce Wonder Woman and Justice League in BVS? To set up Justice League. Why introduce Martian Manhunter and the Nightmare shit and Joker and Deadshot and Lex Luthor breaking out of Arkham and Darkseid sending an armada to Earth in Justice League? To set up for Justice League 2. Stop standing in line for seconds while your food is getting cold on your plate. 4 hours is a ridiculously long time. It's unnecessary, and it's both due to and results in very poor filmmaking. Zack knew it was releasing on HBO Max, so he could make it as long as he wanted, so he didn't bother to trim any of the ample fat, and thus he ended up with a smorgasbord of disconnected and superfluous scenes that don't add much to the stories or character or world, interspersed randomly with actually important scenes that feel too few and far between. The entire trilogy feels incredibly self-indulgent and laborious to watch, but there's definitely a gradient. Man of Steel, which people regard as the best of the three, or at least I hope they do, feels tighter. There's fewer Snyderisms, because of course there is, it's his first DC movie, you don't go full mask off on day one. BVS Extended Edition's bloat stems from jamming in so many Snyderisms, but Justice League is built upon them. Snyderisms are the foundation of this movie. It has to be because he wanted to separate his cut as much as possible from Joss Whedon's. So to change it, he chucked in as much slow-mo, CGI close-ups, edgy visuals, and Jesus references as he possibly could until every action scene, and many non-action scenes, are stretched and stuffed so full that removing enough of these awful stylistic decisions to make the film palatable for 4 entire hours is impossible. Okay, what about the dialogue?
We're a small group of reactionary terrorists.
Makes you think. How do we know you're not working for it?
Just gotta go find some
I'll show you a
far
plan.
beyond the speed of light can take the blueberry.
Because, frankly, you don't have the talent to die yourself. No, wait, I'm so late. I'm very late.
Hi.
Can I help you?
Yeah, can I have a dozen red roses, please?
Yeah, I didn't know it was you. Here you go.
That's me. How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Go, keep the change. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Need I say more? The dialogue is still bad. In fact, like the pacing, might have got worse. In addition to being quite premium, special edition, limited release cringe, the dialogue also does very little to differentiate the characters in any way other than superficially. So much of Justice League feels like it was written by a teenager who never leaves their room except to visit Hot Topic. Much of BVS felt this way too, but with even more here. It takes me out of the world that I was already finding it difficult to immerse myself in anyway, and puts me squarely back into my throne of shame. No one made me watch these, why did I do this? Let's talk about the tone. BVS was darker than Man of Steel. Zack Snyder's Justice League actually has several moments where the tone feels less smothering. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of darkness in this film, in both senses of the word, but there are quite a few moments of hope, heroism, and humour. It feels less edgy for edginess sake than BVS, and that might be because it's 4 hours, so there's a lot of variance, but I think Zack has actually improved the overall tone for this film. Good job. Except the nightmare scene. The nightmare scene in this film is the opposite of art. The tone he tries to set is incredibly lame, and he undercuts it with his choice of janky-ass dialogue and unexplained contrivance. Oh shit, the contrivances. We talked about a lot in BVS, and they've gone nowhere. So, Cyborg's suit. It works fine with Steppenwolf, but the second Superman is threatening you, it fires a rocket at him. If it's about powerful people potentially threatening you, then Steppenwolf was about to kill an innocent man. And Arthur was being pretty goddamn threatening in the Batcave. But fine, if you're a stickler and you want to say that his suit can somehow determine the power levels of the being as well, and it just detected Superman was more of a threat than Aquaman, well, that's bullshit too, because it would know that a rocket wouldn't do shit. This is a bald-faced, ham-fisted, amateurish contrivance that leads to an even bigger, more moronic contrivance. Why does Superman fight them? His default mode has never been, let's kill everyone around me because they threaten me. Even when he was throwing Batman around last film, he wasn't laser-eyeing him to try to kill him, just throwing him away because he took a few too many stupid pills. Seriously, he's going ham and trying to kill everyone, and the army is shooting at him too. He's like full-on villain mode for no reason. If coming back to life fundamentally changed him, give us a good reason. And if that then changes, give us a good reason for that too. He doesn't remember who he is, only makes sense within the ridiculous contrivance of Cyborg attacked first. Oh, he remembers his fiancée. Well then, that all makes sense. Actually, it probably would have worked better if they'd changed Lois's name to Martha, but no, this is totally fine. Having Lois Lane be the linchpin for this entire universe while her character has been boiled down to, I love him so much I literally never get shown doing anything else except going to his memorial, not even his grave, is insane. It's insulting to the character and to Amy Adams, who is incredibly talented. She's a plot device, not a character, who only exists in this film to be there when Superman wakes up. Also, Superman doesn't remember who he is but remembers Lois Lane? I mean, okay, but why? While we're on the topic of contrivance, him just up and leaving because Lois is like, just go man, you don't know your own strength, King, is made so much worse when literal seconds later, Steppenwolf shows up nearby. It's a real Lena Headey, Jerome Flynn situation, but they can't be in the same scene together, but you really feel like they should be. Also, if Superman doesn't remember things yet, then why is he so willing to fuck off anyway? For all he knows, these people are trying to kill him, and he does nothing to investigate this. If he does remember, he should be mortified and apologizing to everyone, and trying to sew up the people he lasered in half. He only leaves because Steppenwolf shows up. Barry's entire character is contrived, from his backstory and weak motivations to his completely consequenceless rule about not running faster than the speed of light, to his ultimate ability that saves the day. I hate The Flash. I think watching the solo movie would be literal torture for me. And now, the biggest contrivance of this film. So, in the big flashback sequence, which is super out of place an hour into this film, Darkseid gets his shit rocked. Then, as I said earlier, forgets about the planet that beat him and the anti-life equation. It's over an hour later that these things get mentioned again. Steppenwolf discovers that the anti-life equation is here. He brings this information to Desaad and he's like, yeah, we know of the Defiance, what of it? But Steppenwolf says, yo, the thing Darkseid is obsessed with and wants to get more than anything and just happens to be like the most powerful thing in the multiverse is here on Earth, where y'all were before, where y'all got beaten, where this Defiance you all know about happened. And Desaad doesn't say, obviously we know that. Instead, he asks Steppenwolf if he's certain. He doesn't know shit. So do you remember the Defiance or not? If you do, how do you not remember that it's Earth, or ping the planet so you don't get destroyed again later? If you do remember it's Earth, how do you not remember the anti-life equation? If you do remember the anti-life equation, what the fuck are we doing? General, you know how the Rebellion's been searching for the Death Star plans for ages and someone sealed them away in some secret impenetrable... Yes, the mystery of the missing Death Star plans is well known. All the thief left behind was an empty Tupperware container. Well, I just looked inside the Tupperware container, and the plans were actually here all along. Are you certain? Yeah. I mean, look. I know this is an oversimplification, but based on the information within the actual movie, there's really not that much difference between the scene I'm parodying and my parody itself.
I have turned 100,000 worlds to dust, looking for anti-life, looking for those who robbed me of my glory.
Wait, so you do remember that the Defiance was where the anti-life equation was? You've searched over 100,000 worlds and destroyed them, but not this one? What is this? Who wrote this explanation? If a story requires the ultimate universe-spanning villain to be this stupid, then it's a rubbish story. The argument for this decision goes like this. There's billions of worlds in the multiverse, and it's been thousands of years, and Darkseid isn't infallible. Okay, that's actually not a terrible explanation, but it doesn't exist in the film, and while I say it's not terrible, it's not great. So much weight is placed on both the Defiance and the anti-life equation, so the audience has no reason to think that the villains wouldn't do literally everything in their power to remember where those things are. Zack wants to set a mature tone throughout these whole films, but fumbles the bag by making it goofier than it is mature. You can kill as many people as you want, but that doesn't make something mature or serious. You can make your characters do violent or gritty or fucked up things, but that doesn't make them any more realistic. Maturity in a story comes from the handling of complex topics and themes, or posing a genuinely thought-provoking question to an audience and carrying it to a satisfying or equally thought-provoking conclusion. Snyder is incapable of handling topics any more complex than, what if Superman was bad? Snyder is incapable of posing questions that provoke any thoughts beyond, why did that happen? Or why is this in slow motion? Realism in a story comes from cause and effect, consequences. Snyder is incapable of creating a logical flow of cause and effect. His characters betray all reason at every turn to jam themselves into the contrived plots they barely exist in. He is incapable of creating and maintaining situations that feel grounded, believable, or justified by the previous events of the story. For example, Superman not explaining Lex's plan to Batman, Cyborg attacking Superman, Darkseid forgetting about the Earth, Darkseid not sending an armada to Earth immediately, Pa Kent dying, Superman dying, Flash running faster than the speed of light. None of these things happen as a consequence of earlier events, and none of them lead logically onto anything important in a natural way. And while we're on the subject of Superman's death, it's nothing. It happens for a dumb reason. We don't get enough time with the character to really care. The time that we get is wasted with a nonsensical, overdramatic plot that forecasts his biblical sacrifice rather than the passion of the Christ, and then it gets undone like 5 minutes later. No, he doesn't get resurrected 5 minutes later, but Snyder has that little pebble hovering scene that tells you immediately that he's going to come back in the next film. No tension. It also doesn't fundamentally change him in any way except fucking him off for long enough to develop some artificial tension in the final fight of Justice League. So, I talked earlier about the Release the Snyder Cut fan movement. Now, I don't believe Snyder fans are any worse than toxic Star Wars fans or brain rot anti-woke maniacs, but there is an argument to be made that the Release the Snyder Cut movement being accepted and rewarded directly led to harassment and bullying from people that then carried it on to #Restore the Snyderverse. I believe Zack deserved to have his vision realised. I don't know if they should have thrown 70 million at it, but I'm glad this film exists. I hate it, I don't think it's very good for its length, but I'm still glad it exists, because nearly everyone involved with its creation really wanted it to be realised, especially after Joss Whedon was being such a massive dick. I don't think this universe deserves to continue. It won't, it basically can't, it never would have, but I wouldn't want it to anyway. There are plenty of people who do, however. There's an entire petition to restore the Snyderverse. It showed up in 2021 and over 78,000 people signed it. It basically threatens Warner Brothers and tells people to spam Twitter. Good stuff. There's this article on the Daily Planet from Jainam Tarakia, a superfan, again from before Zack Snyder's Justice League even released. There were posts on Reddit, and there still are. To this day, people are still huffing copium that the Snyderverse will return. Fans paid for billboard trucks and banners to show #Restore the Snyderverse in the hopes that Warner Brothers would see it and I guess just choose to throw money down a toilet. They tweeted about it. They tweeted about it a lot. Now there were and still are a lot of toxic people showering James
Superheroes. Whether you love or hate them, they've been a staple of American culture since the late 1930s. Superheroes stand for, at the bare minimum, fighting for justice in times of peril. We all have our favorite heroes, be it the classics or more recently introduced heroes, but at the end of the day, it's all just for fun and the love of the genre, right? Wrong! Well, that's how it is for a majority of casual viewers. Fans who are more invested may stand to disagree. See, there's a specific subsect of fans that cannot stand to agree to disagree, and it's causing a lot of backlash towards the genre. Today, we're going to be looking at the fandom behind DC Comics, but specifically surrounding the films of Zack Snyder. This fandom has been dubbed by many as the Snyder Bros. Now, this will probably be my most divisive video since the rise and fall of Spider-Man Lotus. So, before we get into it, I just want to make it clear, I do not hate Zack Snyder or his fans. I adore Snyder's take on Watchmen, despite the metatextual inaccuracies towards the source material. I love 300. I love Sucker Punch. In fact, Sucker Punch is one of the most underrated action movies to come out of the 2010s. This video is mainly focused around objectively psychoanalyzing the fan base, or the Snyder Bros, rather than critiquing Snyder as a director. This isn't a hate video. This isn't me saying, look at these people enjoying themselves. Wow, let's rip on them. No, that's not what this is, I promise. So who is Zack Snyder exactly? Well, he's an American director and producer whose career really launched with his remake of Dawn of the Dead in 2004. If you follow DC films, then it's very likely that you've come across the name before, as these works tend to be his most popular and have come to be known as the Snyderverse. Zack's history with film dates back to his childhood, which he spoke on during an interview for The Hollywood Reporter in 2011, saying, "I was like a maniac. My mom bought me my Super 8 camera when I was 11, a Canon 1014 XLS. The first movie I ever shot was a stop-action Star Wars movie with my Star Wars figures." He continues to detail his early life, in which he was constantly filming and coming up with new ideas for different things to film. Zack shared that the camera allowed him to express himself in a whole new range of ways that otherwise wouldn't have been possible, which seems to be a sentiment that is echoed by many cinematographers on how they found their calling. And for Zack, the camera did call. He didn't limit himself in the types of videos that he filmed either, as much of his early career was working on music videos for various artists like ZZ Top, Lizzie Borden, and even My Chemical Romance. After the launch of Dawn of the Dead in 2004, his attention shifted from music videos and short films to feature films and the glamour of Hollywood. Zack began working on larger projects and gaining notoriety for his style and genre of films. But the most notable break in his career was during the post-production of Justice League in 2017, where Snyder had to step away from filmmaking due to the unfortunate passing of his daughter, Autumn. After the devastating passing of his daughter, Zack became involved in raising awareness for mental health and prevention. He has since returned to the film industry with more determination than ever, crediting the fans and their curiosities as one of the reasons that he even made his return in the first place, and that fan base was ready to back him at every turn upon his arrival. Now that we get an idea of the who, let's talk about his actual film history, his filmography. Even if some don't enjoy his work, Zack has had his hands in a lot of projects to various degrees. I'm not going to evaluate every single one individually, or this video would be like 10 hours long, but we're going to touch on the work that he's done with DC, as these are the films that seem to cause the most discussion within his fandom. But as a catch-all, many of his works have pretty mixed reviews right off the bat. Watchmen was very mixed upon its release, but I love it. 300 was a hit, if I remember correctly. I like that one a lot too. And Sucker Punch was trashed by critics, but that's one that I also really like. Man of Steel is a movie depicting the origin story of Superman that was released in 2013. It comes in at an astounding 2.5-hour runtime, and it takes on an edgier style that many weren't really accustomed to at the time. Sure, we had just gotten off of the Dark Knight trilogy, but this was Superman. Man of Steel was clearly directed for a more mature audience, using language, violence, and a very shiny PG-13 rating that we see throughout his movies. It also made one specific choice that was met with some criticism. Superman was very violent in this movie. There's a level of violence to be expected in these kinds of movies. Superheroes fight the bad guys. That's how it works. But the last hour of this movie can best be described as all hell breaks loose. It's a mass destruction event, flying through fuel tanks and buildings and destroying everything in their way. And the suffering caused by these actions is shown, but kind of disregarded. This chaos and destruction all ends with Superman very unceremoniously snapping Zod's neck. Despite the popularity of the character, the movie was met with very mixed reviews, with some even going as far as to say that the portrayal of Superman in the movie was a betrayal of the original character and his values. I can see where they're coming from, considering the other depictions of Superman and, in turn, Clark Kent still keep true to his original love and respect for humanity as a whole. This is often depicted in the comics through seemingly mundane actions that show respect and love for all of humanity. One of my favorite examples is a comic where Superman is eating lunch with a rehabilitated convict named Glenn. At one point, this is even called out by Glenn when he's talking about a problem with his son.
Focused.
Superman showed nothing but respect for a man who learned the hard way, paid for his crimes, and made a better life for himself, which I think really shows a developed moral understanding that we don't really get to see even in our everyday lives. Aside from this, in the comics, we also see him fetching lost toys for kids and making them promise that they'll always wear their seatbelt to be safe. But the most notable example of this depiction in film is Christopher Reeve's portrayal of Superman in his 4-movie saga. The first movie of this series, Superman the Movie, from 1978, was revolutionary for the time, particularly with its special effects, and it was selected for preservation by the Library of Congress's National Film Registry in 2017. It was received incredibly well with critics at the time. Joe Shuster, who co-created the character of Superman, stated that he was delighted to see Superman on the screen. I got chills. Chris Reeve has just the right touch of humor. He really is Superman. Which is an insanely amazing review to get from the creator of the character. While some felt that the enemies in those movies were a bit overly cartoonish, it keeps the original spirit. There's a light-hearted tone in that first movie, and we don't see Superman destroying entire cities with reckless abandon. Everything, down to the way the film was written, shot, and produced, gives it a noticeably light overtone compared to Man of Steel. And I think a really specific moment showing the heart of this character is in Superman 2, the sequel, in which Lois Lane shoots Superman at point-blank range. He doesn't flinch, he doesn't get angry at all. In fact, he just kind of tilts his head and looks up as if to say, really? This was an expression of Lois's courage in herself, as well as the natural curiosity of the human spirit. And in that moment, I believe his reaction and the response given to Lois really embodies what Superman is: forgiving, kind, and understanding. I'm gonna be honest with you, I could literally go on for hours about the Richard Donner movies. I might make a video on that, I don't know. But, like, I got goosebumps just talking about that scene. Like, it's, oh man. So, we have seen Superman struggle with his identity on screen many times. And I do think that an excellent representation of this aspect of the character is the TV series Smallville. In this show, we get to see Clark as a teenager growing up in Smallville. While the show isn't as dark in theme as some of the movies and even Snyder's take, I think there's a good balance between Clark struggling with his identity in the universe and his needs to protect the citizens of the Earth. Getting back to Snyder's work now, and not talking about any other iterations of the character and just talking about it as is, I think it's important to consider the darker thematic tones and plot may be the reason as to why this audience of Zack Snyder's fans like these films so much. I think the easiest way of explaining this conflict between Snyder Bros and non-Snyder Bros is that non-Snyder bros don't like this violent take on Superman. They don't like how Snyder depicts these characters. They don't like that Batman kills. They don't like this darker, miserable tone. Whereas the Snyder bros love it for that, despite the comics not really having that aspect of the characters in them. Personally, I think the violence could have been toned down a bit, but this wasn't an altogether unpleasant movie for me. In fact, I love this movie. Well, I did when I first saw it. Granted, I was 11 years old at the time. I thought that if something was dark and edgy, that meant that it was automatically good. My attitude towards the film has been soured in recent years, especially after exploring the character of Superman in the realm of comic books and realizing how vastly different this take on the character was from his comic book counterpart. One aspect of the film that I still feel really conflicted about is the overbearing symbolism of Snyder's Superman being an analogy for Jesus Christ. Now, as a Catholic myself, I can sort of understand why Snyder would take this route. He very clearly views these superheroes as gods, but it just feels off to me for two reasons. One, Superman's creators, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, were Jewish, and his origin story in the comics is very much based off of the story of Moses, which feels weird, taking a character like this and then comparing him to Christ. And the second reason I feel iffy about this is that this same character causes like several 9/11s in this movie. The film performed well at the box office, and critically, the scores were pretty evenly split. This movie was received well enough for DC to greenlight Zack's work on another film in 2016. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice is the second installment in his trilogy, in which we see Batman and Superman being pitted against each other by Lex Luthor, eventually fighting the reanimated mutant corpse of Zod. That's supposed to be Doomsday, but like, oh. What the hell is even that? Batman v Superman takes a look at a mentally crumbling Batman, a Superman acting out of desperation to save the people he loves, and an Earth that's trying to recover from the immense damage that was caused in Man of Steel. We see humanity at its most cynical, and while this may not be an unrealistic reaction based on events of our past, it sets a much darker tone for the film than you may be used to seeing in this genre, and that tone lingers throughout the end of the film. The film's greatest criticism is that while its premise could be very engaging, the execution of the plot, along with certain stylistic choices, caused it to fall flat. Many were complaining that the movie's dialogue, along with the actual fight scene between Batman and Superman, were unimpressive and underwhelming, which is something I kind of agree with. With the untimely death of Superman in the last film, Earth is now under threat by hostile extraterrestrial threats that are aware that Earth is free of the last Kryptonian. Filled with determination after Superman's sacrifice, Batman, joined now by Wonder Woman, set off to gather a team strong enough to save the Earth from being completely destroyed. They travel far and wide to eventually collect a team including the Flash, Cyborg, and Aquaman. Once they've reassembled at Batman's home, evidence is brought to light that it could be possible to reanimate Superman in a similar way that Zod is revived in the last movie. They head to Metropolis, revive Superman, and after some minor hiccups from being reanimated, they get to work defending the Earth. Once again, we see some mixed reviews on this movie, sitting firmly at a 40% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, 6.1 on IMDb, and 45% on Metacritic. With one reviewer, Brian Eggert, starting his review with, "Diverting but not engrossing. Expensive but cheap looking. Action-packed but not exciting. Amusing but not funny." Many complained that the movie felt disingenuous. Like, a lot of this has to do with Joss Whedon, who took over after Zack Snyder had to step away from the project after the loss of his daughter. Some people argued that Whedon saved the movie from total failure in post-production, but it's worth noting that many people, myself included, enjoyed Snyder's cut of the Justice League more than the original release in 2017. In fact, I think the general consensus is that the Snyder Cut is better than the theatrical release. This could be attributed to conflicting viewpoints on how the plot should be laid out, or the fact that the 4-hour runtime of Snyder's cut allows for more room for some plot that felt really rushed in the theatrical cut. So as I mentioned, the main point of this entire segment is to show that nearly every single film in Snyder's trilogy had mixed to negative reviews. Regardless of the movie, that's just the way it is. Objectively, these received mixed reviews from critics and audiences.
I am Ferdinand von Ayer.
As a forward, in my video talking about the Godzilla fandom, I introduced the toxicity triangle. We will be referencing that today. So specifically, I'll be talking about the polarization and the toxic tiers. In case you forgot, here's a very brief explanation of the tiers that I introduced in that video. So what is a toxic fan base? Well, to determine this, I created a pyramid of sorts. It's kind of like the food pyramid, if you're American and remember something back in the day. The way it works is there are 3 main tiers that determine whether or not a fan base is or isn't toxic. If a fan base makes it all the way to the top tier, then they are a toxic fan base. Due to the nature of this video, we'll be skipping over the mild negativity tier because, for the most part, a lot of people in that tier tend to be the voice of wisdom in any online discussions, as fighting breaks out pretty easily on this topic. Most of the trouble is going to come from the polarization tier. We've covered the basics, so let's get into what's happening in this fandom. Zack Snyder's fans have gained attraction for being an incredibly hostile fandom. But why is this? Well, the answer may be a bit more nuanced than we're led to believe. In the case of the DC fandom, the arguments begin between who was better, James Gunn or Zack Snyder. And they go hard. Like, really hard. Like, bringing up deceased daughters in arguments level. A lot of the explosive arguments hinge on stylistic choices, ad hominems, like personal attacks, and there's a focus on Snyder's darker perspective, making things more realistic. It's also worth establishing that when asked what he said to James Gunn when he found out that Gunn would be essentially taking over DC, Snyder told the Hollywood Reporter, "I called him and said I wish all the best for him. I told him I wanted it to work." And other reports indicate that the two, while stylistically being very different artists, are friends. A lot of this drama is genuinely just between the fans having this made-up war in their brain. It's like QAnon, but for nerds, where these two directors are pinned against each other due to a difference in taste, and one is trying to undermine the other with all these subtle little Easter eggs in their movies, when in actuality they're like two former co-workers. So we're going to stick to the polarization tier for examples of these interactions on social media for 2 reasons. One is that this is where a lot of his fans seem to sit, or at least the most outspoken ones. And the second reason is that a lot of the comments from the more toxic side of this fandom are just straight up depressing. And I'd like to keep the tone of this somewhat upbeat. Now, again, I just want to preface this again. I'm like making this clear. I don't hate Snyder. I don't hate his fan base. I obviously don't condone any of this behavior, though. It's perfectly normal and healthy to be able to not like something. And it's totally fine to like... Okay, water break. I'm like dying right now. It's perfectly normal and healthy to be able to not like something. And it's totally fine to like something. As I said in the beginning of this, there's no accounting for taste. And with that in mind, let's take a look at some of the things being posted. On X, the site formerly known as Twitter, a user posted, "Why does he, Snyder, add so much SA?" Another user, we'll call user 2, reposted with the caption, "Because Zack Snyder really hates Predators. Very strange thing to complain about." OP replied, "Just a question. I didn't complain," which prompted user 2 to reply, "Cool. I'm sure you decided to tweet the question out instead of actually watching his movies and answering the question for yourself because you weren't being disingenuous." Which continues on for a bit longer with nothing really being said on the topic, just extended hostility. Another reply seen is, "Why is there SA on Rebel Moon? Sir, have you not seen how the villains look? They're literally space Germans from 1940. I'm not going to say the word on YouTube. What did you expect?" And another, "Because they prefer stories where you're told the evil guy is evil, but You never see them do the evil things on screen. Adding further criticism to a relatively harmless question, especially one surrounding such dark themes and, material, when presented with a question not even phrased as a critique, and the first thought in the fandom is, we're being attacked. That's not a healthy mentality. It's emotionally charged interactions like these that give this fandom such a bad reputation, and in turn, can reflect badly on superhero fandoms as a whole. SA is a very, very, very sensitive topic for a lot of people, so it makes sense that they would kind of be upset that was in a movie. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be in movies, I'm just saying I understand why they're a little bit upset and why it's a consistent thing that keeps popping up in his movies. On X, another user posted, "Breaking, the DCU has officially cast its Joker for the untitled Batman the Brave and the Bold. Joker is to be played by none other than himself, James Gunn, because he's a effing clown," followed by #FireJamesGunn, #BringBack Zack Snyder, #Restore the Snyderverse. Another user posted, "James Gunn fans whenever we make a post," which was replied to stating, "Aren't you the guy that photoshopped Gunn in a torture scene?" And the answer was no, but they were one of the commenters that interacted with it. Under a Reddit thread titled, "What's the general consensus on the Snyderverse?" a user commented on how they felt the movies had some tonal issues, explaining, "It has some cool moments, but had some terrible tonal issues and creative choices. Joker killed Dick Grayson off screen? Boo. Batman killed a lot of people. Superman was not a beacon of hope. The whole Pa Kent tornado sucked too. Barry always felt more like Wally West. Superman died in his second movie. Most of all, the rush to catch up to what Marvel was doing, but going so far as to introduce Aquaman, Flash, and Cyborg as email attachments, all were failures due to, I'm sure, just trying to rush it." Another user underneath wrote out quite the paragraph as a reply, starting it out with, "In the Snyderverse, there were 0 tonal issues, and no bad creative choices," which is a bold statement. They went on to point out every single time that opinion could have been considered hypocritical, which would have been a fine argument on its own if it wasn't clearly motivated to prove OP wrong rather than propose another side of the argument. In February, one user posted on X, "Absolute beast of a Superman. Henry Cavill's Superman was perfect in every way, with an attached image of Superman from all 3 of Zack's trilogy." A user replied underneath, "Good example of why this just doesn't work. He literally looks like a bad guy in all these pics. Also, he can look cool," which I don't necessarily disagree with, especially considering the way his face sits in these photos, angry and hateful. That's not Superman. This is an interesting example of how Snyder's fans see the character versus the character's original portrayal, because we get a chance to see what his fans want out of a superhero. It's projected onto Snyder's depiction of Superman. While everybody wants something different out of these movies, I think it isn't unreasonable to say that maybe his ideas would have been better on characters of his own making, rather than being put on a character with a very different reputation. As we mentioned before, one of the co-creators of the character championed a much less dark and morally ambiguous portrayal as the perfect Superman. And while it does boil down to taste, it's important to keep information like that in mind. These are just some examples that I picked up when I searched his name on social media. In fact, I also didn't have to dig super far to find something that took this fandom's toxic claim to the next level.
It's so boring. My instincts tell me that he's up to no good, and my instincts are never wrong. Come on, let's get him before he has a chance to strike. There's no time to calm down. I'm just gonna... Now he's walking down to the closet with the kids playing. There's no way I'm letting this guy get anywhere near those kids.
Casper, why did you disobey your professor? I am not seeking excuses from you. I asked because I want you to consider your actions and apologize for them. It just so happens that you were correct in your assumption that this man was a villain. Not so. He might have chosen to take his own life upon seeing you advancing toward him.
Right, so I was...
The amount of harassment that was directed at those working at Warner Bros. Increased campus-wide security due to some death threats being sent to the higher-ups from Snyder's fandom. When asked about it, Snyder didn't have much to say on the subject, instead choosing to highlight the amount of money donated to charities for unaliving as the reason his fans couldn't be bad. From The Hollywood Reporter, I'm not going to comment on the details of whether they are good or bad, whether they are toxic or bullying. That's in every chat room. It's what comes with the internet. But I do know that the work they did on some level was good. I can say for a fact that they did good. That is undeniable. While it is truly a fantastic thing to raise well over $500,000 for a charity, especially one for unaliving prevention. I'm sorry I have to keep saying that, but YouTube is so stupid. Creators, though, do need to denounce toxic behavior among their fans. Later on, an article would eventually come out that would shed some light on a different controversial aspect of the fandom, and that's botting. Up to 13% of users that tweeted #release the Snyder Cut were bots. And after an investigation was launched, this was proven to be true. The report also noted that there is an average amount of bots that you find in these specific circles, and according to the article, these numbers were well above average. According to 2 reports commissioned by Warner Media and recently obtained by Rolling Stone, at least 13% of the accounts that took part in the conversation about the Snyder Cut were deemed fake, well above the 3 to 5% that cyber experts say they typically see on any trending topic. When commenting about this, Snyder once again dodged the question, stating, "The truth is, it doesn't matter. The movie got made. If they were smart enough to employ bots in this thing, then they won. That movie has no business existing, and it does." He did make somewhat of a statement on his fans' behaviors during an interview with Wired. It's one of the more direct statements on his fan base that I've personally come across during my research.
Let me pull at that thread, because your name is now associated with the downsides of extreme fandom. These days, internet shorthand for aggressive bullying in fandom is like Snyder Cut fans, many of whom actually were harassing people and posting vitriol online.
Look, there's tons of toxic fans, and I don't condone that behavior, but for every toxic fan, there were legitimate and ridiculous and really incredibly dark attacks on me, my family. I'm not justifying any bad behavior, but also I'm in this conversation with this fandom, where I have tried to make the work as best I can.
On top of everything, your work is so polarizing. Nearly every article about you says something to the effect of whether you love or hate his movies. How do you make sense of that?
It's weird that people care that much, that they would hate the movies. I'm more interested in the analysis of what draws that kind of ire. The fandom has emerged in this strong way. They're not casual. I make movies with the motivation to create something for the fans where they get to care about it as much as possible. That's the sort of bargain that I've struck. I think that's the closest he's gotten to denouncing toxic behavior within his fans. He does speak on how it's affected him as well, which is an important factor to remember when we're looking at cases like these. They aren't just affecting those in online spaces. These behaviors impact the lives and reputations of creators. It's got to be sobering to have people directly ask you about your fan base's toxicity constantly, especially when really good things can come out of these spaces, like the charity donations. There's a balance somewhere between the creator and the individual contributor in these spaces, and they both hold blame to a certain degree in these situations. So, why do we have these kinds of interactions plastered everywhere in this fandom? Well, first, I think we should take a look at superhero fandoms as a whole, because it's not an isolated group in this genre. We see an increase in toxicity within all superhero spaces, and there may be a few reasons for this phenomenon. Superheroes were initially geared towards kids during World War II. They were a great tool for keeping the American spirits high, especially in capturing patriotism in the younger generations. There were even comics made of popular superheroes at the time, depicting them fighting the opposing forces in the war, like the iconic comic book cover of Captain America punching Hitler in the face. These comics were brightly colored, somewhat upbeat, and aimed towards a younger audience, which would continue to be the target audience in this genre for many years. Many of us enjoyed these comics, and later the movies. in our youths and still today. However,
time, Professor.
eventually,
Give us our
people
orders
grow
and
up,
let's move out.
and they get to a point where they may not want to associate with things that are traditionally childish, or if they do like something that could be considered childish, they may feel the need to lash out in defense of it. The latter is less of a statement on the individual and more of a statement on the social atmosphere we've created surrounding adulthood. In reality, there's nothing wrong with liking things that may be traditionally considered childish. There's plenty of movies and shows from when I was younger that I still enjoy immensely. I'm still a goofy goober, but society hasn't always been that laid back. There are still a lot of people who criticize enjoying media typically geared towards a younger audience, and that in turn puts people on the defense right away. From where I'm standing, we all could use a hero from time to time. Stories of humans with superpowers or super strength that defend us have been around since the creation of the gods themselves. It's very human to like the idea of a superhero, and that's been proven more than once. In her thesis, Brianna Craig took a look at the psychology behind superheroes and us regular humans. She found that we tend to give superheroes the same qualities that we would assign the ideal person. When compared against results in a set of 3 studies surveying the value of certain characteristics in people, she later noted on the trustworthiness of superheroes, saying, quote, "Superheroes display dispositional signs of trust because you can judge their character through their actions and their story arc. You can see that they always tell the truth and follow up on their promises. Superheroes also display contextual signs of trustworthiness because they have a role in situations as the hero, which automatically puts them in a position to be trusted. Otherwise, who would save all of the civilians?" Another study was done on the effects of watching superhero movies on audiences, and the positive effects did outweigh the negative generally. But it is worth noting that there was an uptick in negative or aggressive behaviors, specifically in men, that are presented after consuming superhero content, as well as a decreased emotional intelligence and critical thinking skills. This could be another contributing factor, especially considering the dark tones and amount of violence that we've established are found in Snyder's work. While it's not fair to blatantly blame aggressive behaviors on any individual piece of media or stylistic choices, because each individual is, well, an individual with many contributing factors. It is something, though, to keep in mind when we look at these spaces. Another good resource is a book titled Our Superheroes Ourselves, which is a collection of essays written on various aspects of the whole superhero genre and how or why they impact us psychologically. It obviously touches on the fact that we are all individuals and our unique life experiences shape the way we intake and engage with this content, but I think it offers some valuable insight into the emotions that fuel the behaviors we see in these online spaces. While this may only affect a small amount of viewers, it could also be a contributor as to why this genre is so toxic. Arguments can turn into something incredibly personal very quickly for some, especially if they feel strongly connected with the story itself. The stereotypes surrounding the genre, as well as these psychological factors, are what I believe to be the first factor that makes this fandom so charged. And really, all superhero fandoms seem to have this underlying theme in them as well. Eventually, the superhero genre adapted to include a wider audience. Over the years, we've seen this genre branch out to include older audiences in various ways, be it how the movie is shot, the dialogue, plots, etc., all with varying degrees of success. When executed correctly, these adjustments make for fantastic pieces of media, but there has to be an amount of thought put into the application of these adjustments. There's a lot to be said about bringing a character up to speed, especially ones who have been around for so long, like the Justice League, and it's been done well several times over the years. So why are Snyder's films under scrutiny so much? For starters, Snyder has admitted to going into his projects with the idea that he wants them gritty, dark, and twisted, which on its own is not necessarily good or bad, but it has to fit the tone of the narrative as well. You have to allow the story to have its own life. If you force a stylistic choice on a story, it can lead to the end product being somewhat dull and forced. For example, Tim Burton's 1989 adaptation of Batman brought him back to his darker gothic origins, which was also very well received. This was huge because, at the time, Batman and his villains were mostly up to zany mischief and joking around. I mean,
Let's end this
before this, people really only thought of
thieves must have been
Batman
driven
as
back.
Adam
Be
West.
careful,
There's
the
room
cornered
for
mice
darker
might bite
tones
us.
and themes in this genre. It's been proven over and over again, but it has to be authentic. That's where the line between intention and execution lies. And that's what can make or break a project like that, especially when it's such beloved and established characters like these superheroes. While the darker tones can bring in an audience that might have otherwise not interacted with the genre, people were complaining that the movies were overall too dark thematically. It's also appropriate to consider where the line is societally when we look at the amount of violence and heartache on screen. It's important to have a certain balance, and it's important to evaluate where you stand individually. Now, for me personally, I have to have an eclectic taste in film because I can't surround myself with media that's super dark. Otherwise, I get super depressed and anxious if that's all that I'm taking in. Sure, I love some depressing movies every once in a while. Trust me, I make videos on them. But I need some goofy goober time as well. That's part of why I think it's so important to take a look at the individuals perpetrating the toxic behavior. Different types of media impact the way we view the world. In the same sense that listening to sad music can help other people when they're sad, but it can make other people feel way worse when they're not sad. Regardless of your opinion on the matter, it's clear throughout the trilogy that there's a pattern in the way Zack makes his movies. You obviously want a trilogy to have a similar vibe because it's supposed to be cohesive, but a lot of his movies are obviously stylized, especially compared to other works from that genre at the time, and that's where our second factor comes into play. One of their major talking points is the style of his movies, be it that other people are not understanding or appreciating how true to life and realistic his work is. Under one of the more tame or perhaps moderated discussions about his work, many comment on the effects used, be it positively or negatively, and overall there's a good chunk of people who felt that a lot of his work is at least mediocre and somewhat pretentious. John Esposa wrote on this subject back in 2019, saying, quote, "The problem with keeping the same filming style is that it needs to evolve with the artist, or else they will be stuck in a permanent state of uninspired, arrested development. This is where Snyder currently finds himself. A slave to conventions and predictability." If you don't like one of his movies, you're likely not going to enjoy any of his movies. And these behaviors indeed spring up naturally in any fandom because there is an emotional charge to the subject. And it's also true that they shouldn't be encouraged because fan spheres are a place to enjoy the things you enjoy with your community. People do seek out these online communities as a space to connect. For some, it may be their only way to connect with people. Some are wondering if Snyder may be spurring on these behaviors by his actions. Two such people, Anastasia Salter and Mel Stanfill, wrote a book analyzing a few leading auteurs involved in cult media, and they wrote Zack his very own chapter. Though he is mentioned quite often throughout the book, a point they make very clear that I'm inclined to bring up is that he is a genuine fan of the franchise he works under. You can tell in the way he speaks on the topic during interviews that his love for the superhero genre is incredibly genuine, but that's also where things can start to go wrong. Moreover, he is fanish in another sense. Upon closer examination, it begins to seem as if Snyder is not only the purest fanboy auteur, but a startlingly comprehensive embodiment of the very worst stereotypes of the fandom. They go on to explain that the way that Snyder views his own work and the more direct way he interacts with his fans gives him a unique status in which the fandom mimics what kind of behaviors they see from the person they're following, and in a way, I do see this to be true. A brief example of this is a quote pulled from an interview with Sean O'Connell with Cinema Blend, and it's a long one, so stay with me here. I think that's sour grapes. There's really no other way to say it. We know the people who were the architects of that narrative, and it's pretty obvious what their agenda is. Those are people that I've been held back from confronting by wiser people in the room, because I'd love to get at some of these characters. Some direct conversation would be nice, just to say, 1, you don't know shit about what you're talking about, and we can break down everything they've ever said. I can make a list. There's a few of these guys where I could just get a list of everything they've ever said that they thought was right, and I could tell them every single thing they said is wrong. And so, in what world do you have any credibility anywhere to anyone? I would love the opportunity to just say to the world and to fandom in general who these fakers are and what should be done to them or with them. It's just a bunch of BS in regards to that toxic fandom, or it's a win for toxic fandom. Again, in what world does this toxic fandom raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for unaliving prevention? How is that toxic fandom? They've probably achieved more than any other fan base and done more good than any other group. So, I don't understand. I would love the opportunity to just say to the world and to fandom in general who these fakers are and what should be done to them or with them. That's a statement with aggression behind it. While it may not have seemed to be a huge statement in the moment, it's an important look into how his mind is ticking, and that does have an influence in these spaces. Their shared love for Snyder and his films is what I believe drives the toxicity in this fandom, and I think it's the way Snyder uses his community specifically that has caused it to gain notoriety for its abrasiveness. In an interview for the Sunday Times, Zack admitted to riling up his fans during a charity campaign to generate more donations, saying, quote, "They've saved lives," he said, referring to the money raised for the American Foundation of Unaliving Prevention. Again, I'm sorry I have to keep saying that. That's YouTube. It sucks. That's a fact. But on the other hand, was it fun to provoke them for a clickable thing? Yes. And they were an easy target, but they continue to raise money. He knows they're an easy target. He knows they're emotionally attached to the work he does, and he openly admitted to using it. While it may have been for a good cause, does that excuse the behavior? Or does it actually solidify the theory that Salter and Stanfill were working on? When you boil it down, I really think that we're seeing a group of vulnerable people, some of whom may lack that personal connection outside of the internet, coming together for their love of a director and having his love being formed in the image of a toxic culture that's been established around the superhero genre. I also think it does not help this particular fandom that Snyder pulls a lot of criticism due to his artistic choices and certain behaviors, which can engage the emotional parts in their brains that want to defend the things they enjoy. It's almost like a persecution complex of sorts. The word fandom has gained substantial notoriety since the formation of the internet, bringing together fans of all sorts of works and allowing them to connect with others just like themselves. In many ways, this is a fantastic thing. Many, if not all, of these groups are incredibly talented, producing their own fan works of their favorite media, and it allows a sense of community that others might not have had in their daily lives. But as is with everything, this can quickly turn into a toxic environment. No matter where you stand, one thing is incredibly clear. We need to consider our emotions and attitudes when engaging with others online. There will always be toxic people in every fandom. It's the way of the world. It's up to the rest of the fans, the normal people, and the ones that are running these spaces to denounce that kind of behavior so it doesn't run rampant. Trying to respect each other's opinions online, especially when it comes to matters of taste, will result in less drama in these online spaces overall. Fandoms were made as a place of love and celebration, so let's work on keeping them that way. So I guess, is this the most toxic fandom on the internet? No, not by a long shot. Unhinged at times, sure, but it's in the name of love and adoration towards something that they enjoy. And with all of that out of the way, I'm Cole McCormick. You're watching Firewood Media. I want to thank Josh for helping me write this video. It's a video that has been in the works since September 2023, and without him, it likely would have never gotten made. Really quick side note, a lot of research was involved in this. All the sources and citations are all going to be down below in the description, so check that out if you're interested. Show some love to the people that we mentioned in here, and yeah, just want to make that clear. Everything is down below in the description, so you know I'm not making anything up. Consider becoming a member to support the channel. For just $1.99 a month, you'll receive member shoutouts and your name featured as an executive producer in all of our film projects. There's also going to be members-only videos as well as exclusive behind-the-scenes content that you won't find anywhere else. Plus, enjoy exclusive production updates and photos straight from the heart of Firewood Media. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's just an extra perk for anyone that wants to support the channel while also getting to see some unique content. Either way, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
This strength will serve Lady Edelgard well. No one makes it past me.
Anywhere I can hide. Whoa, did I get stronger? I don't care if they're stealing. Can I go home?
Back to the fray.
We stole this treasure. It's all ours. There's no way we're gonna give it up to some knights.
Let's think carefully.
I could have been sleeping this whole time.
makes money, right? I'm just getting started. What a thrill!
You should be honored.
How humiliating.
I've got many skills, you know.
It all comes down to this.
get ahead of myself. I killed them. What have I done? The blood. I think.
Well, like what you see?
Nigga, did you not go to sleep? What the fuck? Nigga said I'm asleep an hour later. Hey man, you drank the new Quay yet? No, bro, I have not. What the fuck?
This is a little event. Freaking, I was sitting here for the past couple hours, like stressing, and the reason for it.
Somebody help this nigga, man. Somebody help this nigga King James, bro. Somebody please help this nigga, bro. Like, what? Had to pop another sleeping pill. Look, you said that like it's like that's normal. What the fuck? What kind of... You're bugging, sir.
It's just cause I think I just took up too many projects or too many freaking channels, and I've been just sitting here for hours and hours not doing nothing. Probably here for like 2-3 hours after I made the videos of the SML and Wiley. Like 2-3 hours just sitting here doing nothing. And it's just like I know what I want to do, and I have a real. I think what it is, what it boiled down to, real honestly, I think I might have bipolar because I was looking it up, and I was looking at the symptoms. I haven't went and got like diagnosed. I'm diagnosing myself. I'm the doctor today. But I was looking at the symptoms. I'm like, yeah, this is definitely me. 80% of these is me. Freaking loss. What was it? I think it was like loss of interest. It was just, yeah. It's just a lot like fatigue. I think loss of interest, trouble concentrating, change of sleep, manic episode. Restlessness, and it's just like, yeah, that's low key me. That's me. And I think as instead of manic, it was one hypomanic, which is like less severe manic. I think I got that, and it's just like it's making me mad. It's frustrating. Cause I know what I want to do, and I do this thing where one day, like say what's today? Monday. Today Monday, right? What day is it? Hold on. Oh, this is just event channel. This event video today. It's Monday right now. So say like Saturday, okay, boom. I really want to do this. I see the vision. I see like weeks and weeks ahead, like how I'ma lay it out. And then like a day or two later, it's like, man, I don't know where the energy just went for that particular thing. I don't want to do it. Or my passion and energy for it is not nearly as much as I had when I had for the past couple days, or like 3 days ago. And I hate that I'm like that. It's so frustrating. And it be feeling like I'm the only one that go through this. Obviously not. But it feel like I'm the only one that go through this. And
for Lady Edelgard,
I'm just sitting here, could be getting a lot more done, but I'm not. And I have I was looking back over it, I have freaking 5 channels.
This was beneath me.
Just don't want to leave it like hanging, cause that's gonna irk me too. Of me just having those channels and just leave them to dry. Cause I know the music channel I haven't uploaded in a month. The Pokemon channel was a month. What was the other one? I had another one too. Hold on, let me see. It was the the Quizmaster. This one, no, pretty frequent. My other Red channel pretty frequent. Basically like a Minecraft channel, low key, like a day or two ago. And just like, bruh, it's so frustrating. Like you ever get so frustrated you want to cry? Like just start punching the wall and stuff like that. It's crazy. And I think, like I said, not manic episode, but hypomanic. I definitely be having a lot of. I think if not every day, every other day, I probably have a hypomanic episode.
What?
And it don't be crazy. Like it's silent. It's a silent hypomanic type thing. And then too, it feel like it's even more stress and piles on even more when it feel like I'm the only one to go through. Like I said, obviously not, but it be feeling like, like you feel like you overwhelmed. It feel like you the only one in the world going through like a certain type situation. It feel like that. And man, so it's just frustrating. And
one step at a time.
it's just frustrating.
Regrettable, but there was no other way.
Yeah, I don't know how people do it, man. Like Simba, like shout out freaking Simba the God. She be working. Internet City, they be working. Those some workers. Cause like, holy mo, I feel like I be going crazy, losing my mind just thinking about it. When it should just be like, okay, cool. Just don't think about it. Sit down and record and do it. Thanks. And it's easier said than done. That's easy. Like the concept of it is easy. But then my brain get to working. It get to overworking. It's like, man, okay, I ain't upload on here for a hot minute. Or, dang, there's another channel I've worked on and I haven't uploaded. Like, why can I not get that spark back that I had when I was being consistent on it? I don't get it. And it's frustrating because you trying, like, I want to work on all 5 of my channels, and I want to get back to the, being consistent and stuff like that. But it's like, man, I can't lock in. Like, lock in, FN, I can't. Like with this channel, I don't feel that with this channel. This channel feel like a job that you like going to. Like you doing a regular 9 to 5, the work cool, the work easy, the co-workers is cool, make time go by faster. You know what I mean? Nice paying job, nice benefits, things of that nature. So I don't feel it with this. All my other channels, I feel it. It's like a rat race. It's like keeping up with the Joneses. I think that's the same. And it's just, I want to be consistent with it. But I can't unlock the thing in my brain that says, don't stress, just work, you'll figure it out. I can't. The connection, it ain't there. So yeah, it's just like even just right now, like I'm just boiling up. Pause. Boiling. Is that a pause? Like boiling up with not rage, but just annoyance. Oh yeah, and the Patreon too. It's like I can't lock in. I can't. I can't. I'll probably look crazy right now. This might be a hypomanic episode right here. But I can't lock in. I'm trying to lock in. I'm trying. But I can't lock in for some reason. I can't. And I'm just like, just annoyed, frustrated. I'm feeling all jittery. And I've been feeling like that. You know, some days be worse than others. Like some days be cool. Some days cool, calm and collected. But other days like today, it just feel like I had put so much self-imposed work, pressure, and expectation on myself when I didn't even have to do that in the first place. All right. Like, I don't know. I hate that. I do that a lot. Not only with this channel, just with a lot of things. Like I say I'll do something. You are nothing. And then later down the line it's like, I don't really want to do it right now no more. And then it'll last from either like some days, some weeks, some months. I might need some Adderall. I want to get addicted. You know what I'm saying? But I need something to help me focus better. I ain't trying to do no drugs. I ain't no druggie. But I need something.
Appreciate it.
And yeah. And it's just like it's just overwhelming. Super overwhelming. But yeah, it's just a lot. But I think that's it. I know this is a real random video. This is more so for me versus y'all. Just me talking to myself. But I know, people will be watching, so I know y'all gonna see this. Like I feel like I can't even sit still. Like I got ants in my pants, squirrel on my pants on some Phineas and Ferb type vibes. Is that just me? Like y'all be going through that type deal? You know what I'm saying? Like it's so, I hate it. I think both my parents bipolar.
What? Alright, bro.
I hate that though. It's annoying. Like I know I need to lock in, but my brain, it's like my body and my brain are two different entities in me right now. Pause. Well done. My body is like, all right, we're gonna knock these videos down. We're gonna record, upload these. We gonna have a good time. And my brain be like, nah, we ain't finna do that. Like, when I was about to come in and do the Jedi Fallen Order today, I was like, all right, man, cool. I like the game. The game is super fun. It's lit. Like, it's a fantastic game. Like, man, I can't wait to get in here and start the grind. My brain like, nah, we don't feel like doing that today. God dang, what's up with this mic? My brain like don't want to fit. It's like that SpongeBob. It's like the SpongeBob episode where Plankton got the brain from SpongeBob. And well, first he was trying to get SpongeBob to work. He didn't feel like it. Okay, bet you gonna put it into the machine. The machine usually when you tell a machine to do something, it's gonna do something. But the brain was like, nah, I ain't finna do that. I don't feel like it. And that's how it's feeling right now. And it's very infuriating, right? It's pissing me off. And like I said, it's not only just with channels, it's just like with a lot of things. Like, and I'm trying to work on that. I'm bad with that. Like a lot of times where people ask me or like family and stuff like, hey, you want to go to woo woo? I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a real idea. And they do be sound great.
I'll show you a plan.
And then when the day get there, I'm like, I don't want to do it. Actually, I don't want to go. Like I want to go, but I don't want to go. Like nothing be wrong necessarily, but it's just like, man, I don't know. Yeah, it be like that with a lot of things, man. I'm trying to think. Was there anything else? And I might just need some meds. I might just need to go under, get some medication, real stuff. Some type of focusing pills. I need some focusing pills. Cause I feel like I'm gonna go crazy. And I feel like I do be going crazy a lot of times. Like my type of manic episodes be silent. Like I say, it don't be like crazy manic episodes where I start harming myself or other people.
Thank you for leading us, Professor. Though
But I end up
suppose there was
isolating
no way
myself.
we could lose to a familiar foe.
Type situation when I'm
In any
stressed,
case, something about
depressed,
this canyon
anxious.
feels inexplicably strange.
Yeah. It's just like the brain just feel like it's going 10 million miles a nanosecond. And it's annoying, bro. I hate it, bro. It's like, it's annoying. Like I know I need to shut it off, but I can't shut it off. So yeah. That's one of the only things I don't like about YouTube. It be the mental, like the actual working and editing and recording. That's easy. That's light work. But the mental of keeping it up,
I wonder why it is that you accomplish
of keeping it up, that be the hard part, man. For
Yeah.
bootleg DIY
Each time I
microphone,
speak,
but
it scares
that be the hard part. So when people be like, "Oh, woo woo," I'm just gonna start up a channel, start up Twitch. It's gonna be easy.
Hell up to like, nah.
This the hard part, the mental part. You trying to keep up with everything, come up with ideas,
Although the battles at
competition
an
with
do not feel too
other
endless.
YouTubers in your
Well,
niche.
anyhow, I am quite fascinated by this
And
place.
yeah, it just be a lot.
As
Even
far
though
as I
you
can
shouldn't
tell,
look
this is
at
your
it as a
first time
competition,
here.
it is a competition. You're competing against like the attention and viewers and stuff like that. But right now, like I say, just more so sitting down and
Here? I dare say it would be
I guess
impossible to have
freeing
forgotten
my
such a place
mind
as this.
from I guess
must admit,
expectation
I am
or
unsure.
just
Beyond the name and the
concentration.
strange
And I
feeling
think
of
when you
familiarity,
have mental issues like
can't seem to
you know what I
Was
mean?
the video
A-
worth
a-
it,
a
King?
mental
Was
individual
it worth it
such
to
as
come in here
myself.
at 5:30 in the morning?
Like it's kind of
react to this
it's kind of
climax
hard
video.
doing that.
Was
Like
it
I
worth
said,
it to say that?
concentrating,
Joy
losing
and
interest,
sorrow,
mood
pain
swings,
and
all that
love,
type
and
of
all
stuff.
things
So,
in between.
yeah. So
If I was somehow here before,
yeah,
I wonder what took place.
yeah.
Professor,
So
I was wondering where you were.
I
It's
think
about
that's
time
I
we
think
headed
that's
back
it.
to the
I think that's
monastery.
it.
It is time to depart,
Yeah, I think that's it.
but know that time reveals all things.
I don't even feel
One day
better. That's
I will
crazy.
remember
Like I just finished. I just said all that. I still feel.
Oh, by the way, it
I
seems you
still
earned my gratitude.
feel anxious.
The thieves who came here are no
Ancient.
more.
Did I say ancient? Ancients. Ancient. Man, y'all know what I'm talking about. So,
I am not sure
I don't know.
myself, yet I am
like I said,
grateful
there's just
all the same.
a little event at 2 o'clock in the morning. Nothing crazy.
You must
Some
become
vibes.
accustomed to my voice. If you
But,
fall down with shock each time I speak, that just won't do.
It's like around these hours, I usually have
Oh,
2,
you
3
think you're standing strong?
moods. First one is like regular.
Of course you are. It was a
The
jest.
second one is more like motivation. Okay, boom, the money schemes. I feel like this is real common. Like, okay, boom, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get this money. Bye.
On our way
I'm gonna
out,
do this.
I had the
I'm gonna
chance
set
to
it up this
observe
way.
the
I'm
Red
gonna
Canyon.
boom.
Did you
we gonna
notice
get
anything,
this straight. Or the
Professor?
third be like the depressive. I'm like walls closing and I can't do nothing.
Of course. I
Very
expected
like
as much.
hopeless type joint.
The area was covered in
But
ruins, each more curious
various
than
levels
the last.
of
They did not match the
extremity.
architectural style of any era or culture
And
within
now
the
it's
empire,
just more like,
or
man,
across all of Foden
stress.
for that matter. That can
And I
only
feel like I
mean
should.
one thing.
I don't really got nothing.
The valley
serious to
civilization
be
must have
stressing about.
flourished and fallen in the
That's
distant
another
past,
frustration. It's like I don't got
long
nothing
before the
serious to be
empire
stressing
was established.
about.
Who do you think lived there?
Yeah. So, yeah, but I do pretty good. Like, been touching grass. Obviously, since I work, downtown, so I go outside almost every day.
Possible they weren't
But
even
nah, I be
human.
touching grass, be hooping. I got
Perhaps
back
their
into
remnants
reading.
still
I wish I brought my
influence
books.
this world.
I got back into reading. I bought some Stephen
Late
King
night
books.
motivation be setting
I think
people
one was
up.
The Shining.
Expound upon that.
Another one
So
was
you have safely
The
disposed
Long
of
Walk,
those bandits.
and then there was another one
I
I
pray
seen
that their
on
souls
Book
find
Talk.
salvation.
Book Talk.
Why did they target the students to begin with? We must further investigate the true cause of all that took place.
Facts.
Until we
And I don't know
more,
why I can't even get
ask
TikTok
that you
on my
support the
computer.
students and relieve them of any
Like the
unnecessary
internet
worry.
on here, like I can't pull up TikTok, Instagram. I can't go to no files saving site. So if
I
I want to
have high
download something,
expectations
I
for
can't do it.
By the
YouTube,
way,
the MP3,
how was your
MP4
time
don't
in
work.
Xanadu?
Like,
shit.
Legend
bogus.
has it, in ancient times,
So
a
I'ma probably get a
goddess
VPN
alighted
to see
upon
if that
this
work.
world
If not,
in that very canyon.
GG.
For a goddess from the heavens, Xanadu
Shout out to
could
this
only
brother
have
right
been
here.
a temporary haven.
Shout out to him. I got a book from his recommendation. I think it was dang, I
Long
can't think of
ago,
the name.
The
bro.
divine Saros received a revelation
My mind
from
going
the goddess.
3 million miles a minute.
A
right
gift
now. Hold on,
to
hold on,
help
hold on,
guide
hold
the
on.
lost. The goddess is always watching over
Hold
Fodlan
on.
from her kingdom above.
Hold on, please, bro. Please,
However,
please,
in ancient times, the goddess graced
Thriller?
this world with her presence and
it was a
offered
thriller book.
salvation to the people here.
It was a thriller book.
She is the mother of all life, the arbiter of every soul.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Don't do this to me, King. King, don't do this to me, King. Yeah, I can't find
see.
it. But nah, it was a little thriller.
During your time
find
here,
it, bro. Come
I
on,
pray
dude.
that you come to
I'm on a
devote
roll.
yourself to the
I'm
teachings
on a roll
of
right now, man.
Saros.
I don't know about all that.
I should have booked my
Lady Rhea, I am
But-
sorry to interrupt.
but
There is
yeah,
something
yeah,
I must ask about in regard to those bandits.
As you wish.
All right, so boom. Yeah, so
We
this
shall
one.
continue our
I got
discussion
it's
when
about
next we
Riley
meet.
Stagger. The only one left. Shout out Book Talk, man. So I'm trying to tap
No
in.
memory of her.
Might get a Kindle or something.
have
But
no
at the
memory
same
at
time,
all.
it do feel good. Like with reading, it do feel good. Like hold the actual paper
It
hardback
is as
in your
though I
hands.
know, and yet I
So I've been
don't.
trying to do stuff that's
Perhaps Xanadu was my home back when the goddess
Take-
walked the land.
my mind off it
If so,
and
what does
divert
that make me now? A ghost?
energy into other
You
things
are.
when I
You're
get
fucking
like
good.
stressed,
You a fucking
anxious,
ghoul.
depressed, things of that nature.
Fucking ghoul monster.
So, yeah. I think that's it, though. I think that's it.
I don't know, babe.
I think that's all I got for myself today.
No, that
But like I said, this video is
I
more
am
me.
Having the
certain
motivation to
It's
improve
more
your
me.
life
I just got to get
harder
it
in
out.
general, but never
All right,
will
now I
do
feel
also
a little
have
bit
the
better.
mystery
After
of
one
why
day
I'm
because
here
of what I
with
did
you.
this
Now I feel a little bit
Is
better.
it
See?
somehow connected?
Yeah, when you.
Perhaps
Yeah, it might be.
some
Not
cosmic
even
thread
might.
stopping me from moving on.
Are you saying
And now
that?
I'm forced
Nah, I
to
feel-
stay with
I
you
feel- I
instead.
feel
Are you
a lot
saying that
better.
the
I feel
boast
like I
of
just
fucking
took a dump.
dopamine
No,
and fucking
that's not
adrenaline
it.
from fucking
Weight,
4
weight
a.m. is not
Everything's just
exhausted?
Why am I
meaningless.
rubbing my stomach on? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. But
Do not be moaning in my ear like that.
Yeah. So that's all. And this right here, this right here,
She hit that motherfucker.
this be happening very frequently. Like probably not every day.
God, it hurts.
Part 1. White Clouds.
Probably every other
Garland
day.
Moon.
And I think making
Beauty
YouTube
in the
videos
mist.
Hey Ash, I
has
gotta kill your
added
daddy.
to my
So,
stress.
have fun with that.
And
When the warm winds blow from the sea
Depression,
to the
sometimes.
south of Adrestia,
Sometimes.
residents
But it's
of
like,
Fodlan know that
I,
the rainy season
I live
is
for
upon
this. You know
them.
what I'm saying? I love this.
Before the heavy rains
Like,
take their
my
toll,
love
young women hurry to pick
and
the last
passion
of
for
the white
YouTube
roses. The ivory buds are woven into garlands
is
and given as gifts to close
worth
friends
the
or
stress
potential
for the
lovers.
most part.
What the? Yeah.
Alright, bro. Yeah.
You Adderall junkies are crazy.
And then too, like if I have a schedule too, that's another thing. If I have a schedule, for example, if say I'm like, okay, boom, next week I'm gonna do.
All right, I feel like I've seen enough of this video, but I've left my life. I wanna listen to some more. The word is to you now.
showing hostility toward the church for some time now.
A vanguard unit from the Knights of Seros is already on its way to his stronghold.
No, you can
Castle
quit a
Castle.
trash ass job.
Lord Lenato's army is nothing compared to the Knights.
If you wake
It
up
is
wanting to
quite
kill
possible
yourself,
the
then
rebellion has already
obviously the job
suppressed.
is not for you, bro.
Even so, I would like for your class to travel
I'm not gonna
to the
tell a
Knights
nigga keep on
Guard to
going
deal
into a
with the
fucking
outbreak.
crash of situation.
War zones are
So
unpredictable.
you can one day just
We do
kill
not
everybody.
expect you will have cause to battle.
Man,
Be
we're just going
prepared
for
for
it.
the worst.
Excuse me.
I mean, it was a yap
Is that
session,
you,
but
Lady Rhea?
then again, what
This
do
is
I do?
Catherine.
You know?
She will be leading the Knights when
I mean,
will be accompanied.
that's just one of the videos,
Nice
you
to
know,
meet
that,
We've heard a lot about
with a
you.
good support system.
Need anything, just
That's a
ask.
cool vid.
She is one
if
of
you're
our
Nick like me, though,
greatest
nobody
students.
gives a fuck.
And that is no small feat. Only an exceptional few have what it takes
Like
to
I've
join the
been
Knights of
stuck in
Service.
over 12 hours.
This mission should prove useful in demonstrating to the students how foolish it would be to ever turn their blades on the church.
So. I don't even remember which one I'm even thinking of, bro. There's so many goddamn. Damn near all the Johns are bangers, so I don't even know what. No. That's not what I'm looking for, bro. Bitch, what? Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking of, bro, but it's like, bro, it's there, bro. It's fucking there. Ah, nope, there it is.
Thank you so much.
Systematic world, killing me. Getting up really fulfills me, takes me higher, someplace I've never been. I'm about to wake up, let it begin, watch it burn. Like a fire burn, I'm coming back until the world is yours, the world be mine. One step closer to the edge, I'm about to wreck, so I'm ready. If you play the game is on, so bring it on. You don't know me, so I'll show you.
I passed
We all go through, I'm ready to take you. I'm right in front of you, running through. Oh, I'm about to lose it. I'm telling you that won't back down. I'll prove it. No other place than now, so I'm ready to move it. So let me show you what's not improving.
True noble.
I know you want me, but I'm strong, and that's what you gonna do now. Get your guns and ammo, grenades and all, I'll prepare for a fight and battle. With a sword and a shield, I'm ready to reveal. Right in the battlefield, in the center, I'll be here.
What are your thoughts of the video, Faison?
such idle chatter. Do you not know that we have not a moment left to waste? We must try harder from now on.
Okay, thank you. I sent this shit to app and she never responded to you, bro. That's how you know she was fire. That's how you know shit's funny, bro. She never responded. Dicked her with this one. Dicked her. What?
Close your eyes, but there's nowhere to hide. Oh, insomnia seems we
Sometimes I wonder if your life could have taken you down a different path. If you had never met me and entered my service, you might have had more peace.
A more tedious path. Inconsequential and spoiled rotten, like so many other nobles. Never. My duty to you is no mere obligation. I chose this. I had thought that would be obvious to you.
I understand you better than any. But when I see you in the step, studying with the others, it makes me wonder what kind of life you might have had without me. That's all.
Such a life may have happened to me. I left my years of carefree innocence behind me. But I cannot deny that I find myself enjoying my time at the monastery.
I feel the same.
That enjoyment, however, is only thanks to you. Standing by your side is all that truly matters to me.
I see. Then I won't speak of such things again. If it's really what you want, I'll gladly keep you by my side. The path I must walk is soaked in blood. It's a path that can lead to madness, can snatch away one's future, and can even take one's life. And the pool of blood at my feet is growing larger. Those stains can never be washed clean.
Please leave the violence to me. A leader must be seen as pure, above the fray. Allow me to pick the path that lies before you, red with the blood of your enemies. I will do it gladly.
Hello there. Are you looking for something?
You could say that. I'm looking for someone new who's been skipping lectures.
I see. Well, congratulations, you found him. Did you want him for something in particular?
What else could bring you here other than your complete negligence?
Perhaps you're interested in hearing my latest theories on the nature of crests. I suspect the formation of crests may be quite different from that recorded in church tradition.
Before you go on, is there any discernible benefit to me allowing this battle to continue?
Well, of course.
What the fuck?
And that would be?
I suspect you'll find the topic rather entertaining.
That's
shit.
What do you mean? Crest research is its own reward.
You know, if you ever truly applied this, you could become a distinguished scholar. You could use your crest knowledge to benefit the world, or uncover new discoveries in magic theory.
Why would I busy myself with such tedious work? I perform this research for my own knowledge. I'm not interested in the world at large.
There's nothing wrong with a selfish drive for knowledge, but only if you put it to good use.
I'm sure there must be some use.
Another good one is this one.
Oh? Then please, Tell me what potential
This shit had
uses
me
you
in a
have in
fucking
mind.
chokehold when I beat this
Well,
fucking DLC.
there are people out there who spend good money on
Bitch-ass
bizarre
nigga,
artistic
what?
creations. So I'm sure my not at all useful research could be used as a fine lullaby for the
Shit
children
had me in a
of the world.
chokehold, bro.
A lullaby? I have things to do. Just know that this was my last warning.
Damn.
Sure, of course. Goodbye.
Sure, of course. Goodbye.
With this idea, I may be able to get the one up on Edelgard. This again.
This again.
Hubert! I wish you would not sneak up on me like that.
Maybe you would be more perceptive if your mind were less burdened by sedition.
Sedition? Absurd. This is an important project.
Yes, I heard. A new way to prove how superior you are to Lady Edelgard. She is not your rival, Ferdinand. She is above you. A noble like you ought to know his place.
Anything is better than being a noble like you. Every time you open your mouth, it's Lady Edelgard this or Lady Edelgard that. Do you ever think for yourself? You follow her around like a pet. You spend all of your time fretting over her, and yet you never truly express an opinion of your own. Before you reprimand me, take a moment to consider your own failings.
Damn.
Your nonsense is tiresome. So I hope this will be the last time I have to remind you. Lady Edelgard is the Imperial Princess. You are merely the Prime Minister's son.
Yes, I understand that. But my duty is to guide her, to give frank advice when she is on the wrong course of action. That is what I strive to do, always. Thus my devotion to surpass Edelgard, so that if she needs guidance, I will be prepared to give it. If you think it is tiresome to have a mind of your own, you will never be much of an advisor.
Hey.
Does the river of filth pouring out of your mouth ever stop flowing? Your obsession with all things superficial is disgusting. It's useless. You're hopeless. Take my word.
I have nothing more to say to you. Get out of here.
Damn. Get the fuck out of here, man. Whoop his ass. Shut your weak ass up. Oh, nigga, I'll fuck you up. Nigga, what you said?
Completely unreasonable.
He said, what you said?
QB, what are you doing here?
QB.
A routine matter. No cause for concern.
No cause for concern.
So it's something to do with AD then. She really is all you ever think about, isn't she? Look, I know you're doing all this so that she'll like you, but if you go too far, she'll end up pushing you away. Maybe even hate you.
Shut up,
This
bitch.
has nothing to do with swaying Lady Edelgard's sentiments. I am simply her humble servant. I do what is in her best interest. Whether she cares for me or not is irrelevant.
It doesn't look that way to me. I bet you'd follow any order Ada gave if you thought it would make her like you. Am I right?
Any order? What a thing to suggest. But the answer is no. I will decline any directive that I deem would not be beneficial to her.
Is that right? So, just for example, if Ada commanded you to find yourself a suitable wife, would you do it?
If it would benefit her in some way for me to marry, then yes, I would marry.
It's easy to say that now with no bridal party in sight. But if it was the day of the wedding? Nah, I don't believe that.
I don't care what you believe. My only wish is to see Lady Edelgard fulfill her ambitions. All other matters pale in comparison.
Hughie, pale in comparison? You've seen too many operas. I don't think you understand how the world works. At all.
And I don't care what you think either. I would make any sacrifice to support Lady Edelgard. It's a shame you've never experienced such devotion.
You're right. I don't have anyone like that right now. But maybe someday I will.
Then maybe someday you'll understand.
Until then, we'll never see eye to eye. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do.
Yubi, I don't get you. Although I do find your point of view just fascinating.
As the world becomes increasingly more interconnected, some of the biggest barriers regarding the consumption of art start to erode. And as a consequence of being exposed to more international art, we in turn get exposed to different cultural palettes. However, not all cultures are the same, and as a consequence, some cultural barriers are a little trickier to overcome than others. I'm personally not the biggest opponent of localization. For me, personally, so long as an original translation and a faithful sub is available, and it exists as a comparison to the original text, then a localization is okay to keep around. As a result, I see localizations as a fun exercise in intertextuality.
Don't even think about
the
brawling
truth
around
is, some
here
things
again.
can't be translated
Impressive,
one-to-one due to there
Caspar.
being no
Well
immediate
done.
cultural analog. One of the most famous examples of
Did you
this
see
is
that
with
fight?
Naruto, regarding his famous
I saw it
verbal
from
tick,
start to finish.
Databayo. There is no real cultural equivalent for it
parties
in
were at
the
fault,
English language.
disturbing the
However,
peace.
there is a
Then you stepped
long-standing
in and
Western
corrected their
tradition of
behavior.
superheroes having catchphrases.
You are setting a good
so
example.
localizers
I am proud to call
experimented.
you my
The
fellow
English
noble.
dub of Naruto is
Your fellow
infamous for
noble?
its first
I wasn't even
catchphrase,
thinking about
"Believe
the
it,"
ability.
which has
That
been
had
mocked
nothing to
to
do
hell
with
and
it.
back. Thankfully, they
Excuse
dropped
me,
it around the
nothing?
time they got to the tuning exams. When
Resolving
Shippuden came
conflicts
around,
among
they
common
revisited
folk is
the
a
idea of
duty of the
adapting
nobles.
Databayo.
Is
This
that not
time
what
they
you were
settled
doing?
on "you-know," which
I
I
guess
think
so.
ended up being a more diplomatic solution. Both
But it was more
Databayo
like
and
instinct or
communicate the
something.
same thing.
I saw people
An
acting out of
impulsive tick
line
that
and
the
I had to
Uzumaki
step
clan
in.
tacks onto the ends of
Ah,
their
you
sentences,
were acting on
communicating
impulse.
their hyperactivity. And of
You
course,
might be
that's
better
pretty much at
served
the heart of all
following moral
localizations and what they
convictions
should
rather
strive
than
for.
instincts.
A diplomatic compromise
Take me,
between
for
different
example.
regional sensibilities.
I always bear in
And this
mind
isn't
that I
just
am a
something
noble.
that's exclusive
Behave
to Naruto.
accordingly.
It's something you see in a lot of
The
manga,
fortunate
even
must
with
help
smaller
the
instances.
unfortunate.
In a lot of dinner
That
and lunch
is
sequences
my
in
guiding
anime, you'll see localizers do something
never
like,
have any
"Thank
idea
you for
what
the
you're
food"
talking
as a
about.
replacement for itadakimasu.
someone's in
and
trouble,
of course,
you gotta
it's
help
because
them
no one
out.
actually says
Simple
this
as
in
that.
Western countries. That's because Western
difference of
countries tend to be
opinion, you
steeped
might
in
say.
Christian traditions. The
Very well
closest
then.
cultural equivalent
Believe
to
what you will.
itadakimasu would
I
be
will not
like
expend
saying
energy
grace
trying to
before
change your
dinner.
mind.
You'll notice the biggest issues
Maybe
with
all of this
localizations
noble
mostly
stuff
arise when
just isn't
dealing with
for
the
me.
realm of comedy.
Hey,
As a rule of thumb,
don't
all
walk
comedy
away
is
when
based
I'm
on
talking
shock
to
and
you.
surprise. As a consequence, a lot of comedy is rooted in the subversion and lampooning of cultural norms. There was a particularly weird moment in the brand new Animal dub where they referenced the Japanese folk story Kachikachiyama, the story being about a raccoon that rides a mud boat. This is in reference to the main character of the story, Michiru, being a tanuki.
Bernadetta, I have something to
However,
discuss.
when they adapted the story to English,
This is their chance for a comeback! No need to be defensive. I am not angry.
not clack afterwards. Could you please hurry up? I can
yes,
tell.
it's technically more faithful, but you can see that it doesn't have the same punch.
You did not do
With
anything
no
wrong.
cultural frame reference,
Please,
it just
listen.
sounds like nonsense.
Look,
To
just
revisit
breathe,
Naruto,
will you?
Gero Gero is an onomatopoeia they use for frogs in Japan, a way they use to mimic its croaking sound. Hence Jiraiya's name,
I see that
the
you are
Gero
struggling.
or the Toad Sage.
Please calm
Naruto
down.
riffs this either because he's a prankster or an idiot and refers to him as the Edo-sen and hence the erotic sage. It's a simple language pun that involves removing the G in order to create a different effect. I'm talking
I
real
just
George
wanted to
Romero
discuss
shit.
how you
Once
are
again, the dub
always
doesn't have
hiding
a
in your
perfect
room.
analog for this and
It
instead
seems
settles
like
for
something
an
must be
impervious
troubling
It's
you
not perfect,
for you
but
to
it
shut
gets the
yourself
job
away
done.
like
One of
that.
the counter arguments is
If
that
something is the
localizations
matter,
wouldn't need to
maybe
exist
I
if
can help.
dubbing was removed
But
altogether.
you
And
need to
while
tell
I
me
agree
what
that
it is
audiences
first.
should be more willing to stomach cultural differences, that's more of an issue with the culture of Western ignorance. In addition, it ignores that dubbing does have a massive advantage via
Do you not
accessibility.
realize
The
that
amazing
life is
digital service
passing
is
you
one of the
by?
most popular indie TV pilots
Have you
in
no
years,
desire to
and it
venture
exploded in
beyond this
popularity,
reclusive
mostly
lifestyle?
because it was set to multiple
There is a
different
whole
languages
world
and was
waiting
adapted
for
to
you
various
out there.
cultural palettes.
The social
I see
life
dubs
of a
not as
noble
a
is
replacement,
actually
but a form
rather-
of cultural exchange.
Stop
I think
it.
that the change
I'm
needs to
not
be more on a
interested.
fundamental cultural.
Bernadetta, this is
People shouldn't
unhealthy
react to things
behavior.
they see as strange with disdain. Rather see it
I
as an
beg you
invitation
to
to learn
take
about
my
a culture
hands,
that they're engaging
otherwise I will have to pick you up and carry you, and neither of us.
What if I actually like being alone? Is that so hard to imagine? It's none of your business. Get lost!
I like dubs, as it provides artists, actors, and audio designers an opportunity to get steady work. I also think that those weird cultural quirks should be left in intentionally. That awkward reference that you
my
might not
wrist.
understand, well, why not look into it? It might have an interesting story behind it.
you've done
Localizing
it,
content
Bernie.
to make things less
No.
awkward has a real consequence of limiting
eternal
audiences' cultural palettes and encouraging laziness.
I do not wish
as
to
well
hurt
as
you.
general ignorance.
Actually,
and of
I-
course, not all dubs are created. The Kaguya dub is one of my least favorites in years, despite loving the cast.
Maybe I
the
should
last
just
thing I
come
want to
back
hear in an
later.
anime based on Japanese high school culture is a fucking 8-mile. Good localizations come from a place of respect and cultural synchrony. It's one of the reasons why the Panty and Stocking dub was fantastic. A show based on Western culture ends up being enhanced when the native culture gets their hands on it. However, localization
Dorothea.
isn't the main focus
The
of today's
dining hall
topic,
seems
rather
so
it's
much
this crap.
brighter with
Jello
you here.
Apocalypse, aka
30.
Pepper Spot Sunshine,
I must
aka
say, you are
Brandon Black.
quite adept
Not
with
gonna do an
flattery.
introduction on the Scoopus
Please,
since you probably
give
came
me
here from
some
the
more.
trash fire that's happening on Twitter.
Flattery?
The truth
No,
is,
I
I've
was
been
not-
wanting to make a video on Mr. Blabber for quite some
There
time.
you
and
go
this
with that
recent drama has
attitude
given me the
again.
motivation and excuse. to
Why do you
so.
reserve such
Honestly,
cold
when the news
treatment
of the
for
current
me and
localization
me
fiasco
alone?
came out, I wasn't
Do you
shocked
hate me,
at all.
Dorothea?
Over the course of a decade,
Or have you some
Brendan
other
Blabber has
reason to
displayed
avoid my
repeated
company?
blatant disrespect
I
towards other
underestimated
creatives
you.
and their endeavors.
I assumed your
I'm
noble
surprised they
upbringing
did
had
it, as I
dulled
didn't
your
think they'd be
perception.
stupid enough to do it, but
But
I'm
you got
also
it
not
right on
really
your first
shocked.
try.
Brendan
I hate
Blabber's biggest claim to fame had to be his
I
most
was
viral
right.
series, So This Is Basically.
Might I
Initially, he
ask
started
why
with
you find me
websites like
so
Tumblr and
despicable?
DeviantArt
I
using
can
saucy
scarcely
thumbnails,
guess.
which is like,
Don't
okay,
waste another
game
minute
recognized
thinking
game,
about
Pepper
it.
Spot Sunshine. Eventually, he
That will
migrated
not
into the
do.
realm of media
I
criticism.
do not think
The
you would
So This
hate
Is
a person
Basically
for no
series
reason.
essentially amounts to quick, snarky synopses of the series that is currently
How's
covering
this?
at the moment, where he
If you can
smugly
guess why,
condescends towards the
I'll let you
franchise's
know if you're
top,
right.
and just
The
throws
brains
the
of us
book
common folk
from
are
cramming
so
every
simple.
single bad
It should
faith
be
criticism and
pretty easy
intentional
for a
mystery
big
into
shot
the text
noble
to
to
make it
sort
look as
out.
bad as possible. Joe Apocalypse
Very well.
posits this series as
I
a
cannot
lighthearted
walk away
ribbon,
from a
but in
challenge.
reality, it's
I
a
have no
bitter,
choice but to
vicious,
chance a guess.
parasocial mockery
You are always
masquerading
making
as
fun,
critique.
calling
It's
me a
effectively
big
vehicle
shot
he
and
uses
so
to
forth.
explore his terrible opinions on
Perhaps you
franchise he
think
hates,
all
as well as
nobles are-
obfuscating the truth,
No,
while
it cannot be that
simultaneously
simple.
insisting objectivity.
Oh?
The Joker one is pretty interesting
What
to
can't
watch
be that
because it's
simple?
very transparent how much anger he has towards Hirohiko
Please,
Araki.
will you not
Character
give
has
me a
special
clue?
power called a stand.
Let me
Stands
see.
allow for creative and
Good
unique encounters
clue.
based off of fun facts that the author skimmed
It's
off of
because
Snapple
you're
Cat.
like a
Terrible
bee.
villains like Dio.
That ought to be enough
Dio
for a clue.
again.
So
Dio
long,
boyfriend. Dio baby.
A bee?
Dio, but he's
I
a
haven't the
dinosaur.
slightest.
United States
Perhaps because I have
president.
such a
JoJo
diligent
characters
worker?
dress on the cutting edge of fashion, which is to say the clothing has all been chopped up with a straight razor. Like this poor boy who is dressed as a cheese. But do not weep, poor cheese boy. They replace his clothes with kicking him out of the series. And if that's
Oh,
not enough to
Caspar,
distract you from his
just who I was
stupid
hoping to
outfit,
see.
then maybe you'll enjoy the most well-loved and
tiny little
classic
request
piss
if you have
drinking
time to help
scene in
me.
all of anime.
I'm always
One particular low blow he
can I
makes
do
is
for you?
towards Araki's fashion
That
design.
is
One of the
exactly
aspects people
what I
love the
was
most
hoping
in
to
the
hear.
series. I find
Would you mind
especially
coming along
funny
to my
since
room?
most of Epitaph Erased designs are
Your
essentially doing the same thing.
room?
Not to mention that Epitaph Erased is basically just a bad JoJo clone. Yeah, I don't know. I think he was just jealous, that's all. A recurring thing amongst online creators is that when they don't feel invited to a series, they won't engage with it in good faith. In Jello's Ace Attorney video, he mocks the game for being a slog and for the writing being sucky.
Come
but when you go
on.
watch their live
Big,
stream of
strong
it,
guy
it's
like
basically
you?
them
This
refusing
is
to pay attention
easy.
to what the game is saying.
Lift up the
Gamers keep
cabinet,
saying
please.
the game
I
should
need
be
to
treated
dust
as an
behind
art
it.
form when they
There's
aren't
still
willing
more
to
to
treat the
do.
medium with the dignity that
Why do
it
you care
deserves.
so much about
Personally,
keeping this
I'm
place
of the humble
clean?
opinion
It's just
that
a
anyone
dorm
who
room.
skips cutscenes
Were
should
you
be
raised in a
subjected to a
stable?
Soviet-style
Leaving this place a
One
mess
more
wouldn't be fair to
particularly
to the next
venomous
person who
services
uses
based
it.
videos had to be the
In
one on
fact,
Adventure Time.
I think
It's
once we're
filled
done
to
with
the
this
brim with
room, we should
nitpicky
clean up
bullshit.
your room as
Oh,
well.
they're wacky adventures
Yeah,
filled with
I
the
don't
kind of
think so.
randomness
I have
you
some
thought was
actual
funny back
training
when you
to
still
do.
used the XD emoticon.
Come to think of it, I
featuring
haven't done it
radical
myself.
lingo.
The fella I'm seeing has
algebraic.
quite a charming
Slam a cow,
face,
that dude
rich
looks
family,
rough.
and
Wow,
I
that
assume
sounds
a
really hip
tolerable
and not at
personality.
all awkward and stupid.
Don't you get
Yeah,
tired of
not
spending
gonna lie,
time
as
with
a
all
kid
these
I
guys
hated
who have
Adventure Time because of the
tolerable
dialogue,
personalities?
too, and was super self-conscious
Oh, it
about
gets
consuming
tedious
stuff
at
that had
times.
that.
You must listen to them talk, for one
As an
thing.
adult,
But
I
it's
totally fuck
important
with
for
Holy
my
Schmoes
future.
and Oh My God.
That's how I
Part of the
see my
series'
training.
appeal
I
is
guess
its
it's pretty
kayfabe,
much the
its
same
ability to
thing.
suck you into its culture. Its
Don't
language
know if
helps
that's a
lot.
comparison you
Hey
really
there,
want to
network
make.
executive.
Why
You
not?
worried that
Seems
sick
about right to
lingo
me.
isn't enough to to attract the kids
Sure,
and the
I'm a
stoners.
noble, but
Fret
I'm also
not,
a second
because
son.
Adventure Time's
I
got
don't
you
have
covered
anything
with
coming to me.
gross-out humor.
Why do you think I'm
featuring
always
plenty
training
of
so
farts
much?
and
I need to
sometimes
prove
vomit,
myself on the
animated,
battlefield if I plan on
on-screen,
making it anywhere in this
visible,
world.
coming out of a
I know
mouth
you don't have
vomit.
noble
Oh my
status
God,
or
a
wealth,
children's show
so you're
having
putting in
gross
the
out
effort to
humor.
marry
Someone
wealth,
stop
right?
the presses.
See?
When he's not
Pretty
trying to
much
make
the same
simple
thing.
things seem more foolish than they actually are with his great
suppose.
voice, he's just outright
It would be
lying.
nice if everyone saw it that
The
way.
show goes from a
Well
series of
then,
episodes
Caspar,
with no
I need to get ready
conclusions
for
to
my
a
date.
series of
Shall we
character
both agree
arcs
to
with
work
no
hard for our
conclusions.
futures?
Not only that,
Absolutely.
but then he starts
I
getting
just hope
super
our efforts are worth
disrespectful to
it.
the cast and crew.
Rebecca Sugar tries her best to give the show any redeeming qualities.
He attributes all the redeeming qualities to Rebecca Sugar while presenting the rest of the crew as incompetent monkeys, which is incredibly disrespectful to the rest of the cast and crew who work on the show. It insinuates that she's the only talented member of the crew and that the rest of them were just deadweight. Just as a quick reminder, tons of CN alumni got their starts here, such as Ian Jones-Corey, Patrick McCann, Matt Burnett and Ben Lemon, and Luke Pearson. He outright calls the show bad at the end, which is a massive insult to the crew. Just in case anyone needed a reminder, Patrick McHale went on to make Over the Garden Wall, which went on to win an Emmy for Outstanding Animated Program. And Brendan Blabber made Epitaph Erased, which won Mrs. Johnson's At Least You Tried sticker. The way Brendan frames this video, he makes it seem like people like Adventure Time because they love gross out humor and poopy jokes, and love consuming what he considers bad writing. Brendan engages in bad faith critique because he presumes what people enjoy about a series he viciously mocks, rather than simply asking them what they enjoyed about it. Adventure Time is something I disliked when I was a kid, but as I grew older, I ended up finding its earnestness incredibly endearing. A show that was initially a nonsense world similar to the works of Roald Dahl eventually evolved into a coming-of-age story of a boy and his friends coming into their own. Adventure Time is loved precisely for its more sensitive, quieter moments.
How long are you gonna list stuff?
It's a long list.
You're telling me to abandon all this stuff, but you're not really making it sound bad.
It's not bad. I'm just giving you the choice of a new mode of existence.
I feel like I put a lot of work into this meat reality. I'd like to see it through.
And it's something that's continued into its future
I'll
incarnations.
keep my voice down. Don't want people thinking I'm vying for attention. But how loud is too loud?
You were...
Our voices are all over the
Everything.
place. We must learn to work together in harmony.
Where are you going?
And, you know, it didn't just stop with Adventure Time. It also continued to Gravity Falls as well. This video is attributed with hurting the perception of Mabel amongst series fans. And once again, he just randomly lies for, like, no reason at all.
Marvel, as the writers, take the best character and gradually make her the worst character by having her learn no lessons for 40 episodes. Then watch as Marbles makes Dipstick give up everything so she can have summer free time and boys over and over again. And she's just totally selfish all the time. And they bring it up in universe and it just never gets resolved. Like, literally the devil calls her out on it.
He goes on this like weird rant about how the young girl should be thinking logically at all times. I don't know if it's just like misogyny or something, but there's this weird standard that people hold female characters to, where if they don't behave logically or act irrationally due to being teenage girls, they should be subjected to all manner of verbal abuse. Apparently Brendan has like no concept of things like drama or conflict. Yeah, because it's like, oh no, a neurodivergent 13-year-old girl has impulse control issues and suffers from abandonment and insecurity and has them exploited by the antagonist. He makes Mabel out to be this selfish monster when she's like a 13-year-old girl experiencing an existential crisis. It's a fear she develops by observing Stanford and Stanley as they grow to hate each other, and that what happened to them could happen not just to her and Dipper, but all of her friends. So she reasonably gets scared and has her fears preyed on. It works from a narrative perspective because, well, yeah, we have seen this before, so we know the story can go in that direction. That's where the tension comes from, the destinies of the characters being left to chance. Restating plot developments in the most uncharitable way with a goofy voice doesn't somehow make it true. The thing about most great parody artists is that they usually have a great deal of respect for the person that they're parodying. Seth MacFarlane and Seth Green were both incredibly respectful to Lucas when they did their respective Star Wars parodies. Knowing the intent behind a work of art can absolutely affect one's enjoyment of it. When someone's lampooning a social taboo, it's all fun and games until you realize, oh wait, you're serious? One common defense of Jelwise fans is that so this is basically a series is just his opinion, as if opinions aren't allowed to be challenged. The fact is, when you make a conscious effort to try to influence people's thoughts towards a subject, it stops being just an opinion. It now becomes an argument, and arguments are meant to be engaged with. Believing that your arguments are above being critiqued and engaged with reeks of entitlement. One tactic a lot of YouTubers similar to Jello like to employ is Schrodinger's douchebag, where you're sincere about your mockery until you aren't, and it's just a joke. And you can even see that Jello sincerely believes in this stuff. It's not just parody. He has this infamous tweet where he shits all over a Rocky and then refers to JoJo as an oil slick. There's this landmark essay on the platform by Bob Vids called Cinema Sins Sustaining Stupidity, in which he points out that if there's no divide between the opinions of the performance and the actual author, then we can largely assume that
Scowling again. You're going to get wrinkles all over that cute face of yours if you don't smile more.
Suddenly, all the nitpicks aren't merely jokes.
Hello, Dorothea. I was just lost in thought. There are so many things to be done. To think of them makes my head ache sometimes. So many nobles of the Empire are utterly useless. When I am emperor, I intend to appoint only those who can actually be useful. It doesn't matter if they're of noble or common birth. Noble or
that I got
common,
into
eh?
after my third or
Can you
fourth
really
attempt
do
doing
that?
it. Like Evan
I mean, not
which
that I
ended up
don't
becoming
agree.
one of my all-time
I'd make
favorite
all
animes.
those nobles
The
vanish
issue
if I
arises
could.
when you presume what
It's
people
not a
like
question of
about it.
can or
When you assume that
cannot.
people can only
All
enjoy
that matters
JoJo by
is doing it
acknowledging that
and
it's
doing it right.
stupid, you're
The
inadvertently
nobility
casting
system
a
has
value
only been
judgment
around
on
for
its
1200
fans,
years.
suggesting that
The
the only way
concept
people
didn't
can like
exist
JoJo is
before that.
ironical. And the
Only
NCC love of the
1200
series
years,
is
huh?
irrational at best. Even though
You
I
always
dislike
say
the
such
vast majority of critics on
preposterous and
YouTube,
extraordinary
I always get
things,
excited
Amy.
when one of them announces
Yet
they're working
somehow
on a
you
new
actually make it
creative
work
endeavor.
for
Not
you.
because it provides me an
It's like
opportunity
you're a
to mock them,
character from
quite
an
the opposite,
opera.
actually. I think
A
making
character
art
from an
teaches
opera.
critics empathy and passion. And after nearly
If an
every
opera is
project
made
that
about my
tries
life
to make a
someday,
big project
I
of
wonder
focus,
how I'll be
they tend to
portrayed.
become much kinder
The
and
revolutionary
considerate in
who
their
guided the
criticism.
empire
When
to a
Epitaph
new
Erased
dawn,
was announced, I was
or the
genuinely
foolish ruler
excited.
who
By
took her
understanding the
revolution too
decision-making
far.
calculus and risks that
Well, that
artists
all
have to
sounds
take
pretty
when getting their
violent.
series off the
But
ground.
either
I thought
way,
this
it would
help
make an
Brendan become a
incredible
much more
opera.
compassionate
Do
creator.
you figure
Clearly,
it'd be a
I was
grand
wrong. It
action
doesn't seem
piece
that
full of
Epitaph
combat and
Erased
strife?
helped him become a more
Or
kinder
would you
and
prefer
empathetic
a
creator.
somber
In reality,
political
it
drama?
just seemed to validate his ego and make him think he was God's gift to planet Earth. I think his raging egotism can also be demonstrated through his lack of basic artistic courtesy, best illustrated through his comments on Infinity Train. Infinity Train had just ended on August 2022, officially being cancelled after running for 3 seasons. On the day that it ended, Brendan basically spat on its grave. The statement, "the team doesn't know how to tell them," is suggesting that the show failed, not because of the cultural environment being incredibly
quite
hostile
enough,
towards
Dorothea.
animation as a
I'm
medium,
starting to feel more
but
than a
because
little
the team
embarrassed.
simply wasn't talented.
Lovely as your voice
Imagine
is.
working on a
Let's just
series
hope
you were
that any
extremely
operatic
passionate
productions
only for
about
this
me are
fuck-ass to
still a
tell you
ways
that
off.
you don't know how to write your own series. It's like Star Wars fans who think they know the series better than George Lucas. We all know how that turned out.
I'm the Jedi.
But I think the biggest demonstration of the sheer lack of basic courtesy he has towards other creators had to have been with the RWBY video. The TLDR is that Brendan auditioned for a role on RWBY, but he didn't get the part. However, he made it far along the auditioning process that he was exposed to enough of the future plot behind the scenes. So when he made his RWBY video, he did so as a way to get back at the series for spurring him. The key thing to note is a small moment that happens around the 422 mark, specifically the card number 7 and the silhouette of the character Penny. This was a spoiler. It was him basically revealing the return of the character Penny, which was meant to be a surprise for the fans. Initially, Volume 7, Chapter 1 was meant to be the final episode of Volume 6, but was pushed back due to pacing and budgeting issues. Brendan
Monastery grounds are far too spread out. Feels like it takes hours to get from one area to another.
Just using these videos as a
And
mere
no,
opinion piece.
that's not because
Despite
I'm
what he
getting
tries to act
lost.
like his,
I'm
"So
a
this is
fully
basically a
capable,
series as a
mature
playful
person
Paprika," spoiling
who
a series
never
for
gets
not
lost.
immediately hiring you comes off as extremely emotionally charged.
Yes,
and is far more
I'm
revealing
actually
about
very
you than it is
busy
about
right
them.
now.
All of this leads to what I believe to be the coup de grace of
Monastery
Jello
grounds,
Apocalypse's
and
career,
no.
the Lovely Complex fiasco. On February 13th, 2024, Discotech issued an apology over the localization of one of their dubs, that being of the shoujo manga series Lovely Complex. In it, they apologized for the behavior of one of their localizers who went rogue when they were doing the adaptation, and announced they would no longer be working with that individual. It didn't take long before people realized that the person in question was none other than Brendan Glover himself. That's because the dumbass had the brilliant idea to brag about it on his Patreon. Essentially, Discotech, like many localizers, hires freelancers to do some of their dubs. And in the case of Lovely Complex, they outsourced it to a small group known as Sound Cadence. I'm not really an expert on all this stuff, so I don't want to pretend to speak for a position of authority. And if you spot anything wrong in what I'm saying, feel free to correct me in the comments below. But from what I understand, Discotech has a pretty good reputation amongst localizers. The most insane thing about this is that Brendan wasn't even officially hired to work on this particular dub. Marissa Lenti was the person who was hired by Sound Cadence, and she brought him along as a favor. Brendan had alluded to work in a localization with her on a stream and announced it on Patreon. Apparently, Sound Cadence Instance's CEO, Amberly Connors, was a fan of Lovely Complex, which is why she chose to pick it up. In his
Something
down-to-date
about this
Patreon
situation
blog,
doesn't
you can see him
feel
engaging in
right.
all the same
Why would a
tricks that he
minor
typically
lord
does in
raise an
other
army
videos.
against
The
a
most
foe he
obvious
cannot
would just take some
possibly hope to
seemingly innocuous
defeat?
stuff and framing it as if it's completely illogical.
Something about
You
this.
can
Why
even
would
see
it?
him condescending and mocking
Even within the
parts
Knights of
the show.
Saros,
The whole idea
Catherine
of a
is the
tall girl and a
strongest.
short guy
By a
being-
large margin from what
Well,
I've
it's
gathered.
basically
Why not seek her out as a
Okay,
sparring
so
partner,
what?
Professor?
Again, it's so weird. There's nothing
I have a
harmful
favor to
about
ask.
this. A lot of romantic manga and art are just usually thinly disguised fetishes, so it's not really a big deal. What happens in the realm of fantasy
Catherine,
usually stays there,
Her
and is
skill
not
is
an
impressive, I'll
invitation to
admit.
act out IRL.
So
And
is
not
her
all of them,
sword.
of course,
But I
one
think
common
she's
thing that tall
hiding
girls talk
something.
about is that they feel
You
like
should
her height
spar
makes
with
them
her.
feel less
She's
woman.
strong.
So they're entitled
Stronger
to
than
enjoy a
you
series
are,
that
I bet.
appeals to them personally. He does this.
Join me for
all
some
the
training
time. He
sometime.
frames this stuff
I
as if it's
might
being
like to become your student soon.
Wow, how can anyone enjoy this stuff? Continuing his
Here to
streak of
train?
artistic
You
illiteracy,
really
he
are as
literally
hardworking
starts
as
to
they
complain
say.
about formulas. He essentially mocks a shoujo manga for being a shoujo
Spoken like a
manga,
true
or
hard
what he
worker.
describes as engaging in generic anime stuff. But again, Brendan misses the point. Usually what separates manga is the difference in their ensembles and how they congregate over time. The circumstances in which Class 1A is formed is different from, say, like the Straw Hat Kids. And those circumstances usually inform not just their characters, but also their relationships towards one another. Part of the fun of repeating established tropes is to see how different ensembles react within different circumstances. This is why no one bitches whenever a shonen does another tournament arc, or another death game arc, or another training arc. The fun is seeing different characters handle these different situations. This is where characterization comes from. Deku isn't going to handle a tournament arc like used to, and Naruto wouldn't handle it like Gon would. I'm not even a big shoujo guy, but part of the fun of Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun was watching Nozaki and Sakura go through all the classic shoujo tropes. The fun was that Nozaki, as a secret shoujo author, only knows how to communicate through established shoujo tropes, which are in conflict with the reality of actual social
I
situations.
desired
It's
fresh
that
air.
conflict which becomes the source of comedy. Nozaki's background as a well-known shoujo author informs how he navigates this.
I have a favor
I
to
imagine
ask.
that's also the case with Lovely Complex and other shoujo as well. Like, formulas have a point to them, otherwise they wouldn't be used in the first place. The most disturbing part of this is that he just went ahead and bragged about it publicly. The absolute worst part of all this is that he tries to justify his artistic vandalism as correcting bad art. Because apparently a manga from 2006 wasn't the best
What do
at
you
dealing with
require?
LGBTQ issues. Kinda like how people in 2006 in general weren't the best at dealing with a lot of issues.
Okay, I take the Duquesne's work from the Naked Man.
Do you want to hire this battalion?
We've got you
Just
covered.
go into other people's works of art and just alter them as you please isn't just bad, it's an especially dangerous approach to art that we shouldn't even consider here.
In the Battalion
Before
Guild,
take
you can
any
find
step, you need
various
to think in terms of
battalions that
establishing
aren't
precedents
affiliated
and
with the
how they
Church
can
of
be applied to
Saros.
yourself as well. I'm
We're
of the
allowed to
opinion
hire
that
them if we
problematic
so
aspects
please,
of older art
so
should
you
be
should
left out.
familiarize
Art
yourself
carries
with the
immense
guild
cultural
whenever
value
you
as an
have the
artifact of
chance.
its time. It was
Naturally,
usually created
battalions
for the
lose
cultural
endurance as they
sensibilities
fight.
of the people
If you visit the Battalion Guild in the month,
Professor!
you'll be able to replenish their endurance.
As art is very much informed by history and culture.
What do you
art
require?
acts not only as a form of personal expression, but also as a cultural milestone. Leaving problematic elements in older
Farewell.
works is perfectly fine, as it allows us to measure how far we've come in terms of social progress.
Maybe.
You can just tell that he had the
Abyss?
worst time working on this
You're
fucking
interested in that
inoffensive as
place,
hell
are you?
shoujo manga. His
Ancient
quotes are just
sprawling
completely
remains
full of
deep
seed.
below
This
Garrick
quote
Mach.
is fucking insane
That's
to me.
Abyss.
He's just brazenly
Some
admitting
folks
to
have
trying
made their
to ghost
home there.
stories a dub. This is made
Obviously,
even
they all
worse
have
knowing the
their
fact
reasons
that the
and
maker
tales
of the
to
Ghost
tell.
Stories dub
But
supposedly
only the
Empire,
most
which was
enterprising
used to
merchant
justify
would
its
venture
butcher
near
dub
it.
was largely
My
a
advice,
fabrication. It
avoid
also
going
eliminates
there
us into
yourself.
his mindset while making this stuff. Localizations aren't a vehicle for you to insert your cringy types of humor. It shows a complete lack of respect for the medium. And if you could believe it, it actually gets worse. He pretty much confesses to removing the author's cameo in their own series. Now, according to Jello, Marissa Lenti was the head writer of this project. And
I
all
knew
her
I
scenes
could
were
count on
fired.
you.
However, then Jello does something fucking insane. Here's this quote with regards to the mangaka's skill. This is absolutely fucking atrocious. The insane entitlement on display towards another artist's imagination is revolting. I like how he refers to it as our dub. You don't have ownership over an adaptation of another artist's work. You aren't some fucking auteur like Goddard or Vaudeville or Lucas. You guys are flunkies for hire. Actually, Jello, you aren't even that since you were
Did
actually
you
not
hear?
even formally
There's
hired. You
news
were
of
brought
someone
on
in
as
the
a friend
kingdom raising
and
an
somehow
army.
managed to
The
exercise
kingdom,
enough control
the
over a dub
empire,
to
the
literally
alliance.
remove an author's
They
cameo.
do
The
love
fact
a
that you
good
basically held
war,
an author's
don't
cameo
they?
hostage in their
Spilling
own
the
work
blood
is
of young
super
men and
harsh.
women.
With regards to the
And for
quality of the
what?
dub, he said he took
Just
it
to
from a 3
enjoy
out
the
of 10 to a
horror of
7
it?
out of 10. Which, like, okay.
Would you be so
sure,
kind
let's
as
don't.
to do me
the
a
worst
favor?
part about all of this is that Brendan is actually lying about the supposed transphobia in the lovely complex.
I simply
Brendan
must
alleges that him
thank
and Marissa
you,
Lenti
Professor.
changed the original anime's dialogue from IDK, I don't like her, my trans radar is going off. This was due to the character Nobuko's initial dislike of Seiko, and that she didn't want to lose out to a trans femme. According to longtime fans, however, that was not in the original anime at all. Nobuko never had an anti-trans radar. The jealousy was always based on the fact that she had to compete with a new girl. Essentially, Brendan Blabbert is not only a raging egotist, but a charlatan and a liar, who will literally fabricate fake instances of transphobia in order to justify artistic
Castle
vandalism.
Gaspar, eh?
According
It
to
was by
series
request
fans,
of
he
the son of that
misconstrues the
family.
intentions of the original anime to
Christoph,
make
I
himself
think it
look
was.
better. And as we've seen before, this isn't
I
really
have a
new for
request.
him. This is his bread and butter, making things seem more foolish than they actually are in order to prop up his own content while putting others down. One of the things I've seen is how some of Brendan's fans are trying to downplay all of this, but there's a much larger consequence at stake here. Professionalism isn't just something that's done for fun, it has a point. With regards to basic artistic courtesy, it demonstrates basic human respect for the person whose vision you're helping bring to life. Art is one of the most vulnerable things a human can engage in, as you are putting part of yourself on display for the judgment of others. Even if you don't necessarily like the thing that you're working on, showing respect signals compassion and understanding and respect for my vision. And as a result, is someone I would like to work with later on. Heck, since they supported my vision, maybe I'll even support them back in the future. Professionalism is also a mark of maturity. You're a fucking adult, but you're acting like a child. Not everything you do is going to scratch the ADHD cells in your brain.
Thanks for your help.
Nor should it be expected to. Work is work. Showing that you're willing to stomach work that you don't like not only demonstrates maturity, but also signals reliability. It shows employers that this is someone that I want to work with in the future. This is what we call work ethic. And lastly, it shows a devotion to the arts as discipline. Accurately translating a dub and honoring the author's wishes shows your dedication to the continued preservation of art. It demonstrates the person whose work you're adapting that you believe human expression is precious, sacred, and worthy of being preserved. Art's preservation is with the original artist's vision and intent being preserved for future generations. Jello has demonstrated that none of this matters to him. His fundamental lack of respect for Lovely Complex and his lack of basic impulse control when sabotaging another artist's work shows that he simply believes that he is above the standards that every working professional is held to. It's particularly insidious that he tried to sabotage a localization of all things. With regards to foreign works, localization is the last stage before a work of art goes to the public. The unfortunate reality is that mainstream audiences are naturally incurious and that a lot of people will not look up the original translations. Bad dubs can genuinely do a lot of damage and alter people's perception towards a work of art. It's one of the reasons why One Piece's reputation in the West was sabotaged.
Whoever you are,
Jello's
doesn't matter
decisions
much
were
to me.
based on pure
But I
egotism.
do advise
His
getting out of here
fundamental lack
before
of
you get
respect for his
tangled
fellow
up in
artists
trouble.
means that he believes that
Unless
their
you've
art
been
is
sent here under someone's orders.
He, in his
In
arrogance,
which case,
believes that he alone
I'll
should take it upon
happily show
himself to
you a
correct
good
their work
time.
without their prior consent.
Huh.
Make no mistake.
You're that
this is
mercenary turned
artistic
professor,
vandalism.
aren't you?
Overriding another
One who
artist's
showed up
work
at the
is a
monastery
tragedy
kinda
and should
recently.
not be tolerated. The good
Yeah.
news is that none of Jello's changes
You're
made
the
into
one I've
final
heard
dub as
so
they were
much
caught early
about.
on. So effectively, he nuked his career.
I guess
over
it's
nothing.
fine you're
One of the
here.
worst parts about all of this is
You
how
can
this
call
ends up
me
playing
Yuri.
into the native stereotypes about
You'll want to remember that.
a lot of industries
you ever come
exist
down
out of
here again.
convenience. There is a trust that we put into
Can you
things.
take care of something
a
for
lot
me?
of industries are based on the idea of trust and goodwill. We physically do not have the time to do everything, which is why we outsource to specialties. Car repairs, law, medicine. Similarly, we all don't have the time to learn an entirely new language. We're usually
And
very
who
busy.
might you be?
Jello's profound
Not an
selfishness
Abyssian,
cannot
that
be
much is clear at a glance.
The fact is, he believed
A
that his
visitor
right
from
to
above,
vandalize another
perhaps?
artist's
With
work
what
mattered more to
purpose?
him than how an entire
Oh,
industry is
but of
perceived. He
course,
demonstrated an
you
incredible
must be
lack
the
of
new
care and
teacher
respect, not just
specially
for the
appointed
artist
by
whose work
Lady
he's
Rhea.
adapting,
That
but
is
also
it,
his
yes?
peers in the industry. I'd recommend
Rumors
he get a
have
job
been
at a fast
flying
food restaurant,
underground
but
about
frankly, I
you.
wouldn't trust him to make a
Well
big
then,
He
I
found a
am
way to put
Constance
toilet paper
von
from McDonald's
Nouvelle.
bathroom on it instead
It's a
of cheese,
pleasure
and
to
then
make
tell
your
me he fixed-
acquaintance.
Despite me not really being a big fan of anything Brendan has mocked, I still care. I care about how artists are
Do you
treated
have some
online.
need of
I
me?
think we live in a
I
culture
assure
and
you,
world
I
that
am busier
continuously
than I may
disrespects
seem.
artists and routinely exploits them, and the
You
least
would
we can
argue
do
the
is learn to
point?
be more
Do you
compassionate.
claim
On
to
that
have a
note, hope
view
you enjoyed this
inside
video.
my
Feel free to
mind?
like and subscribe, comment below, and let me know. Honestly, would love to hear your guys' thoughts on the matter. What are your thoughts on the matter of localization?
Yes, I
And
thought
what were your
not.
thoughts on Jello Apocalypse before and after
I'm
this
doing
phase?
strenuous mental
Feel free to share any
exercises.
thoughts. I read them
My
all, and I'm
magical
excited to
theories
hear what you guys
require
think.
rigorous
Also, make sure to follow me on
fine-tuning.
Twitter. Try and
I
get
shall
800
never
followers
finish
by the
this
end of
task
year.
if I am not
Eventually,
left
want
to
get
my
enough
own
followers to laugh at
devices.
God's face.
Run along
And
now.
you can also follow me at Blue Sky as well. The
I have a
will sign
small
off. Till
request.
next time, be easy.
Things that bother you never bother me.
thing is, what do you require? Now let me see. Perhaps you'd have better luck with the animals of the monastery. Fare thee well.
Maybe. I owe you. Can't say I'm surprised about Lord Lenato launching a rebellion. The writing was on the wall. If anything, it's more surprising it didn't happen sooner.
Okay, I'm going to assume if you clicked on this, you're well aware of what I'm about to start talking about. But to clarify before I go ahead digging through this video, Joe Apocalypse is a YouTuber known for his This Is Basically.
Lord
It's a
Lenato
satirical
answers to
look at
Count
many
Rowe of
different series.
Farkas,
I
the man who
believe
adopted
poking fun at how they're written.
That's how I got
and
into the
summarizing them
academy.
in very goofy
I'm not in
ways.
contact with the
Not
Count.
too long ago, at the
That's
time
how I know
of
so
scripting
much.
this video, Jello
Gaspar
released a
territory
This Is
smacks of
Basically
war.
video on One Piece.
It'll be interesting
I
to see
ended up
how
giving
things
it a
shake
look
out.
after some encouragement from my pals, and I was unimpressed, to keep it as mildly as possible. I think this is a very misguided and incredibly misleading
Need
video that has a
something?
number of flaws. Some minuscule, but still noteworthy, and others glaring. I'm not very familiar with Jello. I'm neither a
See
fan
you
or
again
critic
soon.
of his stuff. I know most of what I know through Twitter and my friends, but I think with an audience the size as Jello's, I just think someone needs to call out how, as an analysis of One Piece, this video has way too many issues for it to be seen as acceptable. And that person's gonna be me. Now, I want to make it clear that I know Jello's video isn't necessarily an analysis video. It is a comedic summary of the series, and because of that, not everything in there is meant to be accurate. A lot of it is meant to be over-exaggerations for the sake of humor. I get that. That is completely fine. For example, Jello jokes that Nami gets more pussy than everyone else on the crew. Now, that isn't true. Nami is about as bitchless as everyone else on the crew. In fact, I'd say Lucy gets more pussy than her. But on the sliding scale of is it wrong versus is it funny, I think it definitely leans to the latter. Helped by the fact that Nami is heavily shipped with Vivi by fans, and Jello seems to be a big fan of that too. But when you have a statement like this,
He needs to conquer the Grand Line, an inaccessible ocean that you can easily leave and come back to. I mean, if you need to. If you like forgot your keys or something, it's not a big deal. You can just go right back in there.
the whole point of this joke is to take the piss of what appears to be a very large writing flaw, that being how despite the Grand Line being portrayed as dangerous and inaccessible, you can internex it without much hassle. The problem, however, is that this joke, which is meant to take the piss out of a writing flaw, is that it is taking the piss out of a writing flaw that doesn't actually exist. The series makes it very evident that you can't just enter and exit the Grand Line willy-nilly, especially not from the vertical lens like portrayed in this video, because each end of the Grand Line is surrounded by what is known as the Calm Belt, an area where there is no wind and the water is calm, making it hard to sail through with regular sail ships, therefore making most pirates the perfect food for the Sea Kings that reside there, which are said to be the strongest. This is why the story makes such a big deal out of the Marines developing ships capable of moving through the Calm Belt during the Amazon Lily arc. Otherwise, though, the only way to get in and out of the Grand Line is through Reverse Mountain, which is also pretty dangerous due to the wide array of ocean currents all terminating in the same place. And hell, if you're trying to leave the Grand Line through there, you have to deal with the Grand Line's intense weather patterns. On top of this, the story makes it clear right before the characters actually enter that you need a log post to actually navigate, because otherwise you'll be lost. So the Grand Line is very much not a place you can just easily enter and exit if you wish. I don't doubt the main characters can by this point in the series, but they and all of the other insanely strong pirate crews like them are exceptions. So ultimately, Jello was misrepresenting the location for a joke. I do think it is odd how in One Piece the Grand Line is initially portrayed as this horrifically dangerous area that hardly anyone comes out of alive, only for the weather patterns to be the least of the main characters' problems once they actually got in there. And if that was what Jello said, that'd be completely fair. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that is what they were trying to get across with this joke, but if that was the intention, they went about it in the wrong way, because now you have a bunch of people correcting Jello, assuming they meant the Grand Line is very easy to get in and out of. Though this is me giving Jello the benefit of the doubt here. So, to make a very long point short, my issue is that a lot of these jokes rely on making fun of things that aren't true or stretching the truth a little too far and misleading audiences, making it come across as if you're entirely ignorant about the subject you're on about. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take a step back. For this video, my approach is to go through my issues from least egregious to most concerning. I would start with positives, but aside from the art, I already have much. So let's start by going over some of the points I sort of agree with. The only decent criticism in this entire video is the last one, about Oda sexualizing teenage characters. Like, this is something where the scale of how much it bothers you is totally going to depend on who you are, and I do understand the varying perspectives such a thing and the implications of which give, but overall I do personally agree with Joe. Shame how the only real decent criticism levied in this entire video is the most self-evident. I hardly want to give Jello points for pointing it out, because it's like giving somebody points for knowing the sky is blue. Well, at the very least, I surmise from the carrot joke in particular, it seems Jello and I both have that shared experience of getting completely blindsided by Carrot's actual age. Oda, I will never forgive you. Anyways, let's move on to the more questionable points.
Got a white character playing with a black me. We know what you fantasize about our big African
So let's start with some more questionable points in the video, of which there are many. For example,
Him and Usopp are a Robin fight. What do you mean Robin doesn't get any fights? She's like the strongest character. Oh,
putting aside Robin's approximately 2 major fight scenes, Jello's supposed ignorance of this fact is presumably a case of exaggeration. I definitely do see where Jello is coming from, but I don't agree with throwing down the sexism hammer so soon, because I feel this is much more nuanced than he makes it appear. Now, Jello describes Robin as being one of the strongest character, which, no. I don't think she scales anywhere near the strength of the main trio of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, throwing Jinbei now that he's one of the major strong guys in the crew too. While she definitely is a powerful member of the crew, and her flower food ability theoretically could be a really OP ability, because by all means, if she plays her cards right, she could possibly snap her opponent's necks. But otherwise, she's not one of the strongest characters. In fact, in the grand scheme of One Piece's enormous cast, she's not even close. Her not getting many fights, or at least 1v1 fights, because she's usually present for the big blowout Straw Hats versus the final boss battles, such as in Thriller Bark and Fishman Island, could also likely be a result of, but to put it simple, her not sharing the same popularity and fanfare that Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji do, who each consistently land as the fan favorites over in Japan. Point being, I don't quite agree with throwing down the hammer of sexism over her not getting many fights, because there's a lot more nuance behind the curtain. Maybe her not being that powerful is a result of sexism, but by the time Robin is fully integrated into the crew, the Straw Hats already have a surplus of dedicated fighters. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji dominate in terms of physical combat, and as the story progresses, they're later joined by Jinbei. If everyone on the crew had multiple major one-on-one battles, the series would become overloaded with fights, potentially bogging down the pacing. Some characters, Robin included, naturally take on other roles to balance things out. It's also worth noting that other crew members face similar treatment. For example, Frankie, Chopper, Usopp, and Brook have all seen their number of significant fights dwindle as the series has gone on. Actually, you know, there's something he says before this that I didn't think too much about my first go around with this video, but in hindsight, I have a bone to pick with it too. The reason he even brings up Robin not getting any fights is because he feels One Piece fights, despite the versatility and variety the Devil Fruits bring to the table, are all primarily about just beating the shit out of each other. Like, that isn't an incorrect assessment, I just don't quite agree with it being an increasing issue, because quite a lot of fights are about getting around the abilities
love
other
this
Devil
meal.
Fruit
How
users
did you
have.
know?
First that comes to mind is in Dressrosa when Zoro has to fight that giant rock monster.
You've got great
Most
taste.
of the fight is Zoro trying to figure out how he's going to strike him in the first place. Sure, many of them don't have the same creativity as Usopp versus Perona or Robin versus Black Maria, but the effort sure is there in many cases, and that's not to mention how fights that aren't usually about this tend to be focused on the emotional weight of the conflict. See, Luffy versus Arlong, Luffy versus Lucia, Luffy versus Kaido, and Luffy versus Don Flamingo, for example. Anyway, some other real questionable points, including Jello suggesting that One Piece should have probably focused more on thriller and espionage, because its moments focus on those elements were better
This
than
is
the
my
adventure
favorite.
stuff. With him
I am
playing
rather
Water
happy
7
you
as
went
an
out of your way to
example.
pick it,
While I do
Professor.
agree Water 7 is one of its strongest
Eating
arcs,
delicious food
it certainly
really
has a
takes
lot
my
of
worries
competition
away.
from arcs that are very decidedly not thriller and espionage, primarily Marineford, Arlong Park, Saba Odi, and maybe Whole Cake Island. I don't know if those last ones are just me. I get it. Jello personally doesn't feel very as good as the thriller espionage stuff, but he makes it sound more set in stone, like this is something everyone agrees on when it's really just a movie. Finally, the last more questionable point I want to mention is him expressing that One Piece has too many characters. I do agree to an extent, and I think many fans might also agree with this one, especially for certain arcs like Dressrosa, where that's been a primary criticism against the arc. But you can chalk down the issue of an overabundance of characters to how this affects pacing and how it might take away the attention from the more important characters of the storyline because of how often the story feels the need to zero in and focus lots of time and attention on these characters. But Jello's issues seem to be more so on how you can realistically cut most of these characters and tell the same story without much of an issue. I've ended up having 2 issues with this segment, so let me start with my first one. Firstly, I really don't agree with a number of the
show you
characters
my
that Jello
cooking
is
talent.
suggesting to be rid of. There's a lot And part of me believes a lot of these choices
A
aren't
little more
serious
secret
and are more meant
spice,
to iterate
and-
that Jello feels
Hey,
a lot of
no
these characters
peeking.
are expendable. But some of these choices definitely feel deliberate and stupid. So let me go over the highlights. Toshiki isn't that major, especially not in the long term, but she helps bring out elements of Zoro's character early on that weren't given as much focus before, particularly in his backstory, as she resembles his childhood friend who tragically lost her life. She also acts as a foil to her superior Smoker and ends up bringing out the other side of his character often. Removing her eliminates not only a recurring dynamic, but also one of the more
If you have a
humanizing
you
aspects
wouldn't
of the
happen
Marines
to
as
know
an
anything
institution,
about
too.
that,
As a big part of
would
her
you?
role in Alabasha is her deciding if catching the Straw Hats is more important
If you
than the
do
political
see anyone
machinations
getting
of
too
Alabasha,
close with
which
Flame,
she comes to realize the Marines
please
played a larger
inform me
role
of
in
it
than
at
she
once.
believed before. Isa plays a pretty decently important role in Skypiea, acting as an important perspective on the Shandian struggle so the audience can have a good scope of the conflict between them and the other residents of Skypiea, thus giving us a more human look at the conflict. Also, of course, don't forget she helps guide Luffy to Enter.
I'm sorry,
I do feel
but
that
I
Frankie
must
is
vent
high
to
tier
someone,
relevant after his
Professor.
role in the Water 7
You're
and his lobby
familiar
arcs,
with
and his
Manuela's
integration in the
slovenly
Straw Hats has
behavior,
proven
yes?
pretty much worthless.
That
But you can't
woman.
argue you could cut him
She
without
borrowed a
changing
book
much, but
last
he's so
week and
incredibly
returned it
important
with
to those two
stains of
arcs,
unknown
being part of
origin
the
on the
reason Usopp
cover
ends up
and
leaving,
several pages
actually
either
helping
folded
Usopp better
or
understand
torn.
the issues with the going
Just
Aaron,
now,
his
she
entire
dropped the
backstory, how that
sandwich
relates
on
to
the
villains
floor,
on in the
picked
arc.
it up,
Wait,
and
wait a
kept
minute, am I
eating.
forgetting something?
When she
Oh,
saw
yeah,
my
didn't they
shot,
build their
she
current
said
Boston
simply,
ship?
3
Like,
seconds rule.
genuinely, Frankie may just be one of the most important characters in this entire series for his role in the Enies Lobby and Water 7 arcs alone. Cutting him out would utterly ruin the story of One Piece. Be serious, man. Gloriosa plays off of Boa and tries to be the voice of reason that helps clarify Boa's mindset and outlook to the audience. She's a narrative bridge helping to contextualize Hancock's behavior, her backstory, and the Amazon's culture. Sengoku is literally the fucking fleet admiral, aka the most important marine by far during the pre-time skip material. Rebecca is one of the most important characters from Dressrosa. In fact, the story arc is basically about her and her relationship with her father and how Don Flamingo's takeover of their country ruined her life. Reiji and her relationship with Sanji is an incredibly integral part of her
I won't
Big
forget all
Island's,
I've learned.
story, as she's the only person in Sanji's family aside from their mother who ever treated him with kindness. In fact, she even helped him escape his family, meaning she's unintentionally part of the reason he's with the Straw Hats in the first place. And her kindness is part of the reason Sanji is willing to go back and help his family, even after all of the abuse they put him through during the arc when it's clear that Big Mom's gonna kill them all. And with that, we can move on to my second issue with this segment,
That's
which is that in
reassuring.
general, a lot of these cuts give off the impression that Jello doesn't understand the importance and utility of minor characters, who often serve relatively unintegral roles story progression-wise, but add depth and nuance when needed, as seen in many of my examples above, like the guy in the treasure chest, Gaimon. He's from a one-off chapter that reasonably could have been cut, but it's a chapter that helps us get a better understanding of Luffy's emotional intelligence and depth early on, and the treasure chest guy is a tool to help that get across. And I feel there's a lot of similar cases amongst the characters Jello.
I'll get it next
Not to
time,
say every
too.
character in One Piece is some massively important character that needs to be involved for it to make sense, but cutting them out would certainly hurt the attention to detail that gives this world and its characters further depth. Sure, for example, you could remove so many background characters who don't necessarily impact the plot, but their presence helps flesh out the world of One Piece, making it feel lived in. I think the most ironic thing is that the entire Foxy crew, even though by all means they have the least integral arc of the series to themselves,
How
and have literally
embarrassing.
zero relevance
I'm
in
not used to
anything
such
other
praise.
than this arc that does nothing for the character growth or world building. Hot take though, the arc story. Between Step and 7, which helps further the audience's bond with the current line of Straw Hats before shit hits the fan in the Water 7. So, yeah. Overall, these are points I don't agree with entirely, but I do sort of get where they're coming from. I just think they're either a little misguided or not nearly as sensible as Jello makes it seem. But
I am quite
unfortunately,
pleased.
these are some of the better criticisms levied in the video, because the rest...
Is this nigga serious?
Then you have outright stupid-ass points that showcase Jello's ability to miraculously miss the point. For example,
Delve deep into the mysteries.
I feel like a
Fight back against an all-powerful evil government of lapdogs who work as their enforcers. Except the ones the author thinks we're supposed to like, even though they're...
like here we have Jello completely ignoring kind of the complexities of the world government system and those who are under it. It goes without saying that the world
I'm
government
closing
is
in
kind
on-
of as they've done really horrifically inhumane things, and it's there to prop up an inhumane system. But the Marines at large aren't
Question
aware of
for
all
you.
the details and are usually propagated into thinking that some of the bad things they do is for the best. Most of the Marines we meet are at heart good people who just want to uphold a sense of justice in a world where pirates run amok and cause so many issues, because The story makes it very abundantly clear in the first fucking arc, Romance Dawn, that the pirates aren't intrinsically the good guys just because Luffy is one. The story also makes sure to make it clear that neither are the Marines.
Professor?
The basic idea of this arc is to get across that neither side is particularly black and white. Hence why we later get introduced to Marines who are intended to be seen as relatively good guys, like Garp and Kuzan, joining the Blackbeard Pirates, of course. Jello acts like Garp and Kuzan are bad fucking people, but we constantly see at heart they are good people trying to navigate a
Thank
shitty
you,
work
Lady
environment and
Bernadetta.
help as
I will
much as
take
they
my
can.
leave.
For example, Kuzan goes against orders and lets Robin live, even though he was supposed to have her killed, because she's one of the people in Ohara, which they destroyed. The story does this a lot with the Marines to showcase that even though the Marines aren't 100% good, and that the system they work for is flawed, there are many in that system that strive to do their fucking job and help those in need like they're supposed to.
It was nothing
Break
big.
the rules if necessary.
lady
Take
just wanted
accountability
me to
for
show
the
her
failings
around
of
a
the
bit.
Marine system when
But
needed.
strangers are
This
just so
becomes the recurring
nerve-wracking.
element of any story arc focused on the Marines, that there are good people within this system
How about
that
when I first met
isn't
you and
really
I
the
wouldn't come out of
best.
the corner,
This comes off
or
as Jello
even
just
uncover my
entirely
face?
ignoring the complexities of these
now that
characters
you mention it,
and their
it's
situations.
funny.
Honestly,
Once
I'm
I started
giving it way too
talking
much
to
credit
you,
calling
I
it
stopped
complex
feeling
because
scared.
it's very fucking
I
simple
wonder
to understand.
why.
The story hits you across the head as hard
You
as
know,
possible.
Professor, you might be the
showcasing.
first
So I don't
person
get
I've been
why
able to speak to
he seems
normally
so
since I got
confused about
here.
this.
And I have no idea why.
Peoples of the world in a setting where all slaves will eventually become racist
I'm
slavers
happy about it
themselves.
too.
Oh, that's not good.
When
That
we
is
first started out
absolutely
here,
not
we had
what
to
the
do
story
drills
was trying to get across.
outside.
Not even close.
I
This
skipped
joke
those every
isn't
chance I
entirely
got.
clear with its intentions,
It's
but
a
anybody
terrible
who knows
idea
One
going
Piece
out in the
knows that it's
forest with
directed
all
at
these
Arlong
people
Park
you
and
don't
Fishman
even know.
Island. During
Thanks
the
to
Fishman
you,
Island
though,
arc, it's established
I
that
actually
fishermen
make it
were a
through
prime
class now.
victim of slavery at
I'm
the hands
grateful
of
for that.
humans. And even in
I
the
don't know what
aftermath
I'd
of fisherman
do
slavery, the relationship
if you
between
weren't
fishermen
here.
and humans have not really healed. This brings context to Arlong Park, which happened several hundred chapters
Sorry.
earlier, where the people in Nami's village were
I'm
basically
okay.
treated as slaves by the
I
all
am
fishermen
okay.
Arlong pirates.
I'm doing
But
just
the point of
fine.
the Fishman Island arc was
I
never
feel
to
safe
suggest
here,
that all slaves
thanks
would
to
eventually
you.
be racist slavers themselves. Not even freaking close. Mind you, Arlong was never a slave. At most, he worked with Fisher Tiger, who before death revealed himself to have been a slave. The Fishman Island arc
you
shows
saw
how the
that?
relationship between
Why
fishermen and
would you see
humans
that?
can't heal
You
because
were
of the
watching
mutual
me?
distrust they've built
That
over
crosses
time,
the line,
which has
Professor.
perpetuated a cycle
Singing
of hatred
me?
between the two,
Why would I be
which the
singing?
new
I've
Fishman
never been
pirates,
singing.
the antagonists of
I've
the
never
arc,
been so
and the long since
humiliated.
defeated Arlong pirates
Worthless.
represented. To get the idea into your brain in the simplest way possible, discrimination is bad, slavery is bad. We need to work together to stop both. Genuine question, but if you honestly believe One Piece is suggesting that all slaves will eventually become the slave owners themselves, why do you suppose the story treats the slaves of the Celestial Dragons as victims? Why does a story arc centerpiece focus on the freeing of a character who was made to be a slave? Why is it
We
the
will do
goal
a
of the
beautiful
heroic
job.
rebellious faction to free
let's-
said slaves? Why is every slave treated
did
so
it.
sympathetically? Why is there only one example in this 1,100 plus chapter manga where any slave adjacent character becomes a slave
Let's put this to the
themselves?
test.
Because mind you, none
One
of the
step before
Arlong
the next
pirates
step.
were slaves. If the purpose of the story were to suggest that slaves will eventually become the slave owners, the story likely wouldn't go out of its way to showcase the slaves purely as victims.
Well, hello, Professor. You came all the way to my room
Straw
to...
hats actually have any kind of dynamic with each other.
It's kind of crazy because
You've
even in
brought the
time
materials
skip
from your
material, which
lecture I
people often
slept
feel
through.
is suffered when it
I
comes to how the
appreciate
dynamics
it.
between the
Thank
members are
you.
presented. You still get a fair bit of interaction between the members that highlight their dynamics, or better yet, are meaningful, like a lot of what happened between Luffy and Sanji and Whole Cake Island, for example. Really, most people's issues is that they feel pre-time skip was simply better at it than post-time.
It's not
But
that I
seriously,
want
the
to miss
dynamics between the
lectures.
Straw Hats is not
Exactly.
only clear-cut, but
Drowsiness
the
is
story
my
continues to
arch
solidify it
nemesis.
across the entire
For some
series,
reason,
no
I
matter how large
just
the
can't
cast is.
seem
In fact,
to
arcs
win
like
against
Dressrosa
it.
and Whole Cake Island split up the cast.
Just
in order to
talking
better focus
about
on
it makes
delivering
me
the dynamics
sleepy.
between the cast members. Oh yeah, this segment reminds me of something I did overlook. That being,
Main the Missionaries with the main cast, where most of them are so mid that their boat has more personality than they do.
which, say what you will about the cast, but this is completely canon. I get the joke is that the boat
That
hardly
sounds
has
more
any
than a little
personality, and yet
exhausting.
somehow many
I
of the
think
Straw
I'll
Hats
stay
feel like
in.
they have less than that.
I must
But
compliment
come on,
you,
be
though.
serious.
By this point
Let's
in
break it
most
down.
conversations,
Luffy's the
I'm
goofy
bored
carefree captain
senseless.
who's fearless and is always chasing his dream of becoming the king of the pirates. enemies, but he's also fiercely
But
loyal
you're
and has a
definitely
sharp
a
sense of
strange
emotional
one.
intelligence when it comes to his friends. Zoro is a stoic swordsman, driven by his ambition to be the world's greatest, but he's also hilariously bad
In
with
truth,
directions.
your very
Has a
nature is
surprisingly
odd.
soft side when it comes to
You're
protecting his
definitely
crew.
not a commoner,
Nami is clever,
but you don't seem like a
navigator
noble
who keeps the
either.
crew grounded and
You're
is driven by her love
something
for her
else.
village and desire for freedom.
Or you
Usopp is
could
the
be a
everyman,
villain
funny,
who came here to
imaginative, and
enact
full of
some
tall
evil
tales,
plot.
but he's also one of the
That
most
wouldn't
relatable
surprise me
characters in terms
either.
of insecurities and growth. Sanji is the cool-headed chef who balances his flirtatious nature with a strong moral code and an unwavering dedication to his craft and protecting others. Chopper is the adorable doctor with a big heart, blending childlike wonder
Professor,
with moments of
will
incredible
you ever
maturity
allow me
and
to
skill.
investigate that
Robin
crest
is
of
the
yours?
mysterious and intelligent
It won't hurt a
archaeologist who
bit,
keeps her
I
cool
swear.
but carries a deep
I'm sure I
emotional
could find out
backstory
all
that drives
sorts
her
of
quest
things
for
about your
knowledge.
crest.
Frankie is the
And you.
eccentric shipwright.
Of
equal
course,
parts
I'm not
over the
as
top and
experienced
deeply
with such
caring,
research
especially
as
when it comes to
Professor
protecting his
Hanneman,
creations
but
and
I
crew.
do what I can.
Brook is the comic relief.
Someday,
with
I
his
think
stilted
I might
gags,
like
but he's
to
also
become a
a
crest
tragic
scholar.
figure whose humor
You never
masks
know.
his enduring loneliness and longing for his old crew. And Jinbei, the newest addition, is the wise and honorable helmsman.
Oh,
who's
don't
always
trouble
striving for
yourself.
equal
I
peace
didn't
between
mean
fishermen
now.
and humans while
I've
carrying
got a
the
lot
weight
of
his
other
past
research
decisions.
I'm working on
If
at
you
the
don't
moment.
personally like the
I tend to
Straw
start a
Hats, that's
project,
completely
get
fine,
bored,
but
and
when you
then
say
leave
something
it
like
be.
the Straw Hats are so
I might
weird,
be
they
ready
have
to
less
investigate
personality
your
than their
crest
fucking
soon.
ship.
I'd have to tidy up a bit
I
first.
can't agree with that.
On
Each
that
member
note-
has a distinct role and identity that's been
Good
fleshed
night,
out through the
Professor.
story. This claim, even as a joke, really undersells how much thought and depth went into creating this world. I do think that as One Piece goes along, and for a good stretch between Fishman Island and Dressrosa, many of the Straw Hats unfortunately suffer a bit of flanderization, and a number of them unfortunately never recover from it. Chopper and Zoro, for example. And I wouldn't disagree if that was what Jello was suggesting by making this joke, but, well, that's clearly not what he meant to say, so what can I say?
In light of recent allegations, our crew has decided to cut ties with Mr. Vinsmoke. We are currently in talks to replace him with the hot, suave, good version of Sanji from the Netflix adaptation.
Hot, suave, and good. Isn't that just regular pre-time skip and post-Dressrosa Sanji? We don't talk about early time skip Sanji.
Ooh, okay, now Robin is the most interesting character in One Piece.
She's a woman!
Sorry, I guess that's all the time we have.
Though I can surmise that there probably is a point behind this joke, what that specifically is supposed to be is kind of up in the air, so I'm gonna try my best to guess it as best I can. I believe the joke here with Zoro getting in front of Robin and pointing out that she's a woman is just a way of saying that either Robin or the woman in the series as a whole get little attention. I mean, given Robin is one of the leading figures in one of the biggest, most important arcs in the entire series, has the ability to read the poneglyphs, some of which are integral to finding the One Piece in the first place, which has resulted in characters like Kaido wanting a piece of her, and has connections to the people of Ohara, whose deaths still have ramifications all the way into the most recent fucking arc. I swear, if you're really gonna tell me Robin gets little attention, you are talking out of your ass. In fact, I go as far to say she gets just about, if not more attention than Zoro. Sure, Zoro always gets the flashy end-of-arc fight scenes, but Robin gets the narrative weight that makes her indispensable. And come on, One Piece has a lot of really good integral female characters over the course of its run. Like in Fishman Island, got Shirahoshi, Dressrosa has Rebecca, Whole Cake has Big Mom, oh, and her daughter too, don't forget. And off the top of my head, Wano has Toko, Tama, and Kiku. And don't make me start going into the pre-time skip material, I mean, we'll be here all day. Now, are all of them good characters? Let's not go there, but point being, that assessment would be incorrect if that was your intention.
Revel in excitement and watch as Lucy has to punch the bad man in order to stop the natural disaster from crashing down and destroying an island that's shaped like a circle. This is every single arc.
No, it isn't. I get what I said at the start of the video, exaggeration, stretching the truth, yada yada, but this is so far from truth, it's basically misinformation. List of arcs this formula does not apply to are Romance Dawn, Orange Town, Syrup Village, Baratier, Load Town, Verse Mountain, Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Drum Island, Jaya, Water 7, Enisaga, Saba Odi, Amazon Lily, Impel Down, Return to Saba Odi, Shao, and Reverie. And even putting that aside, while many arcs do involve, the basic stuff you just said, to boil down every arc to Luffy punches the bad guy while stopping a circular island from being destroyed completely disregards the unique narrative themes and conflicts of each arc. From Alabash's politics and rebellion are a huge focal point of the arc to Skypia's exploration of religion and colonialism, and even Wano's deep dive into oppression. Each arc offers something vastly different beyond just a brawl and a
Put me in there!
Reducing them all to the same formula ignores literally a good chunk of the details of these arcs. At least we can agree the Fishman Island arc is ass, but let's be honest, that's the safest take imaginable. It's like saying tax evasion.
I will prevail!
Yeah, duh.
This is a very serious emotional story.
Stay focused.
remember, end of the day,
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Did we read or watch the same anime or manga? Because there are a lot of consequences. Yeah, a lot of death scenes end up with fake outs,
I will
but
get the
there
victory.
were a lot of permanent ones, most integrally being Ace, whose death literally shakes the foundation of the entire narrative, and is pretty much the main reason we even had the time skip. Things such as Blackbeard's rise
That's
to
my
power
cue.
over the course of the entire series, and how it affects world politics, Alabaster becoming a slow domino that each of the warlords of the Big Republic, the Straw Hats defeat Asaba Odin, leading them to being separated, and eventually leaving them endure the Ace rescue mission without his friends. Like, there are so many examples of the show having consequences like this series, man. And putting that aside, is it really that crazy that One Piece be both a serious story while also being a little unserious too? I know that statement is just a lead up to the this joke, but my opinion, this is a whole lot of stupid questions. One Piece at heart is a very upbeat tale about freedom and adventure that isn't afraid to get its hands dirty and be a little grimy too. It balances the two out, and despite what you think, that's not a bad thing. Whew, okay, and those are all the rules. Now, those privy to the length of my video may be able to surmise that we're not quite done yet. And unfortunately, they'd be onto something. Because after this layer, then we have... I want to make it very clear that at the end of the day, my issues with Jello's video, while based on the satisfaction of piece of story,
All roses have thorns.
analysis of One Piece aren't really something I'm too hung up on. It's a bad One
Well?
Piece analysis. Believe me, I can find like 10 of those on Twitter. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have even bothered making this video if my issues with Jello's video simply ended at my favorite reception, but I think there's a deeper underlying problem with Jello's video that caught my attention and developed my ire towards it. And this concern starts to manifest to
Leave it to me.
starting with this.
Crest grows larger, negative shape grows rarer, and the art gets sketchier and sketchier. Because the artist is literally any of its assistants.
This is very presumptuous about the intentions of mangaka H.O.
Still raring to go.
I do agree that One Piece, especially post-time skip, is a complete mess art-wise, to a point where I could hardly enjoy arcs like Wano and Egghead, which I first experienced in the manga because it made them hard to follow. We don't really know why One Piece is art. I know you want. It has to do with the challenges producing a weekly manga post of seeing the wide array of mangaka with health issues, or just checking in on Oda, who has consistently had health issues.
Put me in there.
Anything to go on. Jello claims that Oda would rather not get help from his assistants, but well, he's in a 2018 interview,
No one makes it past
Oda
me.
mentioned the roles of his assistants, explaining that they help with background work and other tasks that can focus on the more important aspects of the story and characters. So to say that he refuses help from his assistants is objectively incorrect. Additionally, Oda has talked about his assistants in various One Piece volumes, where he credits them for their help with various aspects of the series, such as in the special acknowledgement sections at the end of some chapters or volumes. One notable example comes from the One Piece questionnaire sections, where Oda regularly answers fan questions and often gives shout-outs to his assistants, explaining that they are crucial in helping meet the deadline for a series. One might wonder why Oda never directly credits his assistants, but based on the fact that, as far as I'm aware, no mangaka, or at least no mangaka Jump specifically does this, it can either be a legal thing,
Appreciate it.
morality thing, or an unfortunate cultural thing. We don't really know, but I'd rather not jump to the conclusion that Oda is some sort of hack who doesn't want to credit those who work with him. I don't at all respect this attempt to paint a clear picture of Oda being this asshole who refuses help, and this narrative of him refusing help is complete bullshit. And
Your
only serves
defeat
to
was
assassinate
inevitable.
his character. Then you have the ending to the video. Remember how I started this video by discussing what I thought was the only decent point in the video, that Oda sexualizes characters who are minors, and I agree, I don't like that either.
As you wish.
Well, what I failed to acknowledge is the thickness points around this.
And that's why you should take care of yourself and not work yourself so hard for your coworkers and force you to get surgery.
Caution
And
is
to
needed.
sleep. We all care about you. Your daughters care about you. No, Oda. That's wrong.
We can sit here exactly about Oda sexualizing characters, but really using that as the punchline to the fact that Oda is basically killing himself making One Piece, the implication being that he may not care that much about his family, he's more interested in drawing boobs with boobs.
What a
And
jump.
to me, it's so presumptuous and genuinely disrespectful that for all the shit I've given Jello this video, this is the only thing that's really tipped me off.
Thanks for helping.
As far as we know about Oda and making One Piece, he's just that committed to writing this series that he's willing to make sacrifices.
Another
whether that
step
be to
forward.
his health or to his homework. Jello, whether unintentionally or not, chooses to portray this as Oda just not really caring about those things. Not as an artist who is suffering under Jump's very factory-like and honestly predatorial system that as a joke. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like I love Oda. First, I love him and I admire his work ethic and making One Piece the best he possibly can given the circumstances. I still have issues with certain things about what he writes, and most importantly, how he's been so chill about Nobunaga Watsuki despite him being top. That's something that even I can. But at least I'm being critical about him for stuff I know that is true. There's no evidence to suggest that somebody is holding a gun to his head and forcing him to take interviews with Craven. There's no evidence suggesting Oda is forcing him to sexualize minors. But this presumptuous points about Oda's character takes things too far for me. Especially because you certainly don't mention Oda being buddy-buddy with a pedophile, something that might have given you some leeway in doing so. And look, I don't know if it's just me, but this entire video just oozes pretentious. Something about this video doesn't come off as simple as fun. Not even
right makes my age, right?
So what I had to offer. No, I am not trying to suggest that you simply didn't understand.
Pretty good, don't
you?
you?
You must like One Piece, or else you're an illiterate moron who has no right to make videos about it. The thing about critique is that to understand what a story
Not so
is,
fast.
you fundamentally have to understand why those things are wrong in the first place. To me, this video doesn't feel like it's giving One Piece that thorough shaking. It's simply the result of somebody reading it and going, me no like this, and then whining about it, and how these things they don't like are clearly an objective bad. I can double down on that line without sparing it. Primarily because as much as people have put in my head that's exactly the type of person you are, I'd rather not judge based on what others have said. Other things I'm hardly able to really care about. This is not a good analysis of One Piece. Maybe there is some fun you can get out of the humor, which is the primary theme of the video, but in the parts where
One
you
step
use
at a
that
time.
comedy as a vehicle to analyze One Piece's flaws, the video falls flat and
I won't forget all-
mischaracterizes, misinterprets, and misrepresents it. And very clearly because the creator doesn't clearly bother to think about anything it does for more than a second. And honestly, I have nothing else to say about this video. I've said everything I wanted to. So yeah, I'm just gonna sign out. It's having fun. I'm gonna quickly say it's a wrap. It's very
Am I done yet?
I mean, this is something that's more at home on my other channel. It's on the game, but I felt this was better suited for a
Whoa,
because it's very focused around anime. I also want to give an update. My next video is going to be the rest of my Dragon Ball analysis, which will hopefully be released before Christmas. I'm trying to get that shit ready before then. This video did kind of push it
I
back.
will get
but
the
work is
victory.
almost done. I'm like almost done with the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai segment. Scripting wise, editing wise, I'm also almost done there too. So yeah, that'll be out soon. I've got nothing else to say. Hope you all have a nice night. Take care.
My heart is full of victory. War feeds my body and mind.
Thank you.
hard work done.
Thanks for helping. Now I can do so much better.
I shouldn't strain myself.
You could have at least tried. Any experience.
I want to be...
No one makes it past me. This kid...
Sweet of you.
battle. Stay focused. That is that. I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
I will prevail.
I will get the victory. Leave it to me. Oh no. There's so much.
This... As you wish. Should I have held back? Such power.
That's my cue.
Only a fool challenges me. Always get...
Put me in there. This'll do it. Yeah, it worked. Pretty good, don't you?
Hey, not bad.
Well done.
We'll contribute.
We won't hold back.
Appreciate it.
Am I done yet?
stay focused. I am Ferdinand von Ayer.
I will prevail.
I will get the victory.
Battle?
Oh no.
Put me in there.
That's my cue.
As you wish.
Caution is needed. Flame Spirit, protect me. Hard. I thank you. Got him! Whoa, did...
You should be honored. This... Well done.
No use.
Thank you. We must all do our part.
Huh. Victory. It's simple.
I will get the victory.
Failure is not an option. It's a long road.
Witness frigid pride. Hard work.
You are nothing.
won't go down so easily. Growth is a...
I'd rather be napping. I think I'm improving.
I'll show you a plan.
I will not be stopping.
I thank you.
For Lady Edelgard. This is hard.
Think this through. So
Each battle a chance to grow. I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Put me in there.
Back to the fray.
I will get the victory. That's my cue.
I owe you one.
Battle.
Stay focused.
Yeah! Unexpected. I'm not...
Oh no. Anywhere I can hide. What did...
Right makes might, right? Pretty good, though.
Think this through.
Make them tremble.
Witness my power.
As you wish. You worked hard for nothing. This...
I'm getting...
Is that all?
The mark of nobility. This can't be...
A great help. Flame Spirit, protect me. Disappoint.
Hey, not bad.
It's dangerous.
Still raring to go.
always nice. Not...
Thanks for helping.
appreciated. I thought I was dead.